This adventure begins as a wedding service was taking place in a large, bright church. The priest was reading a prayer. The priest told the newlyweds that they should be together until death do them part. The main character was listening to a sermon about a prosperous and happy family life. For a guy the age of 18 could be filled with thoughts of the future. He was in the full bloom of life then. The main character was getting married at the time. A girl screamed next to him. A little girl accidentally let a balloon out of her hands. She reached for it. The main character caught the balloon with his hands to keep it from flying upwards. The girl below was very happy. The guy returned the balloon to the girl's hands. He told her to be more careful next time. His name was Ji Chung. The girl thanked the guy. He himself looked like a regular university student. The excited little girl looked very frightened in front of her. Ji Chen was a demon in real life. He disturbed people and caused trouble. The main character was a very incurable otaku. He collected various anime figurines. Ji enjoyed acquiring figurines of girls and collecting them. When the demon was younger, he saw a magazine that came from the human world. He looked at it with great attention and wanted to go to the human world. Ji was walking down the street. He remembered that a new series of souvenirs he had been looking for a long time was coming out soon. The guy remembered that he had to pay for the pre-order of the game console. He was spending all his money on entertainment. The main character stopped in the street. He noticed someone's hair showing in the foliage of the trees. A rustling sound was heard in the tree. Ji was startled and darted away. There was a girl with red hair up in the tree. She got ready to jump down. The stranger flew swiftly down from a very tall tree to the ground. Ji Chen stood and looked at the stranger in the tree with great excitement. At the last moment, the main character decided to help the girl as she was falling. A girl from a great height fell on the protagonist. He asked her fearfully what happened. Ji looked at the stranger in surprise. She was unconscious. The guy put the girl with her back against a tree. He told her that she made his clothes dirty, and she should pay him back. The stranger opened her eyes. The girl sat near a tree and said something inaudible. Ji reminded her about his things being ruined. The interlocutor mumbled something. The guy was reminding her that she owed him compensation. The guy looked at his new acquaintance in amazement. She shouted happily as if she were reborn. A girl and her new friend went to a cafe for a bite to eat. The stranger happily consumed the food. She said it was as if she had been reborn. Ji sat and looked at his new acquaintance in silence. The girl said she tasted very good. The protagonist thought to himself grudgingly that he had gotten a little too relaxed and this had happened to him. The guy looked at the girl. She was consuming the food with gusto and she seemed very nice to him. Z felt his demonic senses telling him not to mess with this girl. The stranger thanked the protagonist for buying her food. Ji was glad that his new acquaintance wasn't hurt. The girl said that she was looking for someone, but decided to rest in a tree. That's where she fell asleep. The guy thought that his companion was a monkey. The stranger angrily thought it was all that guy's fault. She decided she was going to kill him and thought it might be the beginning of the main mission. The protagonist decided to leave quickly to avoid getting into something strange. The girl gave him a careful look. The stranger walked right up to the guy and said her name was Yu Shanshan. The main character told his girlfriend that she didn't need to know his name. Any other guy would have done the same thing. Yu told Strictly Boyfriend that he was a fighter for justice. She turned around and prepared to leave. Yu waved goodbye to the guy and said they would meet again. The main character thought his new acquaintance was cute, but very slow. At that time, the waiter brought him a bill for 648 yuan. A guy was walking through town. He shouted to himself that the girl had turned out to be a conniving rascal. Ji told the whole story to the woman. She couldn't believe that he had recently saved a girl who had fallen from a tree. The guy was late because he was paying for food for a stranger. The interviewee grudgingly told the guy that he was late on the first day. Ji repeated to the woman that all his words were true. The protagonist shouted fearfully that he didn't have much money. The collateral could even be his action figure. The interviewer told the guy to stop buying otak stuff. The woman told the guy that she would note that he wasn't there today. The protagonist shouted to the great angel for her to forgive him. The woman replied that she was keeping an eye out for demons in the human world. Ji shouted to the woman that this was very important to him. Any score would greatly affect his grade in the human world. The woman cunningly told the guy that she could be bribed. Ji asked fearfully to the woman, "Is she really the devil?" The woman replied that she was really an angel. The great angel's phone rang. She wanted to pick it up. The woman listened very attentively to her interlocutor. She was very interested. The great angel questioned her interlocutor as to whether he was seriously telling her that. The woman told the interlocutor that she understood everything and he could provide it for her. The protagonist at this time stepped aside. The great angel turned to the side and said that things were getting interesting. She shouted to the guy to wait impatiently. The main character saw a huge number of figurines of girls in the window. The guy really wanted to buy some of those anime figures. Z said to himself in a sad voice that he couldn't buy anything as he was hungry. The protagonist said to himself sadly he hadn't eaten anything since morning. The boy looked carefully in front of him and noticed a familiar silhouette. G saw a red-haired girl standing very close to him. He became worried. The protagonist realized that he was seeing a you familiar to him in front of him. The guy ran up to the girl and grabbed her arm. He yelled that she wouldn't run away from him. The girl suddenly grabbed the protagonist's arm and threw him to the ground with all her might. G felt a very strong blow. You asked the guy who he was. The main character reminded his girlfriend to pay him for the food. There were some strangers on the side. They wanted to catch the girl. The girl jumped to her feet very abruptly and started to run away. The people around her got scared. G was very displeased. He didn't understand what was going on around him. A strange man told someone on the radio that they were calling for backup. Another guy asked the main character if he was hurt. The main character was pissed. He realized the girl didn't want to pay. The protagonist shouted angrily so that no one would underestimate the demon. He was furious. The agents looked at the picture and then looked at the protagonist. G thought angrily to himself that he would make the girl pay. One of the agents told the guy to wait for him for a while. The other guy put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. The agent asked in a serious voice to the guy if he was a demon. The main character took off and ran away. The agent yelled at him to stop. The protagonist was angry. He couldn't understand why the agents were after him. G couldn't figure out who was following him. The guy realized that if he got caught, nothing good would come of it. He decided to leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed in the crowd a woman in glasses already familiar to him. The woman turned around and shouted that she could see Ji Chen in front of her. The woman put her hand out in front of her to stop the guy. She shouted that he had made it easy for her to find him. The protagonist managed to bounce aside. The woman asked fearfully, "Why is he dodging?" The protagonist ran into an alley. He yelled that it would be strange if he didn't duck. The pursuers gradually caught up with the guy. Z was running at full speed. He glanced back and realized that the agents with glasses were also chasing the angel. Suddenly, some hunch struck the boy's mind. He became very anxious. The protagonist decides he failed the test and now the agents want him back. G was at a dead end. He realized there was no way he could escape any further. The main character tried his best to fight off the agents. He figured there was still a lot he hadn't done in the human world. The guy deftly jumped on the back of one of his pursuers. The protagonist started jumping up the walls very quickly. G jumped onto the balcony. He called the stalkers a bunch of idiots. The guy looked down angrily. He realized the agents wouldn't be able to capture him so easily. There was a noise from the side. The protagonist realized that someone was near him. The main character saw a girl he already knew appear in front of him. She was scared. Yu looked at the guy in a frightened voice. She didn't expect to meet him here. The protagonist was also very disturbed. He looked at the girl unhappily. There was a very strong bang. The girl bumped into the protagonist after jumping. The guy and his girlfriend fell to the ground unconscious. Z and the girl were lying on a pile of bags after the collision. The agent called and said they found a guy and a girl, although there were some minor complications. G was lying unconscious. The agent confirmed that they had found both men. Yu was also unconscious. She never regained consciousness after the collision with the guy. The girl very slowly passed into herself. She opened her eyes and saw a blurry image. Yu was exhausted. She looked in front of her and didn't understand anything. The woman glared angrily at the girl and said as she finally woke up. The girl looked around frightened. She asked fearfully, where was she? Her interlocutor told her to calm down. The woman glanced to the side and said that someone might wake up there too. The girl asked who was in front of her. The protagonist opened his eyes and looked unseeingly in front of him. The girl accelerated sharply and rushed at the protagonist. G didn't realize what kind of place he was in. The protagonist dodged sharply to the side. The girl knocked the couch in flight with all her might. Z asked fearfully to the girl, "Does she really want to kill him?" You collapsed the sofa with a crash.
The girl angrily shouted for the protagonist to shut up and die.
G angrily pointed at the girl and said she had cheated him out of money and lunch. The woman around him was surprised that the guy had already met the girl before. A woman came up behind her and hugged the girl. She said that things were easier now. The girl Yu Shanshan will turn 18 this year. She is as much an angel as a woman. The woman told the protagonist that the girl in front of him would be his future wife. The main character was angry. He couldn't understand why he had to marry Angel. Yu got angry. She didn't want to marry a stupid demon. She called the guy ugly. The main character yelled to the interviewer that she looked like a flat-chested schoolgirl. The woman told the young people that the relationship between angels and demons was very tense. The newlyweds would be symbols of friendship and better relations between the races. The guy and the girl grabbed each other by the clothes. The main character didn't understand why he was involved. The main character angrily said that no one asked for his opinion. The woman replied to the interlocutor that a message had been sent to him. The guy was very surprised. The woman showed the guy her phone. There was a message from the Angels and Demons Committee. To improve the relationship between angels and demons, it was suggested to choose 2 guys to marry between them. The protagonist looked at his phone in surprise. He had a message about overdue payments. The user had to make a payment. The protagonist got angry and banged his phone on the ground with all his might. The woman glanced away unhappily. She said only 2 idiots took part in this. The protagonist looked at the frightened girl and asked, "What about her?" Yu said that her phone mistook the wedding message as spam and deleted it. The main character told the girl angrily that that was why she wanted to kill him. G called the interviewee an idiot. The woman cheerfully said that the girl was really an idiot. Yu accused the main character without knowing his name and appearance.
Guy G shouted very angrily that he would never agree to this.
The protagonist turned his hand judiciously to the side. He said it would never happen. Z looked at the woman and said thoughtfully that he only wanted 2D girls. The woman told the young men that they would receive bonus payments, and all their expenses would be reimbursed. The girl was very angry. She clenched her hand into a fist to attack the protagonist. The protagonist managed to block a punch from his girlfriend. Yu was displeased because the guy dared to hesitate. G replied that with those conditions, anyone would have started hesitating. The woman told the surprised future spouses that they needed to change. The woman calmly told the young people that today would be their wedding day. They are at the place where it will take place.
The guy and the girl were very surprised. They looked at their interlocutor in amazement.
The main character was very angry. He yelled to the agents that he wouldn't get married. A door creaked open and the guy found himself in a huge hall. He was very surprised. The protagonist saw very high church vaults in front of him. Z looked around inside the cathedral with great excitement and interest. There were no people there. The bride was in a white dress. She was yelling at the agents not to push her.
Yu was very displeased. She angrily screamed that she didn't want to marry a demon.
The main character looked admiringly at his girlfriend. He said she was very nice. The woman leaned over to the guy and told him this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The protagonist angrily asked her interlocutor what on earth she was doing here. The woman told the newlyweds that she would officiate the wedding. She was wearing a priest's vestment. The protagonist angrily shouted to be let go. The interlocutor explained that the guy would not be able to escape. The woman began to recite the wedding liturgy that husband and wife should be in sickness and in health. The main character heard that he would be with his wife until death do them part. Ji heard that he and his wife would live in wealth and poverty. The main character and his girlfriend were scared. They still wanted to run away. The woman asked the groom if he would marry the girl. The agent, instead of the protagonist, said into the microphone that he agrees. The woman asked the bride if she agreed to take this man as her husband. The agent answered into the microphone in the girl's place with her consent. The host announced that the bride and groom must now exchange rings. The protagonist resisted. A ring was placed on his finger.
The bride resisted too. She screamed scared to be let go.
The hostess said that now the groom can kiss his bride. Ji and the girl looked at each other angrily. The newlyweds looked at each other with hateful glances. Yu thought she would even die, but she wouldn't kiss the guy. The woman angrily told the newlyweds to hurry up. She was tired of standing. One of the agents put his hand on the girl's head to pull her over. The other agent put his hand on the protagonist's head to move him toward the bride. The agents held the newlyweds' heads out to each other for a kiss. The protagonist thought to himself unhappily that his dream life was over. Ji thought to himself that he hadn't realized what was going on today. He'd have to marry an angel. The woman thanked the newlyweds for their efforts and said she would go first. The guy and the girl were in a room in the building. The newlyweds lay exhausted in the room. The woman told the girl that her things would be delivered tomorrow by mail. She promised her interlocutors a good evening. Yu looked fearfully at the main character. She thought her life was over and it was like she was in a nightmare. The protagonist thought to himself that his first kiss was with an angel. The girl abruptly grabbed the ring with her hands. She told the guy that she no longer wanted to participate in this pointless game of wedding. A woman told the frightened newlyweds over the phone that their rings were enchanted. If they wanted to take them off, the jewelry would explode. The protagonist angrily said he didn't remember signing any contract. The woman told the newlyweds that they had signed a contract when they kissed. The guy and the girl were very scared. The woman told the angry young people that rings enhance feelings between young couples and bring them closer together. Also, the ring will sometimes provoke attraction of various spectrum. The protagonist looked carefully at the ring on his hand. He did not understand what the words of his interlocutor meant. The woman explained to the newlyweds that the rings would serve to interact and enhance their feelings. The girl was very displeased. The interviewee explained to the newlyweds that if they did not follow the instructions, they would be penalized. The main character thought about it. He realized that the contract would be valid for 1 year. It would be necessary to find out whether demons and angels could get along. In the end, all his expenses would be covered, and he would live with a beautiful girl. Ji gave a sly sideways glance and told himself that he couldn't see the downside. The girlfriend gave the guy an angry look and said that for her the only solution was death. Yu screamed very angrily that she would rather die than be with a demon. The girl ran frightened away. She wanted to get away from the guy. Suddenly the girlfriend tripped and fell. The protagonist ran up to her. The girl was sitting on the floor. She frightened, said her body stopped moving. Ji was very surprised. He didn't understand what was going on. The woman replied that it was all because of the ring. The woman explained to the newlyweds that the ring on their hands senses anger in the movements of its owner. As a result, the ring transforms all this into excitement. The couple can solve all their any problems with the help of love. Yu was sitting on the floor. She couldn't get up and felt aroused. The girl was panting heavily. She looked away. Ji glared at her. The protagonist turned aside. He realized he couldn't resist his girlfriend. The woman told the guy not to hesitate. The protagonist decided to act. The protagonist reached forward with his hand and grabbed his girlfriend to carry her. Looked at the guy with surprise and excitement. He silently carried her in his arms. The girlfriend looked at the guy and asked fearfully, "What is he doing?" The girl yelled at the guy to let her go. Ji opened the bathroom door at this time. The main character threw the girlfriend to the floor. She screamed very scared. The protagonist walked over to his frightened girlfriend and glared menacingly down at her. Yu screamed fearfully at the guy to stop. Her heart could not take it. Suddenly a guy pours water out of a bucket on his girlfriend. She's very surprised. Ji asked the girlfriend, "Does she feel better?" The girlfriend excitedly thanked the protagonist. The guy handed the girl a towel. She put it on her head. Yu thought her new friend wasn't so bad after all. The girl thought to herself that the guy didn't react in any way to what he saw. Z explained in a calm voice to his interlocutor that she had spoken her thoughts aloud. The protagonist explained that he was about to snap, but after thinking about it, he realized something. Z said in a very scared voice that he had no protection. The main character explained to the girl that she could have gotten pregnant. As a result, he would have to pay alimony. The interlocutor yelled at the guy that he was an idiot. The girlfriend was very angry. She was very upset by the main character's words. The girl kicked the surprised guy in the side with all her might. He flew off. The main character was sitting on the floor. A woman asked him over the comms if he was done with his girlfriend. The girl changed into her angel costume. She was wearing a miniskirt.
Above the girl were huge white wings. Feathers were flapping around.
The girl yawned tiredly and told the protagonist she was leaving. The main character wrapped his arms around his girlfriend from behind and told her not to leave. The guy said his name was Jia Cheng, and he was a demon. The girl yelled at the guy to let her go. Chen explained to the girlfriend that she should hide her wings. The protagonist thought to himself that his contracted wife's name is Yui, and she's a very annoying angel. Yesterday, the main character looked at the girl and offered her a deal. Yui was drying her hair with a towel. She asked her interlocutor what kind of deal he was talking about. Ji looked at his girlfriend with great attention. He studied her with interest. Yui put her foot on the guy's face. She told him that he didn't even have normal clothes for her. Ji explained to her interlocutor that she had to calm down or the ring would react again. Ji calmly explained to the girl that they needed to get back to their conversation. The protagonist explained to his interlocutor that he would never marry her. Yui replied grudgingly to her interlocutor, sickened at the mere thought of being with him. The protagonist slyly replied to his interlocutor that she would soon get used to such a marriage. The girl grudgingly and angrily replied to her interlocutor that he must have been joking. The protagonist said that the marriage contract lasts for 1 year. If it fails, it will automatically end. The two of them can use the marriage for their own purposes. The main character said cheerfully that they could gain life experience in the human world and get a cash prize. Z explained to his interlocutor that they had to prove that angels and demons could exist for a year. Then the contract would automatically end and they would be free to go. The boy inquired of his interlocutor what she thought of such a suggestion. The main character told the girl that she might just be afraid to fall in love with him. He added that he has absolutely no interest in underdeveloped girls. Yu decided to answer her friend what she thought. The protagonist was happy that the girlfriend had fallen for his suggestion. The girl swung around to hit the guy. She told him he had a lot of self-esteem. Yui told the guy menacingly not to do anything for a year that she might not like. The girlfriend viciously threatened the protagonist that she would kill him if anything went wrong. The girlfriend said goodbye to the main character that she wouldn't use her wings. Ji replied to the girlfriend so that she wouldn't be late on the first day of school.
The girl yelled at the guy to shut up, then she slammed the door shut.
The protagonist happily thought to himself that he would take advantage of the angel's arrogance. Z angrily thought to himself that he would slowly torture his girlfriend's body and mind. The protagonist imagined he'd make the girl's life hell when she realized what it meant to hurt a demon. A guy stood in the street and laughed evilly. A little girl pointed her finger in the direction and told her mom that the man was laughing strangely. The protagonist hoped that the teacher must know where the academic campus was. A lecturer at the university was looking closely at the list of students. The teacher asked the students, "Is Yu Shanshan here in the classroom?" Ji grudgingly thought his girlfriend was a dope. The woman told the guy that Yui was really bad at orienting herself on the ground. The exhausted girl looked up in front of her. She didn't know where she was. She looked around and didn't understand where she was. The main character and his girlfriend's rings squeaked. They took a very close look. The newlyweds realized fearfully to themselves that something had begun for them. Ji was frightened at the thought. He didn't understand what the assignment would be for him this time. The girl stared excitedly in front of her. She had no idea what the next order would be. A woman told a guy and a girl that they should perform the exercise in a specific pose and use all 3 parts. The protagonist and his girlfriend were very amazed. They stared silently in front of them. The newlyweds angrily shouted to the woman that they would not do that. The woman said she would explain it to them. The woman told the guy and the girl that they have a signpost on the ring. They can choose their own difficulty. The protagonist looked carefully at the ring and moved the settings. A new task appeared. Now he must hold hands with his girlfriend for 5 minutes. The woman explained to her companions that they should start now. If they didn't start now, the task would be considered a failure and a self-destruct program would be activated.
The main character was very unhappy. He said there were a lot of weird features.
Yui told her friend to hurry up and not waste time. They should just hold hands. The girl looked at the guy with interest and said it was all very nice. The protagonist didn't like the girlfriend's condescending tone. Ji swung his hand around. He told the girl with a smile so she wouldn't regret it. The main character, along with his girlfriend, were sitting on the couch. Yui told the guy that he didn't need to show off. The guy and the girl sat silently on the couch holding hands. The protagonist thought he was a man and there was no way he could lose. The girl glared angrily at the guy. She decided that her friend was feeling disgusted inside. The protagonist looked angrily at his girlfriend. He sensed that she had a hatred for him inside her. The girl was silent. She was staring in front of her and thinking about something of her own. Ji sat silently looking at the girl. She didn't react to him. The guy turned away and looked in front of him. The girl continued to not react to him in any way. Z thought to himself that this was the first time he had ever grabbed his girlfriend's hand. The protagonist unhappily tapped himself on the head. He didn't understand why his heart was beating faster. G angrily told himself that he was disgusted a couple seconds ago. He reminded himself that his girlfriend was only an angel. The protagonist said to himself that his girlfriend was really very nice. He scrutinized her. G glared. He studied his girlfriend's eyes with great attention. The protagonist was angry. He couldn't figure out what he was thinking just now. The woman informed the newlyweds that they should interlock their fingers for 1 minute. The girl along with the main character got angry. They shouted unhappily. Yui asked her friend, "Is he really scared?" The guy told her that she was scared herself. They slowly extended their fingers to each other. The guy along with his girlfriend pulled each other's fingers very slowly. The protagonist along with the girl tightly clasped their hands together. Yui and Ji felt very shy. They turned away to the sides. Yui held the phone in her hands and looked away. She felt very awkward. The woman informed the participants that the task had been completed. She congratulated them. The boyfriend and girlfriend were relieved. The girl said it was over and there was nothing to worry about. The main character told the girlfriend that she was very scared. Yui told the main character that his hands were sweating. She called him a demon virgin. The main character was arguing with his girlfriend. The woman was happily listening to their argument through her phone. The protagonist thought to himself that a wedding was a beautiful event. The guy thought two people in love starting a family and doing everything together. Z imagined the two people sharing the joy of pain and always supporting each other. The guy thought to himself that the newlyweds were doing something else together. The protagonist realized that's just the way it's supposed to be in a family. But the reality is a little different. G saw the mess of the apartment in front of him. The protagonist saw scattered items of clothing near the locker. The guy opened the door and into his girlfriend's room. He asked her how long she was going to sleep. The main character yelled at the girl to get up and clean up the mess. G rubbed her eyes after sleeping. She asked, "Is it already breakfast?" The main character shouted to the girl that it was already noon. The girl said in a haggard voice that it was lunchtime. The guy didn't like that girlfriend was only thinking about food. The protagonist angrily yelled to the girl that her room stinks. Z looked around the room with great attention. It seemed to him that a hurricane had passed through here. The protagonist took the object in his hand. He asked what was so soft and flexible. The girlfriend ran up and snatched the thing out of the protagonist's hand. Yui was very displeased. She looked fiercely and angrily at the guy. The girl threw the protagonist out of the room. She yelled that she didn't give him permission to come in. The boyfriend told his girlfriend to clean up the mess and do the laundry. Yui was carrying a basket of clothes. The girl was very unhappy. She didn't like the guy swearing a lot. The main character looked carefully at his phone. He had a balance on his account. The guy told himself that he was now free from the stupid part-time job. The main character hears a suspicious noise in the bathroom. He takes a closer look. Z went to the bathroom door. He asked in a disgruntled voice. What's in there? The main character took hold of the doorknob. He said he was coming in now. The guy opened the door and noticed the girl trying to close the washing machine lid with her foot. Ji asked the girl, frightened, what was she doing? Yui told him that she wanted to close the washing machine doors. The boy explained that she had stuffed a lot of things inside the machine. The main character looked at the car. He said he hadn't even paid off the loan on it. The girl said in a disgruntled voice that she was hungry. She looked very sad. The main character angrily told his girlfriend to make herself a meal. The girl looked away unhappily. She didn't say anything back to the guy. The protagonist received a phone call from a woman. He asked in a disgruntled voice, what did she want? The girl said the newlyweds' refrigerator was full. She looked around and didn't know what to do next. The woman wanted to remind the protagonist of a very important thing. Yui raised a small axe in her hand. The woman told the boy to remember the important thing. The girlfriend banged the axe on the table with all her might. The girl said of the protagonist that you should never be allowed in the kitchen. The protagonist watched fearfully as his girlfriend banged the axe on the table. Yui looked at the axe handle in surprise and didn't understand where the blade had gone. The protagonist was afraid. The demon remembered why he was afraid of being destroyed by angels. The guy felt a sense of hopelessness. The woman said excitedly to the guy she heard a loud crack. Yui was standing in the center of the kitchen. Next to her was a broken table. The protagonist collapsed exhaustedly on his feet. At that moment, he realized that you can't leave a girl alone. The guy shouted to the surprised girl that he wanted to do everything in her place. Ji yelled to his girlfriend that he would do the laundry and cleaning instead. The girlfriend was very startled. She could not understand why the boy was so frightened. The protagonist on his knees said fearfully for the girl to stop destroying his house. The guy told the girl in a very scared voice that he was begging her. Yui looked at her friend very incredulously and said she agreed. The main character's name is Jia Chen. He is a demon. The guy woke up and yawned. The guy looked at the girl. She was busy watching TV. At the moment, the main character lives with an angel named Yu Shan Shan. The girl got ready for breakfast. She was holding a cup. The protagonist remembered the special function of wedding rings. He reached out to his girlfriend. The girl was very surprised. The main character reached out and took the food from her. Ji held a glass of food in his hands. He remembered that rings have a wonderful function. The girlfriend was surprised. She looked at the guy with great displeasure. Z very quickly turned over the glass of food and swallowed everything from it at once. The girl was angry. She swung around to punch the guy's arm with all her might. The protagonist defended himself with his hand, which had a ring on it. It sensed perfectly if one of the newlyweds wanted to harm his partner. Yui swung around to hit the protagonist with all her might. She stopped at the last moment. A ring can make its wearer horny in an instant. Yui looked at the guy with hatred. In the end, no matter what the protagonist does, the girl can never fight back. Yui was standing near a bookshelf. She was going through the folders on top. A guy came up behind her. Ji told the surprised girlfriend that she had a very nice ass under her thin black pantyhose. The girl felt self-conscious about the guy looking at her from behind. The girlfriend swung around and wanted to kick the guy with all her might. At the last moment, the girl stopped. The protagonist defended himself with a ring. The main character laughed evilly. He told the girl that she should stop. The girlfriend felt really pissed off. She didn't like the guy's laughter. The girl stood outside and pounded on the wood with all her might with her hands. Yui pounded her hands and imagined the main character. She shouted that he was a bastard. After powerful blows from the girl, the tree broke. The woman shouted that it was amazing. The woman cheerfully said that the guy uses the limitations of the rings to play dirty. That's pretty typical of a demon. Yui didn't want to go back to the guy. She would have to humiliate herself again. The woman put her arm around the girl from behind and said it wasn't such a big problem. The interlocutor gave Yui a sly look and said she could share something with her as an apology. The girl was interested. She silently looked down at the woman. The main character ran into the girl's room. He shouted to her excitedly that he was back! Yui was sitting on the couch eating popcorn. The guy asked her what she was doing. The protagonist took the bucket of food from the girl's hands after a sudden move. Ji asked angrily to his girlfriend, "Why is she silent then?" He started munching on the popcorn. Guy put his hand on the girl's head and told her she had already given up. He asked her to hit him at least once. The protagonist thought about it. He decided to find the right insults for his girlfriend. Z was very happy to say rude things and moved around the girl. The main character gave the girl a sly look and said she could hit him. The girlfriend suddenly swung around and her fist reached the surprised guy's face. The protagonist suddenly received a very hard punch from his girlfriend. The guy flew far away from the girl with a powerful punch. You put all her strength into the punch. The girl stood and watched as her friend flew far back into the wall after the blow. The protagonist angrily yelled at the girl that she couldn't raise her hand to him. He didn't understand why the ring didn't react. Yu said in a calm voice that love can be shown through violence without any anger towards the partner. The girl angrily told the guy that her actions wouldn't activate the ring's hostility detector. The ring told the newlyweds that a new function had been activated. The woman should reward the man until one of them was satisfied. The protagonist was angry. He couldn't figure out what the reward would be for this assignment. Yui looked angrily at her friend and said that they couldn't fail the task now. The girl glared angrily at the guy. He shouted at her that he was wrong and offered to talk it all out. The main character was scared. He yelled for the girl to stay away from him. The bound protagonist mouthed words of apology to the girl. He promised to make up for all the snacks he ate. Yui held a large toy robot in her hands. She looked at the protagonist with interest. The guy asked the girl fearfully, what on earth did she want to do with his toy? The girl let the robot out of her hands, and then the toy started to fall to the floor. Ji was frightened. He watched with excitement as his toy shattered after falling. The main character screamed fearfully. He felt bad because his toy robot had crashed. The ring told the guy that a lot of hostility had been registered. The protagonist got worried. He realized that the ring was about to start working on him. The girl glared angrily at the guy. She was waiting to see what was going to happen to him. There was a new sensation in the protagonist's body. His eyes lit up. Ji thought excitedly to himself that now his body was no longer listening to him.
The main character yelled to the girl not to look at him like that. Yui silently watched him.
The girl ran out of the room and slammed the door behind her. She yelled for the guy to enjoy himself. Ji shouted after the girl not to leave. If things continued like this, it would be weird for him. The woman brought the girl a book. There were instructions on how to bind. The interviewee explained that this would help to humiliate Ji mentally and physically. Also, the woman advised that the girl should break one of the guy's figurines. This would make him suffer. The ring informed the newlyweds that they have a new assignment. They have to go to an amusement park this weekend. The protagonist passed into himself and opened his eyes. He was lying in the arms of his pillow. The girl was still asleep. She didn't react to the message. The newlyweds went to an amusement park. There were all kinds of rides around. Yu looked around with great attention and interest. There were many guests everywhere. The main character was very tired. He looked tiredly at his girlfriend. The girl was very excited. She ran around and scrutinized everything. Ayu said excitedly to the protagonist that the amusement park was exactly the same as in the pictures. Ji asked the girl unhappily, did she expect something different? The girlfriend smiled. She replied to the protagonist that it was her first time at an amusement park. Ji was very amazed. He realized that his girlfriend looked like a different person. The girl headed to the side and told her friend that they could start from here. The main character shouted to her that she was coming to the exit. Ji handed his girlfriend a small bracelet and fastened it on her arm. The main character explained to the interlocutor that he had put a special bracelet on her. Such a leash is used for children so that they don't get lost. The girl looked fearfully at her hand. She didn't understand what she was wearing such a bracelet for. Z looked angrily at his girlfriend and told her to shut up and put it on. A girl got on the bus. The main character yelled to her that the bus was going the other way. The protagonist was looking around. He told the girl that the whole trip to the park should have taken no more than 20 minutes. A girl called the protagonist from a remote location and asked where he was. G told his girlfriend to wear the bracelet and not to give him any trouble. The main character said in a cautionary tone that he didn't want to ride the roller coaster. Yu told her friend they could start on the roller coaster. She pulled him along. The guy got really pissed off. The ring demanded that the protagonist let the girl go. The ring explained to the guy that this was all an assignment for him. The protagonist was surprised. He looked away with great interest. Z was on a roller coaster. The worker told customers to fasten their seatbelts and keep their hands down. Yu screamed very happily. It was her first time on a roller coaster. The protagonist looked dejectedly in front of him. He realized that he would have to ride the ride. The train and its passengers flew sharply downwards. All the people screamed loudly and frightened. After the roller coaster, the main character was very exhausted. He was lying on a bench. Yui shouted to the main character that it was unbelievable to her. It didn't feel like flying at all. Girlfriend pulled the main character on the next ride. The guy was very unhappy. Then Yu and his friend went on another ride. A girl and her friend were racing cars at full speed. Ji and the girl went on another ride together. Yui was very happy. The girl decided to pull her friend for some more fun. Ji was very exhausted. The protagonist angrily shouted to the girl that his body couldn't take it anymore. The girlfriend put her arm around the protagonist's waist and pulled him along. Yui told the guy excitedly to hurry up and go. The girl smiled happily. She was excited for the entertainment. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend with excitement. He couldn't imagine what she was thinking. The protagonist felt very exhausted and drained. The girl handed the guy a drink. He felt very cold. Yui said with a smile to her friend, thanking him for his efforts. The girl was sitting on a bench. She said in a joyful voice that she was very happy. Ji said grudgingly that he had never felt anything like this. The protagonist consumed the treat. He thought he wasn't the least bit afraid for his girlfriend. Yui consumed the food. She asked her friend what they would do on their date. The protagonist pointed his finger fearfully at the girl and asked what was she up to. Yui was surprised. The main character told her that she wasn't herself today and was asking him stupid questions. The protagonist asked grudgingly to the girl, "What had they been doing all day?" A sudden realization came to the girl. She smiled very slyly.
G angrily yelled to his girlfriend that she was trying to get his attention.
The girl got angry. She kicked her friend with all her might. The guy fell to the ground. Yui turned around and walked away. She said she got off on the wrong foot. The main character and his girlfriend saw a huge hare in the quest room. He greeted them. The boy and the girl stopped. They looked at the hare with surprise. Under the hair mask was a woman already familiar to the young people. Yui greeted the manager. She told the young people that she worked here part-time. Angels also need to eat. The supervisor suggested that customers try going on an attraction called Ancestors Escape. The main character told the woman that she was talking to a demon. He is the epitome of a nightmare. Z said in a confident voice that he wouldn't be intimidated by such childish things. A girl wanted to go on a ride. The guy told her she didn't want to. The supervisor said with a smile to the main character that she was offering them a discount. The woman told customers that if they didn't scream on the ride, she would pay their repair bill. The leader angrily asked the newlyweds, did they chicken out? The protagonist asked the woman if her deal was still on. The manager replied that if the guy lost, she would pay him a month's pass. The woman picked up a book with a special devil's script. The supervisor handed the girl a small cell phone. It was a prop. The woman directed the surprised girl to a special entrance for her. The supervisor directed the protagonist to a special entrance for guys. The guy went behind the bedspread. He said it was just child's play for him. He decided to occupy his time that way. The protagonist noticed that he was in an ordinary room. He looked around in surprise. G walked over and opened the door to the room. It was quiet, and no one was inside. The boy looked around carefully. The room looked familiar to him. The protagonist heard a hissing sound from the side. He didn't understand what it was. The protagonist realized there was a text message on his phone. He opened the box. The main character noticed that someone texted him on his phone saying they were sorry. G was looking at his phone with great attention. At this time, a girl came up behind him. The main character was frightened. He shouted that it couldn't be. Yui jumped on him from behind. The girlfriend gave the guy a very angry look. G realized that the girl wanted to kill him now. He wouldn't be able to escape anymore. The protagonist screamed and immediately let the phone out of his hands and onto the ground. G was in a state of shock. He heard to himself what sounded like a kettle whistling on the stove. The girl laughed merrily. She told the main character that he had a shocked look on his face. The girl looked at her friend's frightened face. She told him that he could really. The supervisor roused the frightened boy. She told him to get up. The woman added that they were all having fun. The supervisor yelled to the terrified guy that she was telling him about their date. The girl was standing near the wall of defeat. She was reading the flyers carefully. Yui was busy reading. The woman told the guy that his girlfriend was very nice and this is her true face. The supervisor said that the girl hardly had any time for herself. She was learning about the world through the internet. It had been a long time since she had last seen her this happy. G calmed down. He said that he now understood why his girlfriend was so enthusiastic. Woman asked the guy if he likes angels more than fictional characters. G answered her interlocutor in the negative. The protagonist said thoughtfully that the girl could have been more developed in the chest area. The girlfriend put her hand on the main character's head. She scrutinized him. The girl grabbed her friend and pulled him behind her. She told the leader that they were going to the next attraction. The ring tells the guy and the girl that their mission is over. They get congratulations. G rejoiced. He said in a cheerful voice that their ordeal was finally over. The main character told his girlfriend that if they got home now, they'd be home in time to watch the anime. Yui stood beside the little girl and held her hand. She said in a frightened voice, the little girl had lost her mother. The main character angrily ran up to the girl and asked where she bought such a doll. The girl banged the guy's head with all her might and called him a bastard. Yui yelled to a friend that the little girl was scared. G told his girlfriend to leave the little stranger and go. Yui asked grudgingly to the guy, how on earth was all this going to help find the girl's mom? The protagonist angrily replied to his girlfriend that it would all help the girl wonderfully. The stranger looked fearfully at the quarrel between the people. The little girl was very scared. The main character yelled that he didn't want to get involved and it was pointless to waste a lot of time. The main character said it's totally okay to score on a little girl. Yui told her friend that all demons are the same. They are heartless, selfish, and only think of themselves. The girl said she couldn't have expected anything more from the guy. The protagonist was tired of arguing with his girlfriend. He got ready to take the bracelet off his arm. The main character threw the bracelet to his girlfriend and told her she could do whatever she wanted. G told the girl that he apologized to her for being heartless. In parting, the protagonist wished his girlfriend good luck and said that she could go on her own. The girl looked angrily after the protagonist. She didn't say anything to him. Yui took a little stranger with her to find her mom. The stranger asked her if she was okay. The girl told the little girl that she could trust her. The girl walked quickly and looked forward in front of her very angrily. The main character looked away angrily. He kept thinking about his girlfriend. Z very grudgingly threw the empty drink can into the trash can. The protagonist looked unhappily in front of him. He said he was very angry. G called himself an angelic moron. The family members of Yu Shan were reported missing over the speakerphone. The main character was angry. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with his girlfriend. Z turned to the side and said in a disgruntled voice that he didn't care at all. People around were paying attention to the protagonist. Someone yelled over the speakerphone that he was going the wrong way and there were cameras all over the park. The protagonist heard over the loudspeaker that he had to pass. Yu, accompanied by the lost girl, came to a small house. The girl sat up and looked in front of her. She said she did it again. The girl said that her mother always told her to come to this place if she got lost. The girl told her friend that she had a fight with her boyfriend because of her. Yu replied that it was okay. The girl glanced at her phone and noticed that her charger was dead. Yui thought to herself that she should have asked her supervisor to pick her up. The girl sat looking sadly in front of her. She didn't know what to do. Yui looked sadly in front of her and realized that the guy wasn't coming to her. The girl came to the unequivocal conclusion that all demons are the same. Suddenly, the main character burst into the room. He demanded that the broadcast be stopped immediately. The girl asked her friend, "So why did he come?" G angrily shouted back that he was worried about her. A stranger appeared at the side. She called out fearfully to the girl Ya. The little girl called out joyfully to her mother in return. The mother sternly told her daughter not to run away alone. Yui was surprised to see the mother of the lost girl. The main character said he found a panicked woman in the square. She was looking for a little girl. G brought the woman here because he thought she was the girl's mother. Most likely the woman told the child that they would separate and then meet under the clock in the square. Yui was very startled when she heard such words from her friend. G explained to her interlocutor that this was why he had advised her to leave the little girl where she was. Yui think to herself that looking for each other in a crowd is an ineffective method of action. From now on, she should think before she acted, so she wouldn't make herself look stupid anymore, the girl thought. She realized now what the main character's words meant. Yui waved her hand at the little girl and told Ta to be careful next time. The mother thanked the protagonist and his girlfriend. The girl also waved her hand to the guy and the girl. Z and her girlfriend approached the exit of the entertainment complex. The main character turned around and told the girl in a sad voice that they needed to go home. Z and her companion were walking down the street, and it was deserted. The protagonist was walking slowly forward. His girlfriend was following him. The guy walked slowly forward. The girl stared at his back. Yui looked at the protagonist in silence. She didn't know what to say to him now. Some thought popped into the girlfriend's head and she wanted to tell the guy. After that, the girl changed her mind abruptly. She turned her head to the side. Yui realized she needed to be more decisive. She tapped her face with her hands. The girl asked the protagonist to apologize in a frightened voice. The guy was very surprised. Yui said in a conciliatory voice to her interlocutor that she had said unnecessary things to him. Z told his interlocutor in a gentle voice that she didn't have to apologize to him. The protagonist revealed that demons are really as ordinary people imagine them to be. Angels and demons come from two different worlds, so it is impossible to reach an understanding. Z explained to the girl to forget about everything and live her life. The main character told the interviewer that they needed to wait until the contract was up. The girl grabbed the guy's arm from behind. She told him he was still mad. G was very surprised. He turned around unhappily and looked at his girlfriend. Yui called the protagonist a character called tsundere. The guy replied to the girl that she and her whole family are tsundere. The girl said excitedly that she hated demons, but she didn't hate the guy. The girlfriend looked at the guy and said she probably didn't hate him after all. Yu felt he could no longer stand on his feet. The girl shoved him off. The girlfriend kept pushing the protagonist away. She suggested he stop feuding. The main character felt himself falling down. He yelled to the girl not to push him. The main character was falling from a great height downwards. He had a girlfriend on top of him. The main character fell to the ground. A girl landed on top of him and kissed him. The frightened girl stood up. She looked at the boy anxiously. G fearfully yelled to his girlfriend to wait. He explained that she kissed him herself, and he didn't do anything. The main character noticed tears in his girlfriend's eyes. He asked her why she was crying. The girl was very agitated. The guy told her to calm down. Then the girlfriend swung around and punched the guy with her fist with all her might. There was a big bang. The guy was lying battered on the ground. He couldn't figure out why the ring didn't work. The main character asked her girlfriend how she wants to buy juice. She doesn't have any money on her. Yui decided to show the guy how she'd do it. A girl found a strange vending machine nearby. It sold drinks. Yui looked happily in front of her and realized that she had seen such a machine on TV. The girl began to shift in place foot to foot by the machine. Yui moved from side to side on the ground to get ready to strike. The girl looked closely at the machine and swung her foot. Yu kicked the machine with all her might to break it. After a tremendous impact, the drink bottles began to spill out of the machine. The girl piled up the drinks. That's when the cops spotted her from the side. The protagonist explained to the police that the girl had a problem with her head. He promised to reimburse the costs of repairs and drinks. The girlfriend was sitting on a bench next to the guy. She asked him why he was afraid of roller coasters. G told her it was a long story. A guy said he used to watch an anime called Detective Conan when he was a kid. In the first episode, one of the characters was riding a roller coaster. The main character frighteningly said that in the anime, in a roller coaster storyline, one of the characters' head fell off as they rode out of a cave. Z very apprehensively said that he can't stand roller coasters on a physiological level. The girl looked at her friend cheerfully. She had the urge to mess with him. When G was 6 years old, someone gave him a gift from the human world. It was a movie about everyday life at school. The boy was excited. A small viewer sat and watched the movie on the TV with great interest. G was absorbed in watching TV. There was some kind of fight. The young protagonist was frightened. He turned away fearfully. On screen, one of the characters told the girlfriend that she lied to him and she wasn't pregnant. G was really freaked out. The little viewer was very frightened. He thought that all women were very scary. The demon's childhood trauma became even stronger. A girl was sitting on the bed with a book. Her name was Yushanshan and she was an angel. At the moment, because of special circumstances, the girl is living with a demon named Jiachin. Recently, a girl followed her friend around the TV and discovered something. Chen was sitting and watching a movie. He was very sad with tears in his eyes. The girl noticed that the guy was different from the rest of the demons. He could actually sob while watching soap operas. Chen always studies his anime figures with great care and seriousness. When a girl makes a little mess in her room, her friend starts yelling and demanding that she wash and clean everything. Sometimes Yui thinks to himself that maybe all demons are like the protagonist. The girlfriend turned around and looked at the guy. She thought he might be pretty good. In the whole house, a girl can't go into the kitchen. If she goes in there, the main character gets very angry. The main character also has a superpower. Chen grabbed the knife in his hands and prepared to cook a meal. The guy chopped the vegetables neatly into bite-sized pieces with very quick strokes. The main character was cooking. He was totally focused. The guy was mixing different ingredients in a pot to cook. After cooking, the guy served the food on a plate on the table. It was beautifully arranged. Yui thought her friend's cooking ability was very amazing. She looked at the plates carefully. The girl saw appetizing cooked food. It was neatly arranged on dishes. From the beginning, the girlfriend refused to eat food from the main character. Yui shouted that she wouldn't eat food from a demon otaku. She would rather die than do that. The food smelled really good, so the girl couldn't resist. She tasted it. Yui asked her friend how he was so good at it, the guy replied thoughtfully. It's a long story. The main character said that when he got to the human world, he didn't know how to cook. Then he found out the cost of living. The girl shouted to the terrified protagonist that this was clearly not enough. When the guy had done all his shopping, he realized that he didn't have much money. He decided that he no longer had to make the choice of buying something or saving money. He decided that he was different. The main character cheerfully told his girlfriend that he wanted everything. Yui asked, "What did he do?" The main character asked the interviewee if she knew how much a chicken breast costs. Yui replied to her friend that she doesn't know how much the breast costs, but it's delicious. The main character explained to the girl that it is more profitable to buy raw food and then cook it at home. As a result, any dish can be customized to your tastes. Yui praised her friend for the good food. She asked how he made the dishes so delicious. Chen added that there are some people who can't eat even if they follow a recipe. Yui replied to her friend that he was slandering her. The girl's current life is different from how she envisioned it. She was socializing with her friend. Yu walked over and stood on the scale to check her weight. The hand twitched. The girl measured the results of the weigh-in. She found them unpleasant. Yui looked at the scales below her with great attention. She was very amazed. A girl was walking down the street and using the navigation app on her phone. She ended up at a dead end. The program thanked the user for her choice. The girl was angry. She couldn't understand why the app had sent her to the highway. The angel got lost again on her way home. The girl wasn't happy with the navigator. She didn't realize where she was. Yui suddenly heard a suspicious noise from the side. She stopped and looked over there. A girl saw some hooligans beating up a schoolboy. They were demanding money from him. Yui was holding her cell phone in her hands. She stopped and looked at the bullies. The protagonist was in the city in a store amongst the high-rise buildings. The guy was holding the box with the toy in his hands. He was happy that he finally bought this limited edition figure. The protagonist ran home to unpack the toy as soon as possible. He was thinking about what to make for dinner. Chen was surprised to see some hooligan chasing a guy next to him. The protagonist looked in the direction with surprise and apprehension. There was someone running fast. The protagonist hesitated. He didn't understand what was happening in front of him. That's when the guy's ring on his finger beeped. That was his cue. The protagonist got worried. He didn't understand what was happening to him. At which time the guy's hand with the ring pointed sharply away into the alley. The main character heard a very loud beeping noise. It was signaling his ring. Chen turned his hand in the other direction. There was complete silence in response. The protagonist pointed his hand to the right. Then he heard a loud squeak. Chen realized after much thought that he now had to go left. Suddenly, the protagonist's arm swung sharply to the side and pulled him. The guy was scared. He couldn't understand what was happening to him or why he was being pulled to the side. Chen shouted fearfully to himself that he couldn't control his arm. The guy put his feet on the ground so he wouldn't be pulled to the side, but he couldn't resist. The protagonist was being pulled sideways down an alley. He couldn't slow down. The guy ended up in some kind of a cul-de-sac. I could hear the sounds of battle from the side. The bullies were beaten. They couldn't understand why the girl was so strong. There were a bunch of fighters lying around the girl. One of them asked her what she wanted to do. Yui stood in a fighting stance. She angrily told her opponent that he was the one who started it first. The leader approached the bandits from the side and asked them what they were doing. He thought at first that some muscular dude had attacked them. The ringleader was twirling a knife in his hands. He told one of the fighters that he had been beaten by a little girl. The bandit with a blade in his hands told the girl that she was indeed very brave. The ringleader asked grudgingly at his interlocutor, had she swallowed her tongue out of fear? The angel was surprised. She asked the bandit in amazement, "What does he hold in his hand?" The ringleader was very much astonished. He did not understand the reasons for the girl's admiration. Yui looked at the knife in the guy's hand with interest. She couldn't understand why the weapon wasn't cutting his hand. The girl was complimenting the bandit. He was twirling the knife at the same time and felt flattered. Yu asked the ringleader for the knife. She picked it up with great attention and admiration. The bandits around were very impressed by the girl's smile. They thought she was an angel. The ringleader confusedly told the girl that she could keep her weapon. Yui was very taken aback. The girl swung with all her might and slapped the thug's hand across his face. Yui stopped fearfully. She realized that she had just gotten carried away. The girl pointed at the bandit and told him to refrain from doing such things. The ringleader shouted to his interlocutor not to tell him what to do. At which time the protagonist fell on the bullies from the side. Yui asked her friend in surprise, "How did he end up here?" Chen was lying next to a pile of garbage. The main character yelled to his girlfriend that the ring had drawn him to this strange place. The bullies tried to bring their ringleader to his senses. The girl yelled to her friend that she was always solving his problems. The protagonist turned around and asked suspiciously, "Who were the guys next to him?" The bandits prepared to attack. One of them said that the protagonist attacked their boss from behind. Chen asked his girlfriend with great hatred what she'd done this time. The girlfriend realized that the presence of the protagonist would help her deal with a lot of people. The demon must be pretty strong. The main character told the thugs that there had been a misunderstanding. He asked them to let him and his girlfriend go. The hooligans got angry. Chen explained in a calm voice to his interlocutors that they had left him no choice. The protagonist shouted at the bandits to let him go. They can do whatever they want with the girl. The girlfriend yelled at the guy that he had no dignity at all. Chen didn't want to solve the girlfriend's problems. He wanted to go home with his waifu figurine. The guy looked around and noticed that he had lost the gift bag. One of the bandits picked up the box and examined it from all sides with astonishment. The protagonist accelerated and kicked one of the hooligans with all his might. Chen grabbed the toy in his hands. He shouted angrily to the bandit not to touch his waifu. The hooligans were standing in front of the guy. They decided to beat him up with the girl. Chen thought it was careless of him. The girl yelled at the guy for pissing off the opponents. The protagonist looked angrily at the bullies. He realized he had no other choice. The guy was holding several boxes of pepper. He shouted to the frightened girl to close her eyes. The main character started pepper spraying the bullies. He yelled that it was his secret technique. Chen looked around and looked at his girlfriend next to him with great attention.
Yui screamed fearfully that her eyes hurt. The guy yelled to her that she should close her eyes.
The protagonist grabbed the girl's arm with his hand to help her. Chen excitedly shouted to the girl to run sideways behind him. The girl didn't see anything. She wiped her eyes and followed the guy. The protagonist pulls his girlfriend by the arm sideways to take her to the safe place. Chen and the girl managed to escape to a safe distance into the city. The protagonist put his hands to the water. He wanted to help the girl wash her eyes. Yui yelled that she was in a lot of pain and couldn't open her eyes. Chen told the girl not to wave her hands. He wiped her eyes with a tissue. The pissed-off guy yelled at his girlfriend to wipe her face herself. He left the napkin behind. Chen grudgingly turned to the side and said he couldn't believe it. The main character said he saw some guy running out of an alley. The fugitive must have seen the girl and guessed that she was sticking her nose where it didn't belong. Chen explained to the interviewer that she was in a lot of trouble. It was because she had interfered in someone else's business. Yui smiled very contentedly. To herself, she was glad that the guy was able to escape. The protagonist got angry at his girlfriend. Yui replied that she didn't help the stranger because of gratitude. Chen said, displeased with the girl, that she always behaves recklessly. The guy asked his girlfriend if she had a perverted sense of justice. Or did she want to satisfy her pride? Yui told him neither. The guy grudgingly said that all angels were not right in the head. He explained to his interlocutor that there were some important rules in the human world. You can't engage in useless nonsense and put your own interests first. Also, you can't interfere with what happens in the human world. Yui told her friend that he saved her, although he should have just run away. Chen replied to her friend that he had to save her. The girl smiled slyly for the protagonist and said he could call out to her for help. She would come running to save him right away. The main character turned around and started to walk away. He said goodbye to his girlfriend. The girl told the protagonist that he didn't listen to her at all. Chen advised the girlfriend to spend her free time improving her intelligence. The girl was angry. She told the main character she was serious. Chen turned and looked at the girl silently. He studied her carefully. The main character threw a pack of Band-Aids to his girlfriend. He said he got them at a discount at the supermarket. Yui pulled a Band-Aid out of the box and studied it very carefully. The main character told the girlfriend to treat the wounds. The girl didn't understand what it all meant, and why the guy gave her all this. Yu asked the protagonist very angrily, "What is he trying to accomplish?" The girl shouted to the guy that he should put this thing on his chest. She had seen it in books. Chen asked her friend what kind of books she had read. She replied that she had found the books under the guy's bed. The protagonist was not happy that she had entered his room. The protagonist and his girlfriend continued to fight and shout outside. Yui demanded that he let her go. The mother put her hand over the girl's eyes so she couldn't see anything happening in front of her. The guy put a Band-Aid on the girl's bruised fingers. She was very surprised. Yui smiled and apologized to her friend. Chen shouted at her to burn in hell. The girlfriend came up and asked the protagonist, "What is basketball?" Chen was working on his tablet at the time. He was surprised by his girlfriend's question. The protagonist suggested that his companions search the internet. Yui replied that she knew very little about the human world. Her friend asked her to take part in the school basketball club activities tomorrow. The guy gave the smitten girlfriend a stack of books and a basketball video course. In parting, the protagonist told the girl that he was looking forward to her match tomorrow. Yui confidently promised her friend that she would do her best. The next day, the protagonist arrived at the basketball court. Chen sat on the playground and yawned. He wanted to sleep. He felt exhausted. A woman came up and told the guy that she didn't know he was going to participate in the activities at the basketball club. Chen explained that he had come because he sensed that something interesting was going to happen. He asked Hag, "Why did she come?" The leader replied that she too had a feeling that something interesting was going to happen. So she decided to keep the guy company. The main character saw a girl on the set. He said the main character of the day showed up. The female viewers were screaming for Yui to give it her best, and she can do it all. The girl calmly turned to the side and looked at the cheerleaders. Yui waved her hand to the girls on the podium. She thanked them for their support. The girl thought to herself, she was well trained, so she shouldn't have any problems. The referee called the game. The court was full of girls. The presenter was holding the ball. She said that this year's schoolgirls are very cute. The woman told the basketball players that she was the president of the club. The woman angrily told the contestants that she would not spare them. At this time, Yui snatched the ball from the woman's hand. Yu threw the ball from afar into the basket. She hit it exactly. The girls around her were surprised. The host looked at the basketball player with amazement. She thought she was very capable. Yui ran past sharply and grabbed the ball again to throw it. The girl threw the ball straight and true into the ring. The judge couldn't understand why the girl was having so much fun scoring points. The main character couldn't understand why his girlfriend was so good at basketball. Yesterday, she didn't even know anything about the game. The manager told the guy that he didn't know anything about it yet. Yu drove the ball around the court very fast. The woman said that the girl could absorb science much faster than ordinary people. The leader told me that a girl can learn something just by reading about it. Yui pushed off for another throw. The woman said that a girl for things interesting to her could become a genius. Yui flew towards the ring. She had the ball in her hand. The referee was very surprised. The girl took flight and threw a basketball straight into the basket. Yu was very happy. She thought happily that now her team would win easily. The supervisor turned to the side. The judge told her that it was now the spare's turn. Chen thought to himself that now he wouldn't be interested in watching. The basketball players all around were praising the girl. They got ready to play on. The woman looked away very unhappily. She decided that she had better quit basketball. The difference in points between the teams was minimal. The coach yelled that they had 30 seconds left. She demanded that her basketball players surround the girl. Rival asked the basketball player how she liked the power of teamwork. The supervisor told her opponent that it was very sneaky of her. The basketball player replied that it was a team sport. The ball went up in the air. The basketball player turned to the side and was surprised to notice that the girl had disappeared somewhere. Yui ran up at great speed to catch the ball in time. The girl decided to herself that she needed to use this trick. The girl yelled to the keeper that she was betting everything on this pitch. Yu swung her arm to hit the ball with all her might. It was her killer serve. The basketball players were surprised. They were ready to watch a killer serve. The supervisor looked at the girl with great attention and excitement. The protagonist was excited. He silently watched his girlfriend's punch. Yu swung around and hit the ball with all her might with her left hand. The ball hit the girl very hard and painful. Her arm was cracked. The ball bounced a short distance away from the girl and rolled across the court. Yui scrambled. The blow to her arm was very painful for her. She twisted to the side. The spectators and players were surprised. The girl shouted that she had broken her arm. The protagonist realized his girlfriend had lost. It was game over for her. The woman told her that she had hit the ball wrong. The girl explained that she had read about such a serve in books. Supervisor Po inquired about the book. Yui showed her the comic book. Hag explained to her interlocutor that the guy decided to play a prank on her. The main character gave the girl a comic book that described fictional techniques. The girl can't play supernatural basketball in the real world. The girl was very surprised. She couldn't believe that this killer pitch turned out to be fake. The girl turned to the side and said she was sure. She looked at the guy carefully. The girlfriend was carefully remembering what kind of basketball skills the main character taught her. Yui thought the guy turned out to be a bastard. The main character videotaped his girlfriend's play. He decided to enjoy it when he got home. Yu was very angry. She decided to herself that she would definitely kill the guy. One of them asked Shan if she was all right. The girl told her co-workers in a whiny voice that they lost because of her. The basketball player told the interviewer it wasn't her fault. They're mostly newcomers. The team has gotten far, only thanks to Shan.
The basketball player cheerfully said the girl yelled at the end about the killer serve.
One of them said that she would be so embarrassed that she couldn't leave the room. Her companion suggested that the basketball player go to the nurse's office. Yui replied that she was fine. Someone warned her to be careful because it was slippery. Yui felt that it was very difficult to stand on her feet. Her foot slipped on the ground. The girl staggered very unpleasantly. She realized that she was about to fall to the ground. An unfamiliar guy came running up from the side. He picked up the girl and shouted at her to be careful. The basketball player told the girl that the area around here has been cleaned up and it's still very slippery. Yui looked at the stranger with great surprise. She thanked him. The supervisor tapped the guy on the back with her hand. She yelled someone was hugging his wife. Chen was busy on his phone. The unfamiliar guy called the girl by name. He explained that she was famous. She was considered a pretty exchange student. The basketball player said his name was Lin Ji. He is a third-year student and is the president of the basketball club. The girl hesitated. She couldn't remember her paperwork saying she was an exchange student.
Chen told the interviewee that they only lived together because of the contract. He and the girl also agreed not to interfere in each other's affairs. She can do whatever she wants. Hag said that a love triangle could have appeared now. The woman said she was jealous when she looked at the guy. Lin told the girls to be careful as it was slippery all around. They thanked him. The president told no one to worry about the inventory. He would clean it up himself. The supervisor said that Lin is very capable and popular with a good character. The main character should hate guys like that. Chen replied to the interviewer that she was wrong.
The main character said he has no hatred for the president. They could get along well. The woman said, disgruntled to the protagonist, that she didn't expect him to react that way. Chen replied to her that there was some kind of misunderstanding. The basketball players decided to go to the locker room and change. They were sticky with sweat. A girl said there's some guy who secretly takes pictures of everyone in the locker room. The basketball player said the stranger even posted pictures online. Her girlfriend told her that the perpetrator has not been caught yet. She listened to her interlocutors with astonishment. Lin warned his new girlfriend that if she saw anyone suspicious, she should let him know. The girl asked the president, did he really think he could handle it? The guy replied that he was absolutely sure. Lin told the girl to go to the nurse's station. She can't leave her injury untreated. Yui replied that she was fine. The president asked the girl if she knew where the nurse's office was. Yui replied that she didn't know. The guy said he would take her now. The other girls watched everything with amazement. The girls waved goodbye to Yui and said they would change and then see each other in class. The caretaker watched Yui. The guy told her he wasn't very good at this. The main character felt tired. He decided to take a nap before his next class. Chen heard his ring. It was an incoming assignment. The protagonist has 10 minutes to bring his angelic wife in his arms to the nurse's office. The protagonist once again scrutinized his mission. He needed to carry his girlfriend in his arms like a princess. The supervisor looked at the guy with interest. She wondered what he was going to do. The guy imagined carrying a girl in his arms in front of so many people. It would ruin his love life. Chen thought that he didn't want to socialize with a girl, at least at school. This place was the last refuge for him. The ring told the guy he had 8 minutes left. He needed to start the mission immediately. The main character was scared. He realized he had no other choice. Then he remembered he still had that thing. The president and his companion were walking together. He was pointing her in the right direction. At the same time, some stranger appeared nearby. He was speeding away. The stranger ran up to the girl at high speed and prepared to grab her. Yui was very frightened and screamed. Someone grabbed her in their arms as she walked. The main character was wearing a mask. He was carrying his girlfriend in his arms. The president was watching from the sidelines. Lin was very surprised and frightened. He stared after the protagonist in amazement. The girl angrily yelled at the guy to let her go. Chen explained to the girlfriend that it was him and demanded that she not hit him. The protagonist explained to the girl that this was a special assignment. She must stop resisting or they wouldn't make it in time. Yui was very startled. She looked at the masked guy with great surprise. The protagonist ran down the hallway at full speed. People looked at him in amazement. Chen ran into the nurse's office at full speed. He brought the girl in. The guy was standing near the door. He thought happily that no one recognized him. If anyone saw him, he had a mask on his head. Chen looked around the office. He didn't know for sure if it had been more than 10 minutes. The girl was sitting on the bed. She gave the guy a disgruntled look and asked, "What's he doing?" The protagonist said to himself excitedly that he might not make it in time. He asked the girl if she was bruised anywhere. Yui replied angrily that she was fine. Chen decided to scrutinize his girlfriend. He grabbed her knee with his hands. Yui asked unhappily to the guy, "Where is he touching her?" She felt a very strong pain. The guy looked at the girl's leg and noticed that it was very swollen. The girl was sitting on the bed. She could hardly hold back a scream because of the pain. The guy told her he would bandage her up. The protagonist was in a hospital building. The corridors were deserted. Chen was sitting on the bottom of the girl's leg. He was scrutinizing her. Yui looked at her friend silently and wordlessly. She trusted him completely. The girlfriend asked with interest to the guy, how on earth did he know she had a sprain? Chen replied to the girl that she didn't need to play basketball with shoes on. The guy told his surprised girlfriend that he was actually watching her. Chen told his girlfriend that he didn't want to miss the moment when she made a complete fool of herself. The girl was angry. She looked at her friend unhappily and said nothing. Chen reminded the interviewer of her pathetic facial expressions. She made them when talking to her friends. Yui explained that she couldn't find common ground with the other players. It was the first time she was making friends, and she didn't want to mess up. The main character told the girl that she had the opportunity to strike up a conversation with a handsome blonde man. Yui yelled back that none of that was true. The guy told the girl that he fixed her up. The ring told the owner to keep putting his best foot forward, even after completing the task. Chen told the girl that he had nothing more to do here and was leaving. Next time she could do it herself. The girl swung around to hit the guy. She said she hadn't paid him back yet for the basketball stunt. It was his fault she made a fool of herself. Chen dodged his girlfriend's blows. He told her that she shouldn't take Demon's words at face value. He thanked her for giving him a lot of pleasure. The guy told his girlfriend he didn't care whose company she was in. By the door, the main character told the girl she'd better stay away from the blonde guy. The protagonist advised his girlfriend to take care of herself. Yui was very angry. The girl hesitated. She couldn't remember where the locker room was. She should have asked about it earlier. At the side, some stranger told the girl exactly where the locker room was located. At the table sat a woman with glasses and a cup in her hand. She apologized to Yui for scaring her. The girl was amazed that there was someone else around them the whole time. The nurse explained that the young people were very busy, and she was not noticed. She added that the guy and the girl had an interesting role play with the rings. The girl very quickly jumped out of the office. She apologized for the inconvenience. Yui thought fearfully to herself that she was very embarrassed. They were caught by the nurse. The girl looked around carefully. She couldn't figure out where she was. The main character looked at the beautiful anime girl with yellow hair with great attention. The heroine with the blue hair was very attracted to the guy. She was lying on her back and looking at him. The protagonist noticed a girl with dark hair in front of him now. He looked at her carefully. Chen looked at his phone. He said the older girls are very pretty. He looked at them and wants to buy more. The protagonist was sitting on a city street in a stadium. He noticed that he has more expenses for this month. He will have to start saving money. Chen sat and managed his household finances on his phone with great attention. He remembered that his girlfriend wanted to walk to the locker room by herself. The protagonist thought about it. He couldn't believe that a girl could get lost on the school grounds. Yui sat staring exhaustedly in front of her. She felt very hot. The girl propped herself up on a rock and looked around. She couldn't figure out where she was. Some student yelled on the loudspeaker for a girl to get off the rock. She was interfering with the photography club. There weren't many people in the school at the time. A few guys were making their way to the locker room. The students approached the doors behind which was the women's swim club locker room. The guy decided to see if he could get some hidden camera footage. The student slipped his hand through to reach for the hidden camera that had been installed. The guy unscrewed the outlet. There was recording equipment hidden behind it. The perpetrator told his friend that they had a lot of urgent shots this time. The accomplice said they couldn't stay here for long. He asked that the friend help him. The guy said it's okay and no one's coming here at this hour. An accomplice said the club president could easily take and get permission for the locker room keys. Lin told his friends with a smile not to talk. It was hard for him to maintain the image of a young guy. The president held up his phone. He said they have had an increase in views and subscribers recently. Lin put his hand on his underling's shoulder and said that someone was taking the initiative to put a gloss on his public image. The president angrily dreamed, "What a face the girls will have when they find out the truth." One of the guys shouted that Lin can do what they can't. The girl wandered carefully down the corridor. She couldn't figure out where the locker room was. Suddenly, Yui jabbed at a sign that indicated that there was a locker room nearby. The girl rejoiced. She shouted that she had found what she needed. The girl walked into the locker room. She apologized for being late and explained that she had lost track of time. A student with a camera told a friend that he forgot to lock the door. Monday replied that he expected him to do it. The president became agitated. He didn't understand what the girl was doing here. Yui stood looking intently at the uninvited guests in the women's locker room. After a long pause, the girl angrily asked the guys what on earth they were doing here. The boys inside the room were surprised by the appearance of an unexpected guest. Lin looked at the girl. He didn't understand what she was doing here. The president realized that he could still save the situation. He decided to circle the girl. The guy put his hand on the girl's head and told her not to jump to conclusions. Lin said he and his friends were checking the report and found the crime weapon. The students yelled that they had discovered a secret wiretap. The president looked sternly at the guys and thought they were two idiots. She couldn't figure out what kind of secret wiretap she was talking about. Suddenly a hunch flashed through the girl's mind. She guessed everything at once. Yui looked at the intruders and told them sternly that they were the very perverts. The president glared angrily at the girl. He told the boys to shut the door and keep her from escaping. One of the guys slammed the door shut and yelled they wouldn't let Yui! The student ran up and grabbed the girl's arm to pull her along. Yui realized that she would have to fight back now. She prepared to release herself from the grip. The girl did a very quick interception hold and grabbed the guy's arm. Yui wanted to throw the guy to the ground with a powerful grab. The girl lashed out with all her might at the intruder's arm, and he fell to the floor. Another guy angrily ran up from behind to attack the girl. Yui jumped with her hands on the floor to attack her opponent's legs. The girl knocked the intruder's jaw from underneath with a very powerful leg kick. Yui decided to waste no time. She ran at full speed to attack the president. Lin was very much frightened. He couldn't believe the girl was so strong. Yui was about to get close to the guy. She prepared to hit him. Lin pulled out his phone. He threatened the girl that he might post pictures of her. The girl swung around and slammed her foot into the wall next to the guy's head with all her might. Yui stood and angrily looked down on the president. The guy was silent. The girl looked at the president calmly and said it meant nothing to her. The president was scared. He realized the girl wasn't afraid of his threats. Yui looked carefully at her phone. She noticed some image on the phone. She couldn't figure out what she had just seen. In the huge university building, students were preparing to continue their studies. The gym was full of people. They were all sitting around waiting for class to start. One of the girls said that Yui was late. The girlfriend replied that the student might have gotten lost. One of them said that Shan was very nice, and there was no man in the world who could refuse her. She said with a smile that she had gotten a little lost. Her friends asked her what had happened. Shan replied that she had just tripped and fallen. Beaten guys were sitting in the street. One of them couldn't believe he'd been beaten by a girl. Another said the girl was very strong. The president told his associates they were brainless idiots. They almost blew it. Lin told his friends that he, too, was in a bit of a panic. The president told his friends with a chuckle that they were very lucky. Stupid people still exist. The main character looked at his girlfriend fearfully. He asked, "Doesn't she know how to greet her friends?" Chen told the girl that she was stupid and couldn't do the most ordinary thing. The main character told her he would teach her how to greet her friends. Chen smiled very slyly. He showed his interlocutor his middle finger on his hand. The girlfriend asked the guy with great interest what was the meaning of his gesture. Chen told the girl that he had just shown her an international friendly gesture. She could use such a gesture to show her friendliness to anyone. The protagonist explained to his girlfriend that she could use the middle finger gesture to show her sincerity. Yui hesitated. She felt the urge to slap her friend. The main character offered the girl to practice. She raised her hand and gave him the finger. The protagonist got angry. He explained to his interlocutor that she had done very poorly and demanded that she do it again. The girlfriend repeated the desired gesture several times. Eventually, she learned to point her middle finger sharply. Chen explained to his girlfriend that she learned very quickly and mastered everything she needed to do. The girl said goodbye to the main character. She said she would go and practice. She was bored. She wondered how her newlyweds were getting along. Suddenly, the woman saw the main character rush past her. He was laughing as he walked. A girl was now following the guy. She was demanding that the guy stop and talk to her. Yu stood beside the woman. She said sadly, another week has passed. Another cut chapter. The supervisor replied that the author is busy with her book. It comes out next month. The main character said excitedly to the woman that he could not sleep now. The woman replied to him to rest. A guy with glasses told a woman that he wanted to sleep, but the script wasn't finished. The woman replied that he should. The guy laughed. He yelled out that this script was pretty awesome. The woman replied to him that he was already pretty good with a pen and should keep drawing. The interviewee asked the guy how long he had been having these symptoms. He told her he'd been having them for over a month. The main character was in the kitchen. He was completely absorbed in the cooking process. The guy made a special macaroni and fruitcake. He was happily inspecting it. He took the phone in his hands. He happily photographed the finished dish from every angle. A guy asked his girlfriend if she wanted to try fresh pie. The protagonist thought about it. He couldn't believe his girlfriend still hadn't come back. Suddenly, a thought struck the boy. He was very much frightened. Chen started to throw off his kitchen outfit very quickly. He remembered that there was a promotion at the store today, and he had forgotten to pick up his girlfriend from school. The guy was dressing very quickly. He hoped the girl hadn't gotten very far away from him. At this time, the girlfriend opened the door slowly. The main character was preparing to run outside. Chen held the phone in his hands. He looked at the girl who walked in with great surprise. The main character was very surprised. The girlfriend took off her shoes and went to her room. Chen looked after the girl. She walked silently past him and didn't say anything to him at all. The protagonist thought about it. He realized that his girlfriend might have had something wrong. Yu quietly sat down at the table near the bowl of rice. She picked up the chopsticks and prepared to eat. The protagonist was sitting quietly at the table. He was consuming food with his girlfriend. The newlyweds sat quietly at the table across from each other. They ate in silence. Chen wondered. He was very curious about what was going on here. The main character couldn't believe the girl could find her own way home. She looked depressed. The guy realizes he has to ask his girlfriend why she's acting this way. He has to look uninterested. In the first option, the guy could tell the girl that he is a senpai to her. She should tell him what's bothering her. In the second option, the guy would ask the girl to talk. He wouldn't have a problem listening to her. In the third option, the guy would jokingly say that he hadn't seen an angel in hours. The protagonist realized that if he just opened his mouth, he would die of shame. He was getting more and more interesting by the minute. After a long pause, the guy asked the girl what was wrong with her face. Chen pointed out to his girlfriend that it was as if she had tripped and fallen on her face. The guy looked at his girlfriend with a smile. She didn't answer him anything. Chen laughed quietly to himself. The girl didn't react in any way. The main character started angrily eating the food off his plate. He was agitated. The protagonist angrily shouted to the girl not to ignore him. He didn't want to make a fool of himself. Yui told her friend calmly that she hadn't heard what he had just said to her. The girl angrily told the guy that he just scared her. Chen asked grudgingly to the girlfriend, so why is she ignoring him? The guy calmed down a bit. He asked his girlfriend what her problem was. The girl calmly replied to the protagonist that it had nothing to do with him. Chen remembered that girlfriend was acting normal in the medical room. Something happened in the locker room. The main character shouted to her frightened girlfriend that something had happened between her and the blonde guy. Chen told the girl that his hunch had become correct. He demanded that the girl tell him everything. The girlfriend hesitated. She didn't know what to say to the guy and stared in front of her. Yui sat silently on the bed and put her hands on her knees. She didn't know where to start. The girl decided to tell the protagonist everything. He listened to her carefully. Chen got a big laugh. He realized his girlfriend had caught the president in the act. The protagonist told his girlfriend in a joyful voice that she was indeed a master at getting lost. Yui asked apprehensively to the guy, so how did he know the president was behind the secret filming? The protagonist reminded his girlfriend that he was a demon. He has a nose for this kind of thing. The president's evil intent has long since spilled beyond his earthly body. Yui was startled and asked her friend why he hadn't told her if he knew. Chen explained to his girlfriend that he wasn't a cop. He shouldn't waste his precious time on boring things. The protagonist said slyly that the conflict only involves humans and he doesn't need to get involved. Chen told the surprised interlocutor that she was a useless creature who had been tricked by ordinary people. The main character told the girl that the president threatened her with pictures of her friend or something. This trick is very old. Yui excitedly asked the protagonist if there was any way to stop the intruders. The protagonist replied to the surprised girl that he didn't care at all. Chen told her in a judicious voice to stay out of it. He advised her not to even try to expose the president.
Yui didn't understand why her boyfriend was telling her not to do it. The main character explained that Lin is a very meticulous guy and leaves no trace. The girl was lucky to catch him red-handed. If the girl tries to expose Lin, he will say that she confessed her love to him, and he turned her down. Now the girlfriend is taking revenge on him and framing him. People will believe the president of the club and not the exchange student. The guy warned the girl that bad rumors would quickly fly everywhere. People would think she was a vengeful villain. Her carefree life would be over. The main character said that when the girl caught the president in the act, there was a lot of hard evidence. She could have secretly filmed him or screamed. It would have gotten the attention of the teachers and classmates. The protagonist told the girlfriend that various ways could have worked if she'd reacted in time. Chen turned around and told the girl that she had played the worst-case scenario, but she had the best combination. The main character told her girlfriend that she couldn't win if she left the table and didn't touch the cards. Chen opened the refrigerator door. He figured he could relax now. The girlfriend came up behind the protagonist and grabbed him by his clothes. The girl angrily inquired of her friend, "Is there no other way?" Chen replied grudgingly to his girlfriend that she had been over-vigilant lately. The protagonist reminded the girl that they had agreed not to interfere in each other's lives. Chen got ice from the refrigerator. He told the girl not to do anything she wasn't sure about. The guy put ice on the girl's face. It should help clear up the bruising. Chen explained to the girlfriend that she should just stifle her sense of justice and start enjoying life. The girl plopped down on the bed. She held the ice near her face and thought about her own. Yui thought deeply, looking up at the ceiling. She didn't know what she should do now. Yu looked at the president with great excitement. She wanted to discuss the pictures. Lin replied to the girl that these are the same photos of her girlfriend. If she does everything he says, the photos won't end up in the public domain. President asked the girl, does she realize the position she's in? Lin asked slyly to her interlocutor, what will people think of her girlfriend when the pictures end up on the internet? The guy explained to the girl that people would look at her friend unfavorably, and she might get kicked out of school. As a result, the girl would fall into despair and fear, from which she would not be able to escape. She would no longer be able to live a normal life. Lin whispered slyly to the girl that she would be the blame for all her girlfriend's problems. The president looked angrily at his interlocutor and offered her a deal to keep the secret. Yui asked the guy if he would keep his word. Lin told her that he would keep everything. Shan was sitting in the classroom and looking at her face. At that time, her teacher called her. Yui came to her senses. She looked very convulsively and intently in front of her. The student jumped up abruptly from her seat and said as she was here. The teacher told the student not to yell so loudly. The woman sitting at her side, she looked at the girl with great excitement. After class, the girl was on the sports field. The supervisor asked what had happened to her. Yui stood and drank juice from a carton. She didn't say anything back to her interlocutor for a long time. After a long pause, she said she was fine. The girl tried to look forward. At this time, the leader tried to stretch her face in a smile for her. The supervisor demanded that she confess. Yu calmly replied that she had nothing to worry about. The girl remembered the guy's words. He was telling her not to do what she couldn't do. Yui very suddenly and abruptly pushed the hands of the surprised woman away from her. The girl demanded from the hag that Ta not treat her like a child. She said she would be fine soon. Yui waved her hand at the caretaker and said they would see each other tomorrow. After that, the girl abruptly ran to the side. She decided to handle herself this time. Yui was very concentrated. She ran and looked in front of her. One of the guys told the president you can't just let a girl go. She could be a ticking time bomb. Lin stood with a can of drink in his hands. He said the girl could go. He also figured it would be fun, and he needed somewhere to pass the time anyway. The president looked angrily away. He said that it had been a long time since he had met such a charming victim. The main character was busy on his phone at the time. He got 4 pools in a row and no cards. A disgruntled guy down on the lawn. He lost his entire paycheck for the month. The guy looked away. He wondered what his girlfriend was up to. The main character sat on the lawn and pondered. He decided that he should be gentle with the girl. Chen hoped his girlfriend wouldn't do anything stupid. He realized that as long as the contract was in force, the girl would be considered his wife. The guy heard a noise from the side. Someone ran up behind him and put a rope around his leg. The woman grabbed the rope and pulled the guy to hang him from the tree. Very quickly, the protagonist found himself suspended from a high branch. The leader was standing on the ground holding a rope. She told the guy they hadn't seen each other in a while. The protagonist demanded that Hag make him come down. The woman put her hand over his mouth. Hag looked at the guy angrily and said she wanted to ask him something. Lin was standing and chatting with his friends. A girl was approaching them from the side. Yui stood near the corner and watched the guys closely. They were walking down the hallway. The girl glanced around the corner and realized that the school kids were still doing it. Yui looked around. She knew the school club locker room was next to her. The girl walked down the hallway and found the entrance to the room where the locker room was inside. The student put her hand on the doorknob. She prepared to open it. She realized that the door to the locker room was unlocked. The girl went inside and looked around carefully. She realized that if she found the device, she would have indisputable proof. Yui told herself confidently that she would definitely not step on the same rake this time.
Hag was in the back schoolyard with the main character at the time.
The woman looked around and said that there were thick clouds all around. Chen was hanging on a rope from a tree at the time. He shouted at the woman to let him go.
Hag looked at the guy and said that the girlfriend was acting strange today. She asked him, "What does he know about it?" The guy told the interlocutor that she could ask the girlfriend herself. The woman said that in the past, the schoolgirl always came to her when she was in trouble. Yui was behaving very strangely today.
The supervisor said that even the girl's ahoge doesn't stand up straight. When Hag wanted to question the girl about the reasons for her behavior, she became agitated and ran away. The angry guy suggested to the woman that she tie up the girl instead of him. The main character said that the girl got into a problematic story when she wanted to seduce a guy. Now Hag is wasting her time on him, instead of looking out for Yui. Yui was walking around the locker room at the time. She was looking around very carefully.
The girl was opening the lockers. She couldn't figure out where the camera was hidden.
Yui looked anxiously in front of her. She figured she had snuck into the wrong locker room. Suddenly the girl saw something suspicious on the side. She looked carefully. The girl saw the key to the locker room of the sports club lying on the floor. Yui picked up the key in surprise. She couldn't understand why it was lying there. The girl looked to the side and noticed how unscrewed the outlet was from the wall.
Yu got worried. She realized that there might be a camera inside the socket. The girl looked very carefully inside the dark hole in the wall.
Yui pulled out the hidden camera. She shouted happily that she now had proof, when someone ran up from the side and took a picture of the girl with their phone. The president and his accomplice stood around taking pictures of the girl. Yui turned around very surprised. She didn't expect the students to be here. Lin told the girl that she would turn out to be the culprit of the hidden filming. A schoolgirl could easily enter the locker room at any time without suspicion. Yui angrily asked the guys what kind of nonsense they were saying. Lin looked unhappily at his interlocutor and asked who she wanted to deceive. The guy pointed to the surprised girl holding the locker room keys.
Yui was frightened. She looked at the students with great excitement.
The girl was angry. She realized she had just been falsely accused.
Yu glared angrily at the president and said he had done a mean thing to her.
Lin held the phone in his hands. He was surprised by the girl's naive words. Suddenly, the student abruptly snapped out of her seat and ran toward the guy. Yu snatched the phone out of the president's hands on the run. There were pictures. The girl told the guy that the pictures from his cell phone would be good evidence. Lin got angry. He yelled for the girl to give him his phone back. The guy whispered quietly to the girl that there were no pictures on the phone for a long time. Their copies were stored in a safe place. The president angrily told the girl it was too late to do anything. He said she was very dumb. Yui grabbed the guy by his clothes and shouted angrily that he was a bastard. The president was surprised at the girl's words. He smiled very wickedly. Lin asked the student why on earth she was going so far. He added so she wouldn't try to do anything else.
Yui was very surprised. She looked amazed at the guy in front of her.
The girl let go of the president's clothes. She decided to leave the locker room. The schoolgirl dropped her phone on the floor. She didn't understand why Lin was acting like he was innocent. The president did terrible things with a happy face. The girl realized that the president was acting like he was a demon. Yui was angry. She opened the locker room door and ran out into the hallway. The girl silently and quickly ran down the corridor. There was no one around her. The president reached out and picked up the phone from the floor. He said the glass on it might have broken. The president asked his friend if he had filmed everything. The schoolboy held his phone in his hands. He replied in a happy voice that now the girl would stay out of their business. Lin said happily that they had caught the culprit of the hidden filming. The girl ran away in a panic and everything went right to script. The main character was hanging from a tree and a hag was standing next to him. A girl came from the side. The woman was very surprised. She didn't expect to find Shan here. Hag asked the guy if that's what he was talking about when he mentioned that a girl could be taken advantage of. The woman turned around and glanced to the side. She noticed that the protagonist had freed himself from the rope and ran away. The protagonist managed to run across town to his house. It was starting to rain. Chen went up to his apartment. He had to get to the balcony before it rained. The main character collected all his anime t-shirts and hung them up in his room. Chen rejoiced because of the fact that he got there on time and collected the laundry before it rained. The guy looked out the window. He said grudgingly he was almost late because of Hag to his house. There was a great rumble of thunder outside. It was pouring down, pouring rain. Chen was staring out the window with a bored look. He said it was pouring like a bucket outside. The main character very realistically remembered his girlfriend's face today. Chen thought deeply. He decided that his girlfriend might be in trouble. He also decided that the girlfriend would get hungry and come home on her own. 3 hours later, the guy was sitting in his house and was very unhappy. The main character was not happy.
He couldn't figure out where the hell Yui was. A guy decided to call a girl. She didn't answer his calls. Her number was out of range. The main character yelled that he shouldn't care about the girl. He shouldn't care about her. It was still raining really hard outside. There was a thunderstorm. The guy was still thinking about the girl. Chen glanced unhappily in front of him. He thought something bad might have happened to his girlfriend. The main character was putting on his shoes. He decided to go in search of the girl. Chen grabbed an umbrella and prepared to go outside into the heavy rain. The protagonist was walking in the rain and looking around carefully. Chen glanced away. He was very angry with his girlfriend. The guy crossed the street at the crosswalk. He looked around. There were no people around. The main character was walking down the street under the trees. He was looking for his girlfriend. Suddenly, the guy noticed two girls next to him. They were talking to each other. He looked at them. Chen stopped in the street. He looked at the two little girls with great interest. The guy called a woman. She didn't know where his girlfriend was either. After that, he decided to go home. The main character was pissed off. He couldn't figure out where his girlfriend had run off to. The guy took the elevator to the right floor. The doors opened and he walked down the hallway. Suddenly, the protagonist saw something in front of him. He was very surprised. Chen stood in the hallway and looked at the girl in front of him with great surprise. Yui was sitting on the floor near the wall. Water dripped off her body. She was silent. The protagonist was surprised and silent. He didn't know what he could say to the girl. Gradually, the guy came to his senses. He felt a very strong anger towards his girlfriend. Chen approached the soaking wet girl and said she looked very bad. The main character told her girlfriend that she'd been taken advantage of again and she came running home with her tail between her legs. Chen explained to the girlfriend that reality for her is not a fairy tale. The more she opens up to the enemy, the harder he will hit her. The girl continued to remain silent. The guy explained to her that if she kept running forever, she wouldn't be able to solve anything. The girlfriend was silent. She put her head in her hands and said nothing. The main character told the girl that if she couldn't take it, she could bail back. Chen said with a sly smile that angels are idealists. They live in their dreams. The guy explained to the girl that she had a naive mind, so she was taken advantage of. The girlfriend got mad. She threw herself at the guy and told him to shut up. The girl tried to beat up the protagonist. She wanted him to be quiet. The girlfriend climbed on top of the protagonist and beat him with her fists. The protagonist tried to defend himself against the girl's attack. He yelled for her to go easy. The girlfriend was very upset. She looked at the main character with tears. The protagonist looked at the girl. He realized she was very upset. Chen was still holding the folded umbrella in his hands. He took it outside to give it to the girl. After that, there was a very hard bang. The girl looked at the guy with excitement. Chen lay unconscious. He turned his head to the side. The girlfriend sat silent. The protagonist opened his eyes and asked the girl if she felt better. Yui fearfully put her hands up in the air. She told the guy she didn't mean to. The girl sat up fearfully and covered her mouth with her hand. She was very worried. Yui, once again in a very scared voice, apologized to the guy. And then the girlfriend turned around and ran with all her might. The girl ran into the room very quickly and slammed the door behind her. Yui walked into the room and rested her back against the door. She silently looked down in front of her. The exhausted girl collapsed to her knees. She had no strength to stand. Yui was sitting on the floor, staring blankly at herself. She was pensive. The girl realized she was very wrong. She was angry with herself. Yui was lying on the floor. She decided she was the worst. She wanted to disappear. The protagonist was sitting on the floor. He clutched his bruised head with his hand. Chen was also very angry. He was wiping the bruise on his head and looking away. It continued to rain heavily outside with a thunderstorm. The guy decided to contact the woman. The main character texted the woman that the girl was home and she could come back too. Hag read the message from the guy and calmed down. She realized that the girl had been found. The woman said in a disgruntled voice that the young couple frightened her very much. The main character was sitting in his apartment in the hall room. The overhead lights were on. The guy put a band-aid on his bruised forehead. He still felt a lot of pain. Chen looked sideways at the door where his girlfriend was inside. He decided not to go in there yet. The guy felt pissed off. He turned away and headed further into the room. The clock showed 23 o'clock. The guy continued to sit in the room and waited for the girl to come out. Chen had prepared the food on the table. They stood under plastic sheeting. The main character was sitting there working on his phone. He was trying to create some kind of distraction. Chen remembered his girlfriend's crying face. He was still thinking about her. The guy turned around and looked at the room where his girlfriend was inside. Chen looked at the door with great attention. He was waiting for the girl now to come out. The main character realized his girlfriend was an idiot. He realized he was worrying for nothing. Suddenly, the ring beeped sharply. It told the protagonist of danger. The guy looked closely at his hand. The ring kept emitting an alarm. Chen was very worried. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. The guy's hand turned sideways toward the door. The ring signaled danger. The protagonist's hand headed for the door where his girlfriend was inside. Chen was surprised and worried. He realized that the girl might be in some danger. The main character went to the door and knocked. He asked his girlfriend, "What's she doing there?" Chen put his hand on the doorknob. He was amazed to see that the door was not locked. The protagonist was startled. He realized something might have happened to the girl. The guy inquired in a calm voice from the girl if he could come in. The girlfriend was lying unconscious on the bathroom floor. The guy looked at her worriedly. The main character was scared. He didn't understand what was happening to him. Chen crouched down on the floor and asked the girl what on earth she was doing. He yelled for her to wake up. The protagonist noticed with great excitement that the girl was on fire. Chen touched his girlfriend and realized that she had been lying in wet clothes the whole time. The main character was holding the girl in his arms. He said fearfully that it would be a miracle if she didn't catch a cold. Chen carried the girl over and laid her on the bed. He told her to change her clothes and wipe herself off. The protagonist closed his eyes. He realized that he now had to take the wet clothes off the girl. Suddenly, the guy realized that he himself must now change the unconscious girlfriend. The main character got scared. He took a frightened breath and walked over to the girl. Chen prepared to undress his girlfriend. He realized he had no other choice. The main character got excited. He realized that he had never touched a woman's body before. The guy closed his eyes. He forced himself to think of his beautiful waifu figures. The protagonist was taking off the girl's outerwear. He reassured himself that he had done nothing wrong. Chen remembered that the girlfriend was legally his wife. He continued to undress her. The guy reassured himself that there was nothing unusual about him undressing his wife. The main character took the girl by the legs. He was afraid she might wake up now. Chen looked at the girl's body with consternation. He became very worried and let go of her legs. The main character sat and looked at his girlfriend. She was still unconscious. The protagonist concentrated. He tried not to give in to temptation. The boy forced himself to think of his wonderful, irreplaceable waifu figures. The main character was angry. All he could think about was lewd manga. The ring suggested he listen to his desires. The protagonist turned away and ran sideways away from the girl. Yui continued to lie unconscious on the bed. The guy came back and approached her. Chen looked at his girlfriend with very great attention and excitement. The main character decided he just had to do it. He brought a towel and a bowl of water. The guy changed the girl and put her on the bed. He got ready to cover her with a blanket. Chen thought to himself that he had finally done it all. The ring announced that he had earned the title of Tamer Boner. The girl began to slowly pass into herself. She slowly opened her eyes. The guy grudgingly told his girlfriend that she decided to sleep on the floor and protect herself from a cold. He brought her a cup of medicine. The girl repeated the words about the medicine in a weak voice. She lay down and did not get up. The main character yelled to his girlfriend that he had tons of other things to do and didn't want to waste his time on her. The girl jumped to her feet and walked over to the guy. He was in her room. Then the girlfriend slapped the protagonist with all her might and he flew out of her room. The protagonist was lying in the hall and came to his senses. There were clouds of dust all around. Chen looked fearfully in front of him. He couldn't understand why the girl had tapped him. The girlfriend left the room. She kept repeating the words about the cure. Yui walked out of the room and held onto the wall with her hand. She was still demanding medicine. The woman was in the shower. She was washing herself. You could hear the water splashing everywhere. The landlady went to the water faucet and turned it on. She'd already washed up. The woman took a towel and began to dry herself off. She prepared to leave the shower room. Hug's phone rang. She picked it up and prepared to answer it. A woman greeted the main character. The guy yelled to her that his girlfriend was crazy. Chen said in a frightened voice that the girl had attacked him and wouldn't listen to anything. Hag asked the guy what happened with his girlfriend. The main character was dodging the girl's punches at the time. The protagonist, dodging punches, said that the girlfriend had a fever and he stirred a medicine for her. The girl woke up and immediately freaked out. A woman told a boyfriend that he was trying to get her girlfriend to take a drug. When she was a child, she took a drug that made her sick for a day. She has a psychological trauma from that time. When she hears about the drug, she lashes out at people around her. The main character decided that his girlfriend would be quiet and calm during his illness. The woman replied to the guy that he watches a lot of anime. Chen asked the woman, "Why doesn't the ring stop the girl?" Hag answered the guy that the girl attacks him unknowingly and acts instinctively. For this reason, the ring doesn't find negative emotions. The female supervisor told the guy to get his girlfriend to take her medicine so she would calm down. Chen was dodging another blow at this time. He shouted that only a miracle could make the girl take the medicine in her current state. The woman told the guy he could wait until the girlfriend calmed down. The protagonist saw a sudden glow appear above the girl's head. Chen shouted in amazement to the woman that a halo had appeared over her girlfriend's head. The woman replied to the guy to better keep his eyes on the halo. Hag clarified for the protagonist that over the girl was just a decoration. The girlfriend grabbed the golden circle with her hands. After that, the girl very quickly started making some kind of weapon out of the halo. The woman explained that the shape of the halo was affected by the intention of its owner. Chen dodged aside from the attack. He asked fearfully to the leader, "What kind of nonsense is she talking about?" A golden projectile flew past the protagonist's head. He dodged it just in time. The guy looked fearfully in front of him. He decided to bounce to the side. Chen looked angrily at his girlfriend and said that he expected her attacks to be stronger. At this time, the launched weapon flew from behind to the toy robot on the table. The guy got excited. The flying halo in flight sliced the plastic figure in half. The protagonist reached forward fearfully. He realized that he had lost his toy. The halo flew back to the girl. She held it above her head. The girl strengthened the golden-colored circle above her with her hands. The guy looked at her excitedly. The protagonist held the toy's wreckage in his hands. He yelled to the girl that he had spent a lot of time assembling the robot. The woman told the guy that she was leaving him alone with the girl and said goodbye to him. Chen shouted that he should strike preemptively, to avoid further destruction. The guy was holding a cup with a drink in it. After that, Chen drained the utensil to the bottom in a very quick motion to gain extra strength. The protagonist glared angrily at the girl. He yelled that he would make her drink the medicine. The guy took a closer look. He prepared to fend off another attack from his girlfriend. The protagonist noticed the girl speed up and swing for another punch. Chen abruptly swung his arms to the side. At the same time, the girl tried to attack him with her foot. The protagonist ducked to the side. The girl's foot flashed by his head. Chen dodged the blow and grabbed the arm of the girl beside him with his hand. The protagonist tripped his girlfriend and prepared to throw her to the floor. Yui was lying on the floor. The protagonist piled on top of her and grabbed her arms. The girl swung her leg and kicked the guy between the legs with all her might. Chen felt a very strong pain after being kicked in the groin by the girl. The protagonist decided to kiss his lying girlfriend. She couldn't fight back. Chen grabbed the girl's arm so there was no way she could stop him or stand up. The main character was on top. Yui couldn't fight him off. Chen was pouring the medicine from his mouth into his girlfriend's. The girl was lying on her bottom, and gradually the medicine was pumped into her. She swallowed it. Chen looked at his girlfriend and realized that she had finally calmed down. The drug was bitter for him. The girl was lying down and staring at the protagonist with an unseeing gaze. She had already calmed down. The girl was lying on the bed. She was unconscious. The guy was looking at her. The protagonist thought to himself, exhaustedly, that he'd overdone it with his girlfriend today. Suddenly, the guy heard some noise from the girl. He turned and looked at her. Yui turned her head to the side. She kept saying something to the guy. The protagonist was sitting by the bed. He watched the girl with great attention. She was sleeping. Chen reached his hand forward to his girlfriend in a very slow motion. He wanted to touch her. The guy touched his finger to the girl's face. She didn't react. Yui lay unconscious with her eyes closed. The guy stroked her face. Chen said thoughtfully to the girl, "She manages to be an idiot even when she's passed out." The main character put his hand on the bed and shoved off. He got ready to get up and leave. The guy said to himself wistfully that it was time for him to leave too. He pulled himself up. The girlfriend grabbed the main character's hand. She wouldn't let go. Chen realized that he could not move away from the bed with the girl. She was holding him by his clothes. The protagonist stopped. He turned around and looked at the girl with excitement. Chen saw his girlfriend holding his clothes with her hand. He couldn't get away from her. The guy tried to pull away. He wanted the girl to let him go. The protagonist felt the girlfriend pulling him to her very hard. The main character was angry. He couldn't understand why his girlfriend was so strong. Chen heard his girlfriend start to whisper something. She didn't want him to leave. The protagonist stood looking at the girl with excitement. She begged him not to leave her. Yui was holding the guy's hand. She told him to stay with her. Yui found the strength and told the guy not to add coriander. The main character was surprised. He couldn't understand what the girl was talking about. Yui told the main character to add green peppers and more chili. Girlfriend wanted a super big serving. The guy looked at the girl in surprise. He couldn't believe she wanted to eat in such a situation. Then the girl pulled the protagonist's hand to her mouth. She wished herself a good appetite. A girl bit her friend's hand. The protagonist felt a very strong pain. The girl woke up the next day. She saw some kind of pink circle in front of her. Yui took her time opening her eyes. She saw another pink circle in front of her. The girl was lying on the bed in her room. She saw a light from the window. Yui opened her eyes fully. She lay there for a long time looking in front of her. The girl was lying on a soft bed. Gradually, she began to remember everything. Yui turned her head to her right side. She was silent and didn't want to get up. Suddenly, the girl noticed how she was holding someone's hand in hers. The girl was surprised to notice the main character sleeping next to her. Yui was very startled. She didn't understand what the guy was doing with her here next to her. Suddenly, the bandage from the girl's head fell off her face. She was surprised. Yui held the bandage from her head in her hands in surprise. She looked at her with bewilderment. The girl turned her gaze to the side. She noticed a bowl of water standing nearby. Yui looked closely and saw a guy sleeping next to her. He didn't react to her. The girlfriend was sitting there looking at the guy with a lot of interest. Yui looked closely and noticed that there was a band-aid on the main character's forehead. The girl didn't understand what had happened to the main character. She decided to examine him. Yui reached out to touch the guy's head. She looked at him excitedly. The girl put her finger on the guy's head. She scrutinized him. Yu silently looked at the protagonist. Chen was deep asleep at this time. The girlfriend looked at the guy with excitement. She had been thinking about him for a long time. Suddenly, the girlfriend jumped up sharply from the guy. It was as if something had startled her. The girl twisted her head around with great excitement and wanted to hide somewhere. Yui dived back onto the bed and covered herself with the blanket. She decided to pretend she was asleep. The main character opened his eyes. He began to slowly regain consciousness. Chen stood up and looked in front of him. He decided to check on his girlfriend's condition. The guy yawned. He leisurely walked over to the bed to look at the girl. Chen looked carefully at his sleeping girlfriend. Yui was lying on the bed without any movement. The guy examined the girl with great attention. She lay on her side and pulled the blanket over herself. The protagonist reached out to his girlfriend very slowly. He wanted to check her condition. Chen put his hand on the girl's forehead. She closed her eyes with all her might. The guy kept his hand on the girl's head. He realized that his girlfriend's fever was already down. Chen decided to leave the room as soon as possible. He heard the girl sneeze suddenly. The protagonist said cheerfully to himself that he shouldn't have gotten infected. Yui opened her eyes. She decided to check her own condition. The girl put both hands on her head. She didn't remember anything about last night. Yui put her hands on her head. She repeated to herself that she had to calm down. The girl decided to herself that she should change first now. The girl looked down at herself and noticed she was wearing different clothes. Yui thought about it. She had no memories of changing clothes. The protagonist heard his girlfriend in the room start making noise with all her might. Chen looked out of the room and asked in a disgruntled voice to his interlocutor why she was so noisy. The girl asked the guy fearfully what he had done to her. And why was she dressed like that? The protagonist replied in a completely calm voice to his girlfriend that he didn't know why she was dressed like that. The guy explained to the girlfriend that he didn't go into her room yesterday. Yui asked angrily to the guy, what did he do to her body? The newlyweds continued to quarrel among themselves. The neighbors listened to them with fear. The main character and his girlfriend decided to take a walk around the city in the afternoon. Yui walked silently beside her friend. She looked in front of her and said nothing. The main character was annoyed. He didn't know how to start a conversation with the girl. Chen was walking down the street with his girlfriend. They were both silent. Suddenly, the girl's phone rang in her bag. She prepared to pick it up. The girl stood looking at her phone with great attention. She was engrossed. Chen looked at his girlfriend with great attention. She was looking at something on her phone. The girl told the main character she had to go somewhere. She apologized to him for yesterday. The main character yelled after his girlfriend to stop and wait. The guy pointed out to the girl that the school was on the left. She started looking around sharply. Chen suddenly sneezed. He thought fearfully to himself that he might have caught a cold. The girl approached the school building. She approached a small building. There were students sitting inside the room. One of them said the idiot was back. Yui stood quietly and looked at the guys in silence. She didn't say anything to them. One of the students grabbed the girl's backpack. He wanted to check her stuff. The student took the bag off the student from behind. Yui didn't resist him in any way. The president told the girl that he was sorry she had come all the way here. Lin apologized to his girlfriend for scaring her yesterday. He hopes she is understanding in this matter. The president promised the girl that he wouldn't release the video just yet. He hopes she'll follow through on their little agreement. Guy put his hand on the girl's back and suggested she work together. Lin explained to the interlocutor that with her help, their business would go very well. She would also make a profit. The girl replied in a calm voice to the president that she had already made up her mind. Lin happily told the student that she had made the right choice this time. Suddenly, the student put her hand on top of the president's hand. After that, Yui yanked the guy's arm to the side with all her might and twisted it. The students around them were surprised. They didn't expect such a reaction from the girl. The president angrily inquired of the girl what on earth was she doing. Yui told the guy that she should have done that last time. She had become convinced that humans were much worse than demons. The girl sternly demanded of the guy that he give her the video and stop doing it. Lin looked angrily at his interlocutor and said that he was giving her a good opportunity. The guy demanded that the girl not blame him for anything afterwards. Yui threateningly told the president that she would beat common sense into his head until he changed his mind. Suddenly, the main character in the battlesuit appeared from the side. He shouted to the guys to put a stop to it right now. The people around them were surprised. They looked with wonder at the unnamed guest. Chen shouted to the students to lay down their weapons immediately. Then he slipped. The protagonist was suddenly frightened. He realized that he couldn't stand on his feet right now. The girl looked at her friend anxiously. She realized that he was about to collapse. The protagonist bumps his helmeted head against his girlfriend after a hard fall. The girl was hit very hard on the head. Chen next to her was lying on the floor unconscious. The protagonist and his girlfriend were tied up. The girlfriend annoyingly wanted to kick him. Lin couldn't understand where the main character came from. The student said cheerfully that the guy was in trouble with his head too. The president demanded of his accomplice that he call security. They will say they caught the intruders while preparing for a hidden camera. Chen asked the president to wait. He wanted to point out his mistake. The main character said that the girl threatened to beat him up if he didn't come to her aid now. He ended up getting into big trouble. Yui got angry because of the guy's words like that. Chen said that the price of his silence is very low. He demanded of the students that they share part of the proceeds with him, and he would forget all about it. One of the intruders told the protagonist that he was really good. Lin angrily inquired of the protagonist, "What is he talking about?" The president looked up at the guy and said he didn't know what the guy was up to. Lin shouted that he caught the guy and the girl red-handed. At that time, he grabbed the phone from the main character. Lin pulled the phone from behind the guy's sinus and decided to check it out. The president showed the protagonist the recorder on his phone turned on. Lin put the phone down and tapped it with his foot. He told the person he was talking to that his game was going nowhere. The president asked the protagonist if he was hoping to pull it off in such a primitive way. He realized he'd been exposed. The main character said we'd have to use a second device. He pulled out another phone. Lin swung around and knocked the phone out of the guy's hands with a powerful and quick motion. The president was angry. He held the phone in his hands and prepared to break it. Lin angrily shouted that he would smash all the handsets. He threw it on the floor. The protagonist thought his phone was expensive. The protagonist pulled a third machine out of his pocket and said he would rely on it. Lin got angry. He snatched the phone out of the protagonist's hands in a swift movement. The president pounded his foot on the phone with all his might. He asked the guy angrily, how many phones did he have left? Lin looked angrily at the student. He realized that it was all very intimidating. The protagonist smiled evilly at the students and said the phones didn't belong to him. The students got excited. They looked at the broken phones and realized that they were their phones. The president slipped his hand into his pocket and noticed the phone wasn't there. Lin became very worried. He didn't understand how such a thing could be possible. The protagonist from above was sitting in a closet. He told the surprised president that he was being cautious. Lin explained to the student that he used two different phones. He held the device in his hands and said that this smartphone was used for shady dealings. The student was very surprised. He could not understand how the main character ended up on top. The main character told them that files that had been deleted in the phone could be recovered. The students were very frightened. Chen took a look inside the machine. He said that everything inside was carefully sorted. He also found a secret chat room. The president quickly ran up to the protagonist and snatched the phone from his hands. Lin glanced at the machine and noticed that it was locked due to an incorrect password. Lin was very surprised. He studied his phone with great attention. The protagonist smiled at the student and said he didn't have those data recovery skills. The main character angrily said that his joke made the students very tense. It means that they are hiding something from people. The president got worried. He realized that the main character might have revealed everything. Lin realized that the protagonist was very cunning and needed to be wary. Suddenly, the president heard a text message on his phone. He got worried. The main character slyly told the guy he could look at his phone. Lin angrily told the president that he had a surprise for him. The president received an audio file on his phone. He decided to listen to it. Lynch heard an audio recording of his conversation with the girl. He threatened her with the photos. The students were very frightened. They heard the detailed words they spoke for Yui. The president stopped playing the audio file. He was very surprised. Lin asked the protagonist in a frightened voice, "Where did he get that recording from?" The main character revealed that he is a special detective and is in charge of the case. Lin told interviewees that the locker room was full of hidden bugs. The protagonist reported that he was very surprised to hear the president's voice on the tapes. Chen looked angrily at the student and said he had completely failed. The main character explained to the students that he was joking again. He told them that it is not allowed to put a wiretap without permission. Chen told them that he made the recording with deep fakes and it sounds realistic. One of the students said frightened that they had actually said those words. Chen told the students that he is very familiar with the type of thinking they have. Being a villain is his specialty. The main character reminded the students in a very important voice of what they had just said. Chen explained that the boy's words could be equated to confessions to crimes. The students angrily lunged at the guy and demanded that he give them the phone. The protagonist showed the intruders his hands and said he didn't have the machine with him. Mr. Chen pointed out to the students that the phone was actually in the girl's possession. Yui held the turned-on machine with her teeth. He was broadcasting live at the time. Lin was startled and amazed. He didn't realize when the girl had gotten a phone. Chen told the students that the girl was able to hide the phone under her clothes with no problem. The protagonist added that his girlfriend's body was simply created to deceive. The president got angry. He realized the guy was able to divert their attention. Lin got angry. He realized he could get rid of the guy and the girl right there. Chen warned the president that the current phone recording was actually a live broadcast. Lin was very frightened. He realized there was no way he could destroy the tape. The protagonist prepared with a smile to tell the guy where stream had been sent. Chen told the president that the live video was viewed by members of his family. The protagonist added that the stream from the phone was watched by students, teachers, and all the people who were connected to the line. The main character said that the chat room should be full house now. There should be a lot of viewers already there to see everything with their own eyes. The president was angry. He couldn't believe the guy could pull it off. He yelled that Chen was lying. The protagonist smiled evilly and looked at his opponent. Chen told the student with a smile that he had just sent him a link to stream. He could open it and find out for himself. The president turned on his cell phone to check. He was very scared. The main character told the student that there were a lot of eyes on him right now. The guy got ready to open the link. Chen told the student not to waste his time. He could click on the link and find out the truth. The student's finger was in the phone. The main character yelled for him to hurry up. Lin was very excited. He couldn't bring himself to turn on the video. Suddenly, there was a very loud scream and a knock on the door. The stranger was demanding that everyone come outside. The Lin looked away frightened. He couldn't figure out who could be coming now. Chen told the student with a smile that the atmosphere had gotten tense, and he decided to make a joke. The president got angry. He yelled at the protagonist that he was gonna kill him! Chen ran up to the girl and hid behind her. Yui was still holding the phone. The protagonist pointed his finger in front of him and said that he was choosing Pika Shen. The girl with the glasses decided to give details about the wedding ring work. A pair of rings is a magical object. They increase intimacy between people. The contract is made by kissing. During the contract, the ring cannot be removed. The ring sometimes gives out a task. Its wearer is obliged to fulfill everything strictly in time. Otherwise, there will be punishment. There are several levels of intimacy on the surface of the jewelry. The owner of the jewelry can select a level for himself by moving the pointer on the surface. The second ring serves to control the first bearer's desire to harm his neighbor. The girl told me that the ring could put the wearer into a state of deep arousal. The presenter decided to elaborate on how the process works. The ring analyzes the host's brain signals. A verdict is then rendered according to the criteria. If a person throws weak punches and has little emotion, there will be no triggering of the ring reaction afterward. A small amount of force is not damaging or life-threatening, so there will be no reaction. If the aggressor's behavior could lead to serious injury, the ring will immediately show itself. The girl told me that it was impossible to customize the ring, so that it would activate before taking damage. The jewelry on the finger is activated before the action is performed. It is possible to bypass and avoid the ring being triggered, as there are other ways to inflict bodily harm. The wearer of the ring can leave his partner in a dangerous situation to die. After that, the jewelry will start activating. If the partner brings pain to the other, and the other feels it as pleasure, the jewelry will consider it flirtation and will not interfere. If a person attacks another in an unconscious state, the jewelry will not trigger a reaction. Yui's seizure was triggered by a surge of emotion. She was depressed at the time, so there was no triggering. The ring automatically analyzes the situation and issues the most appropriate tasks. Previously, the ring had ordered the girl that she should reward the man until one of them was satisfied. The presenter recalled the case of the main character when he did not want to do the tasks. There was a case where the main character got angry because he was chained to a girl. There was a case where the main character was given 10 minutes to get his girlfriend into the nurse's office. At one point, the ring advised the guy to listen to his desires. If the ring detects that the wearer is in a dangerous situation, the jewelry on the partner's hand alerts the wearer. It can even forcefully bring it to the spot to help the partner. The main character had one where he was forcibly taken to an alley to help a girl. There was also a case where the ring activated on the protagonist and told him of the danger. The girl said as she was finishing up a lecture on the technical part of how the ring works. The presenter told viewers that she didn't know why there hadn't been any new chapters in a while. At that time, someone gave the girl a leaf. She started reading it. The author said that the manhwa was discontinued. The girl continued to beat up the students around her. Yui managed to dodge the blows. The student was able to hit her opponent with all her might. 3. Yui knocked her opponent from below on the head with a very strong and powerful hand punch. The girl waved her arms rapidly and used strong fighting techniques. The main character was admired because of the way his girlfriend used fighting skills. The student swung. He was still trying to hit the girl with a powerful punch. Lynch swung as hard as he could to hit the girl. She made it back. The main character angrily yelled to his girlfriend to break his rival completely. He recorded everything on his phone. Yui was very displeased. Lin grabbed the metal pipe. He decided to finally finish off guy and girl. Yu got angry. She pounded the guy's stomach with all her might. The line twisted after the hard blow. He felt a great pain in his body. The girl told the student angrily that she was freaking out just because of his voice alone. That's when the hag came flying up. She decided to kick the guy in the air. The woman's blow went straight through the student's head. She screamed that it was the end.
Hag stood in a fighting stance. She prepared to beat her opponents further. Yui asked the caretaker why she had come here. Hag answered the girl that she wanted to finish off the student. Lin and his accomplices were lying unconscious on the floor. The woman asked the guy if he had filmed her punch. Chen happily told her that it had come out perfectly. The bound student sat silently on the floor. The protagonist said he had to come up with a punishment for them. The girl asked the guy if there were really a bunch of people waiting for them outside. The girl asked fearfully, "What about the stream?" The guy told her that it was all a little lie. The girl was amazed. She realized that the protagonist had defeated his rivals with the help of lies. Chen told his girlfriend that the video on his phone was real, and it needed to be saved. The main character said slyly that the video was the only evidence. The students would agree to anything to keep what happened secret. It would be possible to extort money from the students by blackmailing them. Chen said happily that he would finally stop being a beggar and wouldn't have to count money for food. Hag took the phone from the girl's hands and said she would take it for herself. The main character got angry. He wanted his phone back. The woman told him he had very nasty plans. Hag asked slyly to the guy, "Is he really going to teach her how to do her job? Does he really want to give up the allowance?" Chen got scared and apologized. The woman at the door said that she had already called the police and the school administration. She herself wants to have an explanatory conversation with the students. The main character was very unhappy. He said that Hag was abusing his power a lot. Yui was strictly silent. She looked at her friend very unhappily. The girlfriend looked at the guy and said she wanted to thank him. Chen told the girl in a disgruntled voice that he wasn't doing all this for her. The main character said angrily that the girl was acting like a character in some ill-conceived story. He no longer wanted to think about what the next time the ring would come up with for them. The girlfriend listened to the guy in silence. He said that she couldn't handle even the simplest problem by herself. Yu told the girl that she didn't know even the simplest things about life. He said she had a plaque on her chest. The girlfriend got mad. She said none of this had anything to do with her breasts. Yui was unhappy with the guy's words. The main character told her that he just wanted to hint to her that she was flat. Chen pointed to his forehead and reminded the girl that he had a wound there because of her. The protagonist had his hand on his head. He looked at his girlfriend unhappily. The girl was silent. After a long pause, she apologized to the guy. Chen turned around and told the girl that apologizing wouldn't help her. The trauma wouldn't go away. The girl was very unhappy and she didn't like the guy reprimanding her at any time. The guy smiled evilly and replied to the girl that she had said all that herself. He hadn't forced her to say those words. The girlfriend looked at the guy in surprise. He told her that he wouldn't let her retract her words. The guy glared angrily at the girl and swung his hand around to pound her. Chen glared angrily at the girl and told her he was starting. Yui was very frightened. The girl closed her eyes fearfully. She was prepared for the guy to slap her. After a brief pause, the girl realized that the protagonist wasn't going to hit her. Chen tapped the girl's forehead very gently with his finger. The protagonist gave his girlfriend a disgruntled look and said he was only joking. Chen pointed to the girl's frightened face with a smile. Yui felt hurt. The guy and the girl were sitting across from each other. Chen asked that the girlfriend tell him next time if she was in trouble. Chen said in a disgruntled voice that if he let the girl make mistakes at every turn, his life would only get more complicated. They should have worked things out together from the beginning. The main character pointed angrily at the girl and told her not to look for any more trouble. Yui was silent. She didn't say anything back to the guy. There was a small silence. The girl put her hands on her head and answered the guy that she understood. Chen asked her girlfriend slyly, how did she like the way he played a prank on the students? The girl laughed really hard. She remembered the recent showdown with Lin and his underlings. The girlfriend laughed happily. She was having a lot of fun after the memory. A policeman appeared at the side and asked the guy if the intruders were around. The protagonist said that they tied up the intruders and left them inside the building. At that time, cries for help were heard from the premises. The students rushed to the police officers and started asking them to put them behind bars. Chen asked excitedly to the woman what she had done to the intruders. Hag replied with a smile that she had done nothing wrong. The woman slyly said she just talked to the students and that was it. A group of students appeared at the side. One of the girls looked in front of her and noticed her friend. The students hugged each other. One of them said she was sorry that Yui had gone through such a thing. Yui thanked her girlfriends for their support in a calm voice. The protagonist couldn't figure out where a group of female students came from. The woman said slyly. She posted the recording on the internet. The information became very popular. Chen looked at the phone in amazement. Hag told the protagonist that she had put a filter on him to hide his appearance. The woman looked at the guy and reminded him of the 3 boring rules he must adhere to in the human world. Chen calmly replied to the woman that she could consider it all a spontaneous decision. The girlfriends looked at the girl in amazement. They noticed that there was not a single bruise on her body. One of them said that Yui was now a star. Yui thought for a moment. She was very pleased with the attention from the female students. Mr. Chen said that there are times when something makes his girlfriend very emotional.
The guy said that when that happens, it makes him a little sad. Hag replied grudgingly to the guy that he's now using a popular line to show the girl that he's the only one who can help her. The woman told the guy that she wanted to thank him. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have been able to contain herself and burn the world down. Hag added that she wanted to treat the guy to dinner as an apology for the inconvenience. Chen loudly reminded her interlocutor that he was the only one who owned the record. The girl sat on the floor and noticed a long black tail in front of her. Yui looked closer and saw that the tail had begun to wag in different directions. The girl looked away in surprise. She realized that this tail was coming toward the boy. Yui saw the main character playing the game very concentratedly and didn't notice the tail wagging behind him. The girl was very amazed. She decided to get closer to her friend. Yui reached out her hand towards the tail with great excitement to grab it. The girl grabbed the guy's tail in a sharp motion and pulled him towards her. The protagonist sensed something. He turned to his girlfriend with bewilderment and suspicion. Chen was surprised. He looked at the girl and wanted to ask what she was doing. The girl was scared. She let go of the hand and yelled to the guy that she didn't mean to. Yui said it all happens in the anime script. If one of the characters has a tail, then there's a scene where they get grabbed by that tail. Chen asked angrily at the girl. Did she really expect him to start yelling for her to leave him alone right now? The guy thought to himself that it had never happened before that his tail came out. Chen concentrated and retracted his tail back. He decided that his body had a life of its own. After that, suddenly the protagonist coughed. His tail came out sharply again. Chen was very dissatisfied. He didn't understand what was happening to him now. The girlfriend looked at the guy. She wondered if he was okay. Yui got excited. She looked at the protagonist with great interest. The girl put her hands on the frightened boy's head to take his temperature. Chen bounced sharply to the side. He grudgingly asked the girl, what on earth was she doing? The girl frightenedly told the guy that the caretaker always did that to her. The friend yelled back for her to get away from him. The girlfriend excitedly told the guy that he had a high fever. He could have caught a cold. Chen replied that only weak people get sick. The main character decided to check his temperature. It was almost 39 degrees. Chen was very annoyed. He couldn't believe that he could have gotten sick just like that. The main character realized he might have gotten sick yesterday after kissing his girlfriend. Yui asked her friend excitedly if he believed her now. Chen replied angrily that he had been infected by her. The main character told the girl that he needed to take a pill and get some sleep. Tomorrow he would be well enough to recover. That's when the girl's ring beeped. She noticed it. The ring announced that Yui had a new assignment. She must care for her partner until he is fully recovered. The main character was very unpleasantly surprised. He didn't like the assignment for his girlfriend. The girlfriend asked the main character what she should do now. Chen angrily told her that he didn't know. The girl smiled at the guy and said that she would handle everything. Chen grudgingly thought he had a bad feeling. Yui decided to give a friend a drink of hot liquid. The guy spit out the water and said he was almost burned alive. The girl gave her friend a cold compress and put ice bags around him. Chen grudgingly shouted to his girlfriend that she wanted to freeze him to death. Yui decided to help her friend with the laundry. Chen shouted to the girl not to pour dishwashing detergent into the washer and not to mix different clothes. Yui decided to help her boyfriend with the cleaning. Chen yelled to the girl not to clean the bookshelves with the vacuum cleaner. In the kitchen, the girlfriend decided to stick canned goods in the microwave. The protagonist collapsed to the floor exhausted. He decided that God had sent the girl for him as punishment. Yui quietly apologized to the guy for not helping him in any way. Chen put his hand to his forehead. He felt worse and worse by the minute. The protagonist's vision began to blur. He felt increasingly worse. Chen told his girlfriend that he would get some sleep and she could leave. Yui asked her friend excitedly if there was anything she could do to help him. The main character asked his girlfriend to keep her quiet and not make trouble for him. Yui sat sadly in her chair and stared in front of her. She didn't know what to do. The girl clasped her hands in front of her excitedly. She didn't want to leave the guy alone. He had a very high fever. He was lying unconscious on a pillow. The girlfriend looked at the guy anxiously. She didn't know how she could help him. Suddenly, the guy came to his senses. He decided to ask his girlfriend for help. Yui asked excitedly to her friend, "Where does it hurt?" Chen asked the girl to bring him an anime pillow from the closet. He couldn't sleep without it. The girl ran over to the closet and opened the door. There were a lot of pillows hanging there. The girlfriend started asking the guy exactly what kind of pillow to get. The guy had separate pillow preferences by day of the week. Finally, the girl found the right thing and brought it to the boy. Chen was very happy. The protagonist suddenly reached his hand forward and grabbed the girl. The girlfriend was very surprised. She didn't understand what Chen wanted from her. The protagonist pulled the girl to him very quickly and laid down next to him on the bed. Chen clasped his girlfriend's arms tightly around him and did not let her go again. The girl was surprised. She couldn't get out of bed because of the main character's embrace. Yui shouted to her friend and explained that he had taken her instead of a pillow. The girl ceased to break free, but the protagonist continued to hold her down. The girlfriend felt the guy wrap his tail around her and pull her against him. Yui lay silently, very frightened and surprised. She couldn't understand what the guy was holding her with, at which time the protagonist wrapped his tail even more tightly around the girl. Through the dream, the guy called his girlfriend Wefushka and mistook her for his pillow. Suddenly, the main character's tail rose a little higher and snagged Yui's clothes. The girl grabbed at her clothes and yelled to her friend to stop! Yui fearfully yelled to the guy that she was not his pillow. At this time, a huge tail descended all over the frightened girl's body. Yu was very frightened and amazed. She couldn't say a word. And then the guy's long tail wrapped around the girl's 2 legs. The girl yelled at the guy to stop. There was no way she could get away. The girlfriend turned around to the guy and yelled that enough was enough. Chen couldn't understand through his sleep why his pillow was so hard. The guy started to squeeze the girl in front of him. Yui was frightened and excitedly silent. The protagonist was unpleasantly surprised. He couldn't understand why his pillow was as hard as a rock. The girlfriend slapped the guy's face with her hand with all her might. She tied him up with her ponytail. The girl looked at her work with a satisfied look. She prepared to leave. The main character was still unconscious. He still couldn't understand what had happened. The girlfriend took a very long look at the guy. Then she sighed. The protagonist woke up in his room. There was no one around him. Morning came and the sun came through the windows into the room. It lit it up. The protagonist began to wake up. He felt very comfortable. He couldn't understand through his sleep what the sensation around him was. The main character felt a kind of high in his body. It was like he was floating. Chen then opened his eyes. He noticed that there was someone beside him. The main character looked up and saw that his girlfriend was sitting next to him. She had a halo over her head. The girl flapped her wings and told her friend he was awake. Yu asked her friend, "Did it feel good?" She looked at him with interest. Chen asked his girlfriend with great excitement what she had done for him. The girl told the guy that she had performed an angel's blessing for him. A person after such a procedure can avoid misfortune and diseases. He will also receive the angel's protection. A friend said with a smile that it was the first time she had ever treated someone like that. She didn't even expect it to work. The main character was not happy. He yelled at his girlfriend not to use his body for experimentation. The main character looked at himself and said he felt better. He asked the girl if it was the power of angels. Yu sat and looked very happily in front of her. She felt happy. The protagonist asked the girl why she hadn't used such power before. The girl clenched her hands. She decided to explain everything to the guy about her power. Yui said that she can't use the power for a random person. Special conditions are also needed. Chen asked the girl what she meant by special conditions. The girl wanted to explain something to the guy. The protagonist didn't understand. He approached his girlfriend. Chen asked the girl if there would be any unpleasant consequences afterward. The guy told his girlfriend that she didn't use it while he was out. Her ritual wasn't like the mana transfer ritual. Yui got very angry in response. Chen asked grudgingly to his girlfriend, "Why is she so twitchy?" The girl threw a pillow at him. Yui folded her halo over her head with her hands. The main character told her girlfriend that it was just a joke. A guy told a girl that he had a strange dream at night. He saw himself on a private island surrounded by girls. After that, the main character drove a car on a high mountain road. He hit a big wall. At the end, a big meteorite hits the island and it sinks to the bottom of the sea. Chen told the girl that the dream was very realistic. Yui was very displeased. The main character said that in the dream, the most real feeling for him was the feeling of solidity and flatness. The girlfriend got angry. The ring told the girlfriend that the task was complete. The girlfriend walked up to the protagonist and kissed him on the forehead to aid in his healing. The protagonist lay on the couch and stared intently in front of him. The boy thought to himself joyfully that this was going to be the best moment of his life. A guy lying on the couch asking his girlfriend if she's changed. The girl was dressed in a black maid's outfit. She had a white bandage on her head. The girlfriend turned to the side and looked at the guy intently. Chen said thoughtfully that it was not a bad fit for a girl. Yui angrily asked him, why would she walk around in that? The protagonist thoughtfully and sternly reminded the girl of her past words. Yui asked excitedly to her friend what she could do for him. Chen replied for her friend that she was right. The girlfriend excitedly told the guy that she would do anything for him and fulfill his every wish. Chen thought slyly. He knew what he wanted to ask in return from the girl. The guy reminded the girl of her words. She herself had said that she would do anything he wanted for her. The main character wanted his girlfriend to serve him all day in a maid outfit. Chen held several sets of clothes in his hands. He told his girlfriend that she could choose something for herself. Yui was amazed that the guy even had such maid outfits. The protagonist told the interlocutor that maids should speak more respectfully. He demanded that the interlocutor call him master. The girl was angry. She realized she'd have to endure all this in silence. Chen put his hand on his forehead and said that his wound was sore. Yui nervously shouted to him that she would do anything for him. Girlfriend slowly and reluctantly called the protagonist host. Chen demanded of his girlfriend that she speak louder. He couldn't hear her. The girl held her ground with all her might. The girlfriend dutifully inquired of her master what she could do for him. The main character felt very good. He liked his girlfriend's behavior. Chen stretched his legs out in front of him and asked for his girlfriend to massage them to relieve the pain. Yu unexpectedly agreed to the protagonist's request. He was very surprised at such pliability. The girlfriend came over and started massaging the guy's legs. Chen was very surprised. The protagonist watched intently as the girl gently kneaded his legs. The guy decided that the girl wanted to trap him. After that, he thought that Yui didn't have the brains for it. The protagonist angrily thought to himself that he would see just how much the girlfriend could endure for a long time. The guy demanded from the maid to clean up the garbage in the living room and grab him some comics from the table. The girl ran to fulfill everything. The protagonist demanded from his girlfriend to bring goodies and juice for him. Yui quickly complied. The main character wasn't happy with the drink from the girl. He didn't like the way she served him. The guy was laying his head on his girlfriend's legs. She offered him some rest. Chen yelled to the girl not to distract him. He wanted to go through the whole game tonight. The girl felt very uncomfortable. She couldn't hold back any longer. The girlfriend turned to her boyfriend in a broken voice to ask. The maid told her friend that she needed to use the restroom where she would wet herself. The protagonist became agitated. He fearfully replied to the girl that of course she could step back. The main character tripped his girlfriend at the very last moment. Yui didn't expect the treacherous obstacle and started to fall as she walked. She let go of the tray from her hands. The protagonist gave his girlfriend a sly look and called her a bumbling idiot. The maid apologized and replied to her master that she would wipe it all up now. Chen fell silent. He looked at his girlfriend with great interest. The protagonist asked in a disgruntled voice to the girl, wondering if she would get angry. The girl was carefully wiping the floor with a rag. She was silent and didn't answer anything. Yui was silent. After a long pause, she replied to her friend that she wouldn't get angry. The girl said it was all her fault. Chen has a right to treat her like that. The main character got worried. He gave the girl a very sly look. Chen asked his girlfriend if she would be angry no matter what he did to her. Yui answered the boyfriend in a subdued voice that it was all true. Chen lay silently on the couch and looked at the girl. He didn't say anything to her. After a long pause, the main character called the girl a stupid dishwasher. The guy kept insulting the girl with different nicknames. She put up with it. Yui asked angrily to her friend, "Is he still asking for a fight?" The protagonist reached out his hand with interest and grabbed the girl's breast. Chen scrutinized his girlfriend's breasts. The size seemed suspicious to him. The girlfriend wasn't happy. She decided to fight off her friend's advances. Yui threw the guy's hand away from her with all her might. Chen gave her a very unhappy look. After which the girl swung around and slapped her friend across the face with all her might. The girl shouted angrily to her friend that the maid's clothes were very spacious for her. She was still trying to knock the guy. Chen reminded his girlfriend angrily that she had told him herself that she wouldn't be angry. Yui was very displeased. She looked at her friend angrily and hatefully. The main character demanded of the girl to buy him some food at the convenience store. She must return in 20 minutes because the ice cream might melt. Chen added that the girl must go to the store in her maid's clothes. The guy said goodbye to his girlfriend so she wouldn't stain her dress. Yui thought grudgingly to herself that the guy was really pissing her off. After that, she went out to the store. There were a lot of people in the mall. They were crowding and walking around the mall. The escalators were empty. Suddenly some girl appeared at the side. People were surprised. They looked at the stranger with great attention and interest. The girl was wearing small denim shorts. She was looking around carefully. The stranger closed her eyes with interest and told herself that she had finally arrived. The girl felt tired. She looked around carefully. The guest told herself that she had arrived early. She didn't know what to do now. Yu went to the store and bought groceries. The clerk thanked her for the visit. A girl was walking down the street with a bag in her hands. She realized that every passerby turned around and looked at her with interest. Yui decided she had to go home soon. She didn't have much time. The maid slowed down at full throttle. She realized she needed to move faster. The girl saw something very exciting in front of her. A thought crossed her mind. The girl was very scared. She was running down the street and realized she was running late. Yui realized that she had no choice, and she would have to try to speed up her movement. The girl stopped at full speed in the street. It was late evening and there were no people around. The girl looked around with great attention. There was no one around her. Yui didn't want anyone to see her in this place right now. She was wary. The girl was happy to think that there was no one around her. She didn't notice the tourist on the street. Late in the afternoon, the stranger stood alone in the street taking pictures. The girl opened her huge angel wings to soar above the ground. The maid kicked off the ground with her feet and rose in flight. The girl soared upwards very quickly. She flew over the city and flapped her wings. Yui was hovering above the ground holding a bag of food. She was on her way home. The girl looked around with great attention. She didn't know which way her house was. Yui was flying in the evening sky. She kept looking for her apartment. The girl looked around carefully and found the house where she was staying. Yui flew at full speed towards the mansion where the main character was waiting for her. Chen sat at home and was dissatisfied. He didn't understand why the girl hadn't returned yet. The protagonist stood in the room and thought to himself that girlfriend might have gotten lost again. The guy walked past the window to the back of the room. He waited silently for his girlfriend. The protagonist drew back abruptly and looked anxiously at the window on the balcony. The boy saw something very bright flying in the night sky. He looked excitedly in front of him. The protagonist was looking up at the night sky with great excitement. He couldn't understand what was in front of him. The protagonist looked closer and saw that it was his girlfriend flying with food in her hands. The girl was approaching the house at high speed in flight. She looked fearfully in front of her. The maid was very frightened. She was flying at high speed and couldn't stop. The protagonist was very startled. He didn't have time to bounce aside. She flew into her friend's window at high speed. After flying, the girl bumped and fell to the floor on top of the main character. Yui sat on top of the protagonist. She rubbed her bruised head. Girlfriend asked the guy if he was okay. He was feeling horny. The main character told the girl not to use her powers on the street. Yui replied to her friend that she was very careful so that no one would notice her. She handed the guy a box. The main character was very surprised. He didn't expect some kind of gift from a girl. Yu explained that she used the gift to apologize to her boyfriend. She broke a lot of things for him when he was sick. Chen was amazed at the unexpected gift from the girl. He thanked her. The main character unpacked the box. The girl said she bought it all for the guy on the seller's advice. He must like it. He looked at the toy robot with great amazement and joy. The robot glared and turned to the guy. He immediately told him to open his eyes. Chen was overjoyed. He didn't even know what to say to the girl. He could barely find the strength to thank her. The guy turned angrily to his girlfriend and asked excitedly, "Was she kidding?" Yui was very excited. She was waiting to hear back from the guy about the toy. Chen turned around to the girl very excitedly. He didn't even know what to say to her. The main character pulled himself together. He realized he needed to calm down and talk to his girlfriend. Chen told the girl in an excited voice that he liked everything very much. The girlfriend was very happy. She told the guy she was very happy. Yui said with a smile. She would have to come up with some other gift for the guy if he didn't like it. Chen held the robot and stared at it in amazement. The girl stood silently by his side. The main character turned around and asked the girl if she bought ice cream and goodies. Chen put the robot on the shelf. The girl said she would go out and buy food now. The guy told her it was late and the stores were closed. At that time, there was a girl walking on the city's deserted night streets. She was all alone. The stranger held a large candy in her mouth. She was looking intently at her phone. The girl took a closer look at her picture. She took it after she arrived. One of the users wrote to the girl that he sees a ghost in the photo. The stranger sharply enlarged the photo to see the details. The stranger's eyes lit up. She was very interested in the picture. The girl looked angrily at her phone and said she saw an angel, at which time the girl's ring suddenly beeped. She was at home. The protagonist told the interviewee that she had a new assignment. The girl was sitting reading at the time. The ring explained to the girl that she had to play a game and have fun. Yui looked at her friend in silence. She realized that she was in for a challenge. The guy was sitting by the video game discs. She thought it would be a lot of trouble. Chen was unhappy about having to play with his girlfriend. Yui was holding the discs at the same time. The boy thought slyly to himself that he had a chance to get back at the girl. The protagonist told his girlfriend that they could diversify the assignment a bit. Chen suggested to the girl that the loser of the game should fulfill the winner's wish. Yui excitedly told her friend that it was all interesting for her. The guy got excited because of the girlfriend agreed. A guy and a girl were sitting around a big TV. She said she was ready. Chen thought to himself that he is one of the best players in this fighting game. He wouldn't lose to a nubka. The protagonist smiled very wickedly. To himself, he prepared to crush his rival. After a long and grueling game battle, the guy lost. He couldn't understand why. Chen looked angrily at the girl. He couldn't understand why on earth she was good at the game. Yui gave her friend a sly look and called him a nub. The guy was very unhappy with such words. The protagonist forced himself to focus. He decided to play again. He ended up losing. The girl laughed. She told her friend cheerfully that he was desperate. Chen was very disappointed. He couldn't understand the reason for losing. Yui explained to him that she had played this game before. Yui picked up the remote. She told the guy she was about to show him something. The girl showed the protagonist herself on the top players list. She was under the nickname Ochinin Patrick. The guy shouted that he remembered this player nickname. Ochinin was a legend who surpassed the other leaders. The main character couldn't believe it was all his girlfriend. The girl waved her hand at the guy and demanded that he address her by her game nickname. You said that she rarely went outside and spent her time playing games. The caretaker would sometimes bring the girl something amusing from the human world. A girl sat in a huge hall. Very often she had nothing to do. Yui hesitated. She didn't know what to say next to the main character. A friend said with a smile that she'd barely played since she got to human world. She figured they'd released a lot of games in the meantime. The girl was holding a disc in her hands. She asked the guy, "Is this a new game?" Chen excitedly offered to play it for her. Chen thought to himself slyly that he was the winner of the tournament. This was the game he was best at. The girlfriend sat staring at the screen with very great attention. The girl was very fast with the buttons on the joystick. She and the guy started the game. The protagonist was amazed and crushed. He couldn't understand why he had lost again. The guy knew that the girl was playing this game for the first time, but showed herself well. Last time girlfriend played basketball very well for her first time. The main character decided to himself that his girlfriend was a monster. Yui at this time was looking at the new game with interest. The girl looked at her friend and called him a nub. The guy was very displeased. The protagonist fought fiercely in the game. The girl asked him when he would pull his trump card out of his sleeve. He was very tense and focused. He wanted to win. The girl looked at the girl in front of her with great attention. She was completely devoted to the game. Girlfriend asked the guy why he hates angels so much. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend with interest. He hadn't expected her to ask such a question. The girl stared calmly in front of her. She waited for an answer from her friend. Chen hesitated. He realized that he had to answer something to the girl now. Protagonist said in a disgruntled voice, "Not all angels are arrogant." The guy said that angels always talk about their silly and fairy tale ideals. They are completely disconnected from reality. The girlfriend replied to the guy that everything is absolutely as he said. She used to think exactly like that about demons. The girl smiled slyly. She said something had changed recently. The girlfriend smiled. She reported that her attitude had changed a lot. The protagonist was amazed. He looked at the girl with great attention. Chen wondered to his interlocutor why she had such a disgusted expression on her face. He asked the girl what the angels thought of demons, and she told him that the angels considered demons to be disgusting villains and destroyers of the world. The main character told the girl that she was using silly labels. Yui explained to her friend that most adults say these things to children. Chen said grudgingly to the girl that he and she were very similar in changing their moods. The main character told her girlfriend that there are angels like her among the angels. Chen called his girlfriend brainless. He added that it was the first time he had ever met someone so stupid. The girl asked her friend unhappily, "What do his words mean?" Chen told her that everything was exactly as she had heard it. The guy told his girlfriend that she did not know the most basic things about life. It was even hard for him to understand how the girlfriend had lived to this day. Yui said that before, someone used to cook food for her. There were always people who cleaned her room and did her laundry. The protagonist asked the girl, "Did she really live like a princess in a fairy tale?" The girl was very startled. She thought for a moment before answering the guy. Yui looked at the protagonist and asked what he would do if that was the case. The guy got angry. He even thought for a moment that his girlfriend was cute. To his girlfriend's surprise, the protagonist slapped his own hand on his face with all his might. He wanted to calm himself down. The guy angrily shouted to the girl that there was no way that would ever happen. Yui explained to her friend that it was all a joke. He took it to heart. The ring told the young men that the task was complete. They had done a good job. The girl slyly told the protagonist that she came out the winner in their competition. Yui looked at the guy with interest and wondered, what should he do for her? Chen thought to himself unhappily that something was affecting his girlfriend very badly. Yui demanded strictly from the guy to cook her the dish from the picture. Chen felt very upset that he had lost to the girl. The guy turned away and decided to look up the recipe on his phone himself. Chen noticed something very suspicious on his phone. He looked carefully. The main character saw a picture someone had sent him. There was an angel flying. The main character got worried. He realized that someone had secretly managed to film his girlfriend. The guy shouted unhappily. His shout spread around the neighborhood after that. The protagonist showed the picture to the girl and asked, "Is she in it?" Yui slyly turned sideways and told the guy very slyly that he was wrong. Chen grabbed his girlfriend's face with his hand and reminded her that he had told her that several times before. The guy thought to himself that this was getting serious. They wouldn't be able to make a joke out of it. He was especially worried that the caretaker might see all this. A woman came in with a cell phone. She told the young men that they were going to be in big trouble. Hag reminded her interlocutors that they were not allowed to use their abilities while they were in the human world. The woman warned the girl that if her identity was recognized, she would then be deported immediately. Yu was very frightened. She asked excitedly, what should they do? The guy told her that she should figure things out for once in her life. The girl approached the caretaker. The woman replied that she could not help her in such a situation. Yui didn't know what they should do next. The boyfriend told his girlfriend not to worry and not to jump to conclusions. Hag angrily shouted to the young men that they were a married couple. The responsibility would be borne by each of them. The woman reminded the boyfriend that he was also involved in the incident. He made the girlfriend go shopping. Hag explained to the guy that if he could make things right, she would turn a blind eye to the misunderstanding. She explained that it would be really bad if her superiors found out about it. In parting, the woman wished the young people good luck. The boy and girl listened to her in silence. The girlfriend apologized to the protagonist for getting him into this. The main character replied to the girl that nothing can surprise him anymore. The main task for him is to sort out the mess. The guy asked his girlfriend not to cause him any more trouble. Yui approached the protagonist from behind and asked if she could help him in any way. Chen told her that he didn't need her. Yui looked at her friend in silence. She was very excited. The main character was walking around the big city. He was thinking about how to solve a problem. Chen looked at the phone with great attention. He didn't know where to start. A guy was reading a lot of comments from a user named Yin Si. He didn't know who she was. One of them recognized the girl Yin in the phone. Chen asked his friend if he knew this stranger. The guy excitedly said that Yin is a very popular streamer. She has a beautiful voice and a good figure. Also, she is very cute. The student said admiringly to his friend that he had the perfect girl in front of him. The students were looking at a picture of a streamer girl. One of them said this girl was perfect. Chen asked his friends, "What's so special about the girl?" The guy told him to watch the video himself and he'll understand. The main character explained to the interlocutors in a very serious voice that he never watches streamers. The topic does not interest him. Chen told his friends that there was nothing special about a group of girls chatting. The protagonist looked at Yin and shouted admiringly that she was very cute. He couldn't believe that such a perfect girl could even exist. Friends hugged the protagonist. One student said they were brothers now. Another guy suggested that Chen look at the streamer's pictures in good quality. The girl sat in the dining room with her drink. She sighed unhappily to herself. The girlfriend was sitting next to her with food in her hand. She asked the girl why she was sighing so much. The student showed the girls her phone. There was a photo of a stranger with huge wings. The post has already garnered tens of thousands of reposts. Yu was very scared. The student said the popular woman saw an angel in a maid costume. The picture was taken near the place. The student said that the photo was probably fake. If the girl with wings was found, she would be given to scientists for experiments. The friend replied that the angel would probably be embalmed and exhibited in a museum. Yui listened fearfully to her companions. The student looked at the pictures and said that the stranger's hair color was similar to Yui's hair color. The girl turned around and noticed that her girlfriend had gone somewhere very quickly. At this time, the keeper herself was walking through the town. She was immersed in thought. A woman went to the drink machine to buy a soda. Hug bought herself a can of the drink. She asked herself, were the young people able to deal with the madness? The woman opened a can of drink. She kept thinking about Chen and his girlfriend. At that time, the caretaker heard a very loud noise from outside. It was as if someone was running at her. Yui slammed into the woman at full throttle. The caretaker even dropped her drink can. After a mighty blow, the girl fell on top of the caretaker. Hag asked the girl excitedly what was going on. Her interlocutor hugged her and remained silent. Yu told the woman excitedly that she just didn't know what to do. The caretaker thought to herself with a smile that the girl was already giving her a headache. Hag put her hand on the girl's head and told her she didn't need to cry. The caretaker promised the girl that she would definitely think of something. She cradled her in her arms. There were a lot of people in the center of town. They walked between houses and visited stores. People were walking around en masse at the mall to various stores. The girls noticed some guy next to them. They looked at him with admiration. The stranger had a reddish demonic look in his eyes. He was looking around carefully. The guy was looking around the store with great attention and interest. He saw something. The client held up the black stockings. He looked at them with great admiration. The customer asked the saleswoman to wrap his goods. There were other people standing around. The main character was walking down the street and looking at his phone. He said unhappily to himself that he had forgotten the main thing. Chen noticed that the streamer was broadcasting and only showed up in the evening. A guy was walking down the street and decided to stop. He was still thinking about Yin, while a stranger was running down the street at full speed. He had somewhere to be. Chen was walking calmly down the street, not worrying about anything. Another guy was running at his side. The stranger noticed at the very last moment someone else walking beside him. The protagonist heard a noise from the side. He turned around with great excitement. Two passers-by ended up crashing into each other in the middle of the street. They missed their bags. Both guys were lying on the ground with their hands on their heads. Their purchases were lying around. Chen felt a very strong pain in his head. He cried out unhappily. The protagonist called the stranger a scumbag and asked, "Is he blind?" A passerby shouted to the protagonist that he was in a big hurry. He immediately grabbed the package in his hand. The main character yelled in a disgruntled voice to the guy to wait. Chen looked at the stranger with great surprise as he ran away. The main character wrapped his arms around the shopping bag. He had a waifu figurine inside. Chen slipped his hand into the bag to check if his purchases were all right. The protagonist noticed with great surprise how he had an unfamiliar package in his bag. Chen was surprised. He realized he had black stockings in the bag. The main character was very surprised and amazed. He realized he had an alien bag. Chen got worried. He realized that the stranger had planned the swap with the bags from the beginning. The main character got angry and ran down the street at full speed. He was very unhappy. Chen ran through the city streets yelling after the guy to give him back his waifu. At this time, a woman with glasses was sitting in a tree. She was holding fishing hooks on a fishing line. Hag said happily that everything had gone pretty smoothly. 6 hours earlier, a woman was unloading merchandise. She brought an express delivery. A guy I didn't know signed a receipt. Hag asked the guy, "Did he just recently move in?" The interviewer replied that he was recently here. A woman handed the guy a special ad. There was a discount day at a mall nearby. The woman told the guy he had a lot more to buy. The mall has a lot of different clothes at a low price. A stranger ran into the apartment. He said he'd get dressed right away and go to the store. Hag called the protagonist and told him that he could get to the offline lottery from the store. Chen was very surprised. He could not believe that it was real. The woman informed the interlocutor that the event would start at 1 p.m. He would receive the address of the venue by SMS. The salesgirl with the boxes asked the guy what can she do for him. Chen told the girl excitedly that he had come to collect the prize. He was very excited. The girl told him to follow her. Chen shouted happily that today was his lucky day. He bought 88 tickets at once. The saleswoman wished him good luck. The girl handed the guy a bag of goods and told him to come back again. The protagonist was walking between stores and holding his purchases in his hands. At that time, someone from outside called out to him. The saleswoman offered the guy an advertisement with discounts at a shopping center nearby. Chen was very impressed by such cheap goods. The protagonist looked at the advertising brochure with admiration. He decided that he would go there right away. The saleswoman waved him off and wished him good luck. Hag pulled off her costume top and gave the guy a sly look, at which time a strange guy was walking around the mall looking around. The woman at the side called out to the customer and told him that he was staring in front of him for a very long time. Hag in a saleswoman's costume told the guy that there was a promotion going on today, and he could find something for him at a reduced price. The woman explained to the client that they were now offering services to people with unusual hobbies, so he could come in. The customer replied that he was looking for something for his younger sister. The saleswoman started telling him about different products. The stranger looked around anxiously. Hag explained to him that the clock was on the wall. The guy noticed that the time was only 3 o'clock. He thought to himself that he was already scared. The woman told the guy that they had a collection of women's clothes and silk stockings. The customer told the saleswoman to show him everything. Hag handed the guy a shopping bag. She informed him that she would send the rest to him via delivery. The client told himself that he had bought a lot. The phone informed him that the payment had been successful. The client looked at the phone in surprise. The time was already 17 hours and 45 minutes. He was frightened because it was so late. The woman told the guy slyly that the wall clock in the store had a dead battery. The client fearfully asked the woman, "Where is the nearest toilet?" Hag answered him that the toilet was being renovated. She then told him where he could go down the street. The stranger sped off at full speed. The woman waved at him in greeting. Hag was looking at her phone with great attention. She knew the other guy had to come out right now. The main character was walking down the street and singing happily to himself. He decided that today was his lucky day. The guy looked at the ground in front of him and noticed that there was some kind of card lying there. Chen reached out his hand to grab the card. He wanted to take it for himself. The main character was waving his arms around. The card was flying away from him. Chen rushed on top of the card and immediately covered it with both hands. The protagonist was overjoyed. He'd managed to catch the thing he wanted after all. Chen stood very happy. He held the card in his hands. At the same time, a stranger ran from the side. The guys collided very violently. Their bags fell to the ground. Nearby, the caretaker was sitting in a tree. She threw a fishing line and hook aside. The woman hooked one of the bags and pulled it toward her with all her might. Hag threw another hook in after that and grabbed another bag to pull it to her. The woman deftly began pulling up the fishing line to reposition the bags. Very quickly, it appeared that the paper bags on the ground had changed their location. The woman sat in the tree and stretched contentedly. She told herself that she was tired. Hag told herself that she was sweating really badly and her clothes were sticky. She decided to go home and take a bath. The girl looked away. She realized there was nothing she could do to help. She remembered the caretaker. Yui was very much frightened and disappointed. She didn't know what to do now. She decided that her identity would definitely be revealed now. Suddenly, the girl heard some shouting from the side. She realized that there was a chase near her. The girl turned around and saw a guy rushing at full speed next to her. Someone was running after him. Yui looked very closely. She realized who was running beside her. An unknown guy was speeding at full speed to reach a large building. The guy got to the public restroom sign. He got excited. The stranger looked away very happily. He realized that he had barely made it.
at which time someone from the side shouted to the guy to freeze immediately.
The exhausted protagonist demanded of the stranger that he return his waifu. The protagonist swung around and reached out with all his might towards the guy. The stranger was very frightened. He asked the protagonist, "Is that guy crazy?" The stranger glanced fearfully at the protagonist and realized that communication was impossible. The guest realized he had to get away from Chen. He ran full speed away. The guy slowed down. He knew he was running out of time and couldn't be delayed any longer. The protagonist waved his arms to hit the stranger, who dodged very deftly, after which the stranger jumped up abruptly and ran up the side of the building. The stranger shouted very angrily to himself that now he would be able to escape. The protagonist looked at the guy with great excitement. He kept chasing him. Chen was climbing up the walls of the building at high speed. He shouted at his opponent not to even think of escaping. The stranger was very much frightened. He saw a demonic look in front of him. Then the protagonist sharply piled on top of his opponent, who was lying with his back on the earth. Chen pressed the stranger to the ground and said cheerfully that he had caught him. The guy asked the protagonist to let him go. He added that he's willing to do whatever it takes.
The main character got angry. He yelled at the stranger that he robbed him and now he wants to leave.
The guy replied in a frightened voice that there had been a misunderstanding. Last time he had just taken the main character's stuff for himself. Chen got even more angry. He shouted to the stranger that he wouldn't believe that lie. The stranger was silent. Then he said in a strange voice that the time had come. The main character was surprised and scared. He didn't know what was about to happen. Chen looked very carefully in front of him. He noticed that something was beginning to happen to the stranger. The guy's body suddenly started changing. He started getting bigger. After that, the stranger's hands got smaller. Fingers shortened. The clothes on the stranger began to sag. He had lost a little weight and was getting smaller. The stranger's appearance began to change. His face became more rounded. The protagonist saw in front of him the face of a girl already familiar to him. He realized that the stranger had transformed. The main character was very amazed and frightened. He didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, the girl abruptly jumped to her feet. Chen very quickly veered to the side. The protagonist looked at the stranger with great excitement and interest. Chen noticed the girl's huge demonic tail appeared behind her. She was very angry. The protagonist took a very quick look. He'd seen this girl somewhere before. The stranger remained silent. The guy continued to stare at her with great interest. Very quickly, the protagonist realized he was facing a streamer. Chen shouted to the girl in an excited voice that he was a very big fan of hers. The protagonist was admiringly telling his interlocutor that he had watched all of her broadcasts and videos. In a burst of admiration, the guy asked his new acquaintance for an autograph. After that, very abruptly, the protagonist realized that this was not the time to get excited. Yin looked at the guy and asked, "Isn't he surprised after what he saw?" Chen questioned his interlocutor in a calm voice. "Is he a demon?" The girl looked at the boy with interest. She didn't understand his question. Chen pointed his finger proudly at himself and said that he too was a demon. Yin replied to the protagonist that she was in a big hurry, and that's why she didn't notice him. Chen pointed his finger excitedly at his new acquaintance. He said that she was a succubus demon. The protagonist asked his interlocutor how come she turns from a guy to a girl. The interlocutor was silent. She thought with great surprise over the words she had heard. Nina thought about it. She decided to tell the protagonist everything in detail. The girl said in a frightened voice that the whole thing was an angelic curse. 8 years ago, a guy was looking for pretty girls as usual. Suddenly, an angel girl came up to him. A stranger told a guy he liked girls. He gave her a scared look. After that, the girl put some kind of curse on the guy. She yelled that he would be a girl himself now. When the guy came to, he had a woman's body. This incident had a very big impact on the guy when he was young. Now every night, his body turns into a woman's body. Yin sat on the ground and in a very disgruntled voice repeated to herself about the 8 years.
The girl grudgingly shouted she'd been through a lot over the years.
Because of the current curse, Yin can no longer flirt with pretty girls. Also, a girl has to watch out for men, and it happens to her every day. The mind and body are already on edge. Chen told the interlocutor angrily that it was her own fault. Yin asked the interlocutor what could be wrong with socializing with nice girls. The demon said it was very difficult for him to be with a succubus. He can't even use the skills. Also, he can't be satisfied with one woman. The protagonist waved at his interlocutor and said he needed to gather his thoughts. Chen asked his interlocutor if he was 100% a real man. The succubus told him that he was. The protagonist shouted angrily that the internet is all about deception. He immediately realized that such a cute girl couldn't exist. Chen asked Demon why he had so many followers on the social network. The succubus explained that he understands male nature. Only a guy can understand a guy. The demon told the protagonist that streaming was an easy way to make a lot of money. Turning into a girl made him more charming. The succubus said excitedly, if others were doing it, he could too. The protagonist reminded the interlocutor that he himself had said that he hated men who only thought about his body. The demon angrily replied that that was why he squeezed money out of men.
The protagonist angrily shouted to the demon that he had given him many gifts. He wanted reciprocation of feelings. The demon looked at his interlocutor in a calm voice and said that he was a guy and could not reciprocate. The main character was very displeased. He felt his heart begin to pound rapidly. Chen shouted unhappily to the side that the girl he liked turned out to be a guy. The succubus said slyly that men were very simple. The protagonist told the succubus in a thoughtful voice that he had come to this place where he had been bewitched 8 years ago to get rid of the curse. The demon explained in an aggrieved voice to his interlocutor that he had come here to find salvation from his miserable life. Chen shouted angrily to his interlocutor that he had not the curse, but the dream of every man in the world. The main character said that if you turn into a woman at night, you can enter a women's bathhouse or locker room. The succubus also has no problem hugging and touching women. The demon came up behind the protagonist and put his hands on his shoulder. He said that he didn't understand anything. The demon explained to the protagonist that he had already thought about all these things. He can't do all these things. The demon angrily and frustratedly said that he was not fully a man. The protagonist listened attentively to his interlocutor. The demon was telling him that he wanted to be promiscuous with beautiful girls. The succubus said in a tragic voice as he turned into a girl, his desire fading away. The demon explained that when he's in a girl's body, he's at ease looking at other women. He has no desire for love. The succubus told me that if he loses his innocence when he's a woman, he might not turn back into a guy. The demon saw the protagonist holding a cucumber in front of him. The succubus asked fearfully to the Chenya, what was he going to do with it? Chen asked the demon, is there any way to lift the curse? The interlocutor replied that the curse can be lifted, but there are important conditions. The protagonist anxiously inquired of his interlocutor, what conditions is he talking about? The succubus hesitated. He decided to give all the details to the protagonist. The demon reported that he had to find a loved one and build a good relationship with her. Chen was very unpleasantly startled when he heard such words from his interlocutor. The protagonist asked the demon, is he mocking him? He was struck by the conditions for release from the curse. The succubus sternly reminded his interlocutor that he had called him cute recently. The demon explained to the guy that it's very hard for him to even look in the mirror. He's always wondering why such a perfect woman isn't his girlfriend. The protagonist advised his interlocutor to find some girl to love. The demon replied that he couldn't fall in love with a girl who wouldn't be as beautiful as he was. The demon explained that he needed to find the angeless who had cursed him. He had already been able to dig up information on her. The succubus has learned that the angeless has already made a mess of the neighborhood. She bullies weak demons for fun. The main character remembered his girlfriends. He realized that they weren't such bad angels. Chen thought to himself, no demon would let others bully him. Chen inquired of his interlocutor, what will he do with the angeless when he finds her? The succubus asked the guy. So why is he asking obvious questions? The demon said angrily that he would torture the angeless physically and mentally. She must learn what hell tastes like and how horrible it is to mess with a demon. The protagonist, in a burst of emotion, grabbed his companion's arm with his hands. Chen explained to the demon that he had already spoken the same words himself that he had just heard him say. The protagonist explained to his interlocutor that he was very understanding of his humiliation from the angels. The succubus looked at his interlocutor with great excitement. He realized that he was hurt too. The protagonist said such a thing can't be told to anyone. The demon must keep it all inside and interrupt day by day. Chen continued to assure his interlocutor that he understood him completely. He was ready to come to the succubus's aid. The protagonist told the interlocutor his name. The demon replied that they would be blood brothers from this day forward. Chen told his new friend that he wanted to ask him something. The demon replied cheerfully to the guy that he could talk. The protagonist asked the demon if he could touch his female breasts. The succubus was embarrassed. He didn't know what to say to his new friend. After that, the demon moved away from the protagonist very quickly and fearfully. The protagonist wanted to remind his interlocutor of his request. The demon responded by angrily calling him sick. Chen explained grudgingly to his interlocutor that he didn't believe his words. The demon could have been playing a joke on him. The protagonist angrily demanded that his interlocutor provide him with proof. The succubus asked grudgingly at the guy, does the guy not believe him? Chen asked as proof. The demon allowed his chest to be touched. The protagonist calmly explained to his interlocutor that there was nothing wrong with it, as they were both men. The demon yelled to the guy that he only wanted her as body. Chen angrily replied that there was no need to fuss over a mere touch. The succubus asked his interlocutor if he would believe him if he allowed him to touch his breasts. After a short pause, the demon replied to the protagonist that he agreed to his request. The succubus closed his eyes fearfully. He shouted to his interlocutor that he could continue. The demon turned aside and told the protagonist to remember he was a man. Chen happily stretched out his hand in front of him. He said that he was also a man. The protagonist reached forward to his chest and said, begin check. While the girl was walking the streets, she couldn't figure out where she was. Yui remembered exactly that she ran after the main character to this place. She even thought she was lost. Suddenly the girl noticed something suspicious on the side. She looked carefully. Yui looked closer and noticed the main character reaching out to touch the girl's breasts. Yu was very angry. She couldn't understand what the protagonist was doing here with a stranger. The girlfriend grudgingly demanded of the protagonist that he immediately stop it. The guy freaked out. The girl swung her arm and slapped the guy. She said, "What's he doing?" Yui called the protagonist a pervert and kicked him with all her might. Chen fell to the ground. He felt very ill after the hard blow. The girlfriend stood and glared angrily at the protagonist. She was annoyed. Yin looked at the girl unfamiliar to her with great interest and excitement. The streamer got very excited. She felt a strong attraction to the girl. After that, Yin's eyes really lit up. She was taken over by the feeling. Yui stood and waved her hand. She was still very angry at the main character. The girl turned and looked at the stranger with great interest. Yui ran up to the streamer and excitedly grabbed her arm with her hand. The girl asked with great excitement to the stranger if she was hurt. Yin was very excited. Her heart was pounding and her feelings were overwhelming. The protagonist angrily yelled at his girlfriend that she sent him flying with a leg kick. Yui angrily explained to her interlocutor that she had caught him with an innocent girl in a dark alley. The protagonist pointed his finger in the direction and explained to his girlfriend that there was a demon in front of her. Chen explained in a worried voice that Yui saw a man in front of him. Yui stood staring silently at the huge breasts of the stranger in front of her. The girlfriend thought about it. She realized that the main character wanted to deceive her. Yui told the guy he could have come up with something more convincing. The friend made excuses. He said all he did was to validate it. Yin at this time ran up to the girl and called her a beautiful angel. The protagonist is pissed. He's determined to drive the demon away from his girlfriend. Yu asked with interest, how did the stranger know she was an angel? Chen ran up and wrestled Demon's hands away from his girlfriend. He said they hadn't solved the main problem yet. The protagonist angrily reminded the demon that he shouldn't feel anything for a woman when he is one himself. The succubus told him back that it was the first time he had ever been so excited. Chen angrily pointed his hand at the guy and demanded that he delete the picture. The demon hesitated. He couldn't figure out which picture his interlocutor was talking about. The succubus studied the picture on his phone very carefully. He realized what had happened. The demon looked at the picture and asked the guy if that was why he was looking for him. Chen agitatedly demanded of his interlocutor that he delete the photo quickly. He was in trouble because of it. The demon calmly glanced at the protagonist and said he didn't want to do that. Chen excitedly reminded his interlocutor that they were friends. Chen shouted fearfully to the demon that they had had a heartwarming moment not long ago. The interlocutor calmly replied that he wouldn't delete anyway. The demon calmly explained to the guy that he wouldn't get anything out of it. The succubus also said it wasn't his fault. He didn't photograph anything on purpose. Demon said that he would be very much affected by the deletion of the post. If streamer deleted the post, it would mean that the photo was a fake. There would be negative comments and a decrease in the number of subscribers. The succubus waved his tail. He explained to the protagonist that his only income was gifts and subscriptions from fans. The girl listened to the demon with great excitement. She was very surprised by his words. The succubus explained that Yui was an angel and he didn't want to help an angel. After that, a very violent shiver ran through the demon's body. Its tail rose up sharply. Yin became worried. She shouted very frightened at Yui to stop. The streamer told the interviewer that her tail is very sensitive and not to touch it. The girl was very scared. She took her hands away and told the streamer that she didn't do it on purpose. Yui looked at her hands with great attention. She was beginning to guess something. The girl became very agitated. She looked in front of her with great surprise. The protagonist joyfully shouted to his girlfriend to grab the demon's tail and not let go. Yui ran up to the streamer with all her might and grabbed her tail from behind. Yin felt very much weak and horny. She couldn't resist. The main character turned on his phone to videotape the whole process. Chen told the demon angrily that he had no more arrogance. He offered him a deal. The protagonist told his interlocutor that he should delete the photo if he didn't want the embarrassing video to be seen by others. The demon grudgingly told the guy that it was all very mean. Chen put his hand on his face. The girl was very displeased. She shouted that it was all very excessive. Chen said angrily to his interlocutor that he was doing all this because of her. It was her fault that things had gotten to this point. The main character suggested that the girlfriend pack up her stuff and go to her world. After a long pause, the girl replied that she didn't want to go anywhere. The protagonist angrily demanded that Yui stop talking nonsense. Chen held the phone in his hands. He said that the same demonic methods should be used against demons. He asked for the girl to come over and help him. The protagonist was standing there with his phone. He asked the demon, "What's his answer?" The succubus looked angrily at his companion and called him a traitor. Chen shouted to his girlfriend to help the demon. Yui agreed. Yui gripped the demon's tail tightly from behind. The succubus felt very much aroused. The girl thought to herself that she might be doing something wrong right now.
Yui saw Demon's reaction and immediately realized that she wanted to continue. The protagonist asked the exhausted demon if he had changed his mind. Chen and his girlfriend stood and looked merrily at their exhausted rival. The succubus felt very exhausted. A violent shiver ran through him. The demon fell to the ground. The protagonist cheerfully told his girlfriend that he had prepared in advance. He held up the phone. Chen said in a confident voice that as long as he had the video, then the demon wouldn't cause them any problems, at which time the girl snatched the phone out of her friend's hands in a very swift motion. The girl deleted the video. The guy was very disappointed. Yui explained that the problem was solved and they should leave the succubus alone. The girlfriend handed the demon his phone. The succubus was still lying on the ground. Yui explained to her new acquaintance that they had already deleted the video from their phone. The girl bowed to the demon and said she was sorry. She explained that they had no choice, as all of this was important to them. Yui apologized to the surprised succubus for scaring him. She meant no harm. The girl held out her hand to the demon and said that she would come to his aid if he had a difficult situation in his life. She offered to get along with him. The demon became very emotional. He looked at the girl with great excitement. Succubus realized that a cute girl was sitting in front of him. He told her that he was also very selfish. The streamer posted the original photo of the goose. People wrote her different comments. Valentine's Day is a romantic holiday for couples. People on this day express love and give gifts and different things to each other. But you can't have all that on Valentine's Day without one very important thing. Lovers need chocolate. Boys look forward to girls giving them chocolate. But this wonderful tradition is not so popular. On Valentine's Day, there are big lines in crowded streets. But the main character bought chocolate every year. Every year, the main character sits at the exact time and waits for the courier to show up. Chen felt great excitement. He was waiting for the chocolate from Mi-chan. And yet the great day came. It was raining very hard outside. Because of the huge rainfall, there was a very big traffic jam in the city. The protagonist was on the bus. He didn't understand why it was raining today. There was a knock at the main character's house. It was a package arriving. A girl opened the door. Yui held the box in her hands with great surprise. She couldn't understand what was inside it. The main character was surprised. He received a message on his phone that the package had already been received. Chen remembered with excitement that he had one of his girlfriends left at home. The main character realized that if he didn't make it in time, girlfriend would eat all the chocolate. The guy saw a huge crowd in front of him. He wished people would move faster. The main character was walking in the rain. He realized he had to be on time.
The guy broke into the apartment at full speed and yelled that he was home.
The girl sat eating chocolate. She looked at her friend with interest. You ate chocolate in large doses. She couldn't even swallow a piece at once. The protagonist looked over and saw an open box lying in the girl's lap. The main character was very much mortified. He realized that girlfriend had eaten all the presents. Chen looked at the girl with hatred. He didn't even know how to express his resentment. The protagonist angrily pounced on top of his girlfriend and asked her what she had done. Yui grabbed her friend's hand with a very deft and quick movement. The girl was able to defend herself against the guy's attack. She fought him off with her hand.
Chen kept angrily yelling to the girl that this treat wasn't hers.
The girlfriend was still eating the chocolate. She was surprised to see the guy. What's he doing? Chen looked at the girl very angrily and kept yelling about the chocolate. The guy angrily demanded of his girlfriend that she spit out the treat. The girl slipped. The girlfriend looked at the guy with great consternation. She realized that she was falling. The girl couldn't stay on her feet and fell backwards onto the floor. The protagonist looked up at his girlfriend with great excitement. Chen was lying on top of his girlfriend. He was sinking his teeth into a piece of chocolate. The protagonist tried with all his might to snatch a piece of treat from his girlfriend's mouth. The girl staggered. She didn't understand what had happened to her friend today.
The protagonist angrily continued to demand the girl spit out the chocolate.
The girlfriend found the strength to free her hand. She yanked it to the side. The protagonist dodged and managed to put his hand on top of the girl's arm. Yui was very surprised. She didn't understand what was going on with her friend right now. The girl couldn't understand if the guy was always so strong. Chen continued to pull the food out of her mouth. Yui looked at her friend with great excitement. She decided to try to free herself. The girl felt an opportunity to lift her leg a little. At this time, Yu's shorts had one button undone from her shorts from the exertion. Chen decided not to give up. He clamped his teeth firmly onto the piece of chocolate. The girl tensed even more. She realized she had a chance to break free. Yui dodged and threw the guy over herself with a very powerful hold. The girl jumped up and swallowed a piece of chocolate. She even choked a little. Yu felt very much frightened. She asked the boy unhappily, what was he doing? The girl angrily inquired of the protagonist, has he lost his mind? Chen was lying on the floor and kept repeating the words about chocolate. The girlfriend told the guy that she didn't open his package. The box is in the closet next to the door. The guy ran straight there. The main character was holding a box. He asked the girlfriend what she had just eaten. He could not believe that the girlfriend had bought a gift like his. Yu said in a guilty voice that she got the box from the caretaker. The girl explained that Hag said they wouldn't sell all the goodies until after the holidays. She suggested the guy try it with her. The protagonist dropped the box from his hands to the floor. Then there was a big noise. It was still raining very hard outside. There was a loud noise coming from the guy's balcony. A loud noise rolled through the city through the rumble of a heavy downpour. Yui approached the guy and asked with interest if he had found what he was looking for. Chen replied that all his dreams were shattered. The girl walked up to her friend. She looked at him carefully. Yu asked her friend, was he so upset because he really wanted a chocolate bar? The girl handed her friend a small treat in a bag on her arm. The girlfriend told the guy she brought him a small chocolate bar. Chen took the treat in his hands. He couldn't understand what it was in front of him. Yui said that at a meeting with friends, they decided to make some chocolate. She will give the rest to the caretaker tomorrow. The boy looked at the chocolate circle in surprise. It made strange noises and shimmered. He didn't want to eat it. Yui told the boy that her friends said the chocolate was delicious. The guy looked carefully at the treats. He said that such food is found in street stalls. If you eat it, you will get sick or die. Chen prepared to eat the chocolate. He told the girl that he didn't want her efforts to go to waste. The protagonist swallowed the treat. Suddenly the guy felt really good. He liked the flavor. Chen felt a very strong excitement, as if his soul had left his body. The guy thought to himself that he was worried about the chocolate for nothing. In his dream, he saw a lot of waifu. At the same time, his girlfriend was waking him up. The students were busy cooking on the stove. The girlfriend told Yui that she would not let her cook next time. Chen lay exhausted on the floor. He thought he was happy for the first time because he was still alive. A young couple was arguing behind the wall. The guy demanded a gift from the girl in the form of chocolates. The girlfriend replied that dinner should be enough for him. Chen thought to himself, lying down, that the people next door were very noisy. The next day, the students were on campus. A young guy appeared outside the university building. He was walking around and looking around. The demon eyed the people around him with a very sly and piercing gaze. A stranger was walking everywhere with his cell phone. The guy looked very carefully to the side. He saw someone familiar there. The demon waved his hand high to the girl and greeted her cheerfully. The guy apologized to the woman he was talking to for yesterday. He gave her a lot of trouble. He also thanked her for her help. The girl was very surprised. She couldn't understand who was standing in front of her. The main character appeared. He explained to the girl that she was seeing the demon she had grabbed by the tail yesterday. The girl said with great excitement that the guy had gotten very tall. The demon told his new girlfriend that his name was in C. He apologized to her for the misunderstanding. The guy held out his hand to the girl and said that he might not be able to find the person who put the curse on him. In looked at his interlocutor and told her to turn him into a man. Yui was surprised. She looked at the guy with great disbelief and interest. The guy walked over and poured the water from the bottle over the demon's head. In was still smiling. The demon felt water running off his head. It was ice cold. In angrily asked the protagonist what he was doing. Chen told him that he was using the water to turn him back into a girl. Ying angrily asked his interlocutor why does the latter interfere every time he wants to talk to Yui. Chen replied to the demon that he didn't seem displeased because he wanted to talk to his girlfriend. The girl said the caretaker should be here soon. She explained that the demon could meet the woman. The protagonist and his friend turned around. They looked at Yui with excitement. Yu advised the demon to go and talk to the woman. The caretaker must know a lot of things. Yin remembered that the girl had already talked about this woman yesterday. The demon cautiously asked the girl what kind of person this caretaker was. Yui closed her eyes and said happily that the caretaker was her best friend. In imagined the caretaker as a sweet and gentle girl. He wanted to meet her. Yui told her companions that they had arrived. They were in a building in a large hallway. At this time, the main character came up from behind and placed his hand sharply on the demon's shoulder. Chen looked menacingly at his opponent and wanted to give him some important advice. The protagonist told the demon that he could still turn back. The rest of his life would be hell. In turned around and replied grudgingly to his interlocutor that he knew that the man was a demon. In waved his hand and said he wouldn't believe a word from the Chen. The demon said he was going to meet a girl, so there shouldn't be any problems. After that, he said goodbye to the girl. Yui waved a cheerful hand at her new friend and wished him luck. The main character tells his girlfriend that a handsome guy is courting her. She must be good. Chen said grudgingly to the girl that she must be popular and over the moon. Yui turned to the main character and asked him, "What is he talking about?" Chen turned aside and told the girl that she was so happy that she was about to smile. The protagonist explained to the girlfriend that she was eager to help the demon. She even showed him the way. Yui replied that the demon didn't seem like a bad person, and she had promised him help recently. The protagonist recalled how the girlfriend had beaten him to a pulp. Chen explained to her interlocutor that she does not treat everyone equally. This proves that the world is inherently unfair. The main character waved his hands to the side and said he was used to it.
The girlfriend looked at him carefully. "You?" asked the guy in a sly voice. "Is he jealous of her?" Chen turned around. He looked at his girlfriend with great surprise. She answered him fearfully that she was only joking. Yui asked her friend fearfully, "Why does he look so angry then?" The protagonist prepared to tell the girl why he looked like that. The guy hesitated. He realized he couldn't just explain everything for some reason. Chen was silent. The more he thought, the more he realized that he didn't know what was going on. He couldn't figure out why he was so angry right now. Chen was very surprised. He didn't understand what the girl was doing to him right now. The guy thought he might have taken the wrong pill today. Suddenly, someone's body flew by them. The boy and girl were surprised and frightened. They did not understand what it was. The caretaker appeared. She put her white-sneakered foot forward. There was a very battered demon on the ground. He couldn't even get to his feet. Hag was holding a small candy bar. She decided to address the guy. The caretaker angrily asked the demon, "Who was it that allowed him to come in without knocking?" The demon looked at the woman very angrily. He wasn't happy that she hit him, and said that his father never even hit. The caretaker swung around and kicked her foot into the wall next to the guy with all her might. He got really scared. The protagonist was surprised. He gave the woman a very angry and disgruntled look. Hag told the demon thoughtfully that she wanted to hit him as soon as she looked at him. The caretaker turned around and saw the protagonist and the girl next to her. The young men greeted her with fright. The woman demanded from the demon that he compensate her for the broken door. In replied that she broke it herself. Chen hid behind his girlfriend fearfully. He said that this was the woman's true face. The caretaker told the guy that he came in without knocking. In replied that he knocked a couple of times. The demon looked at the woman very angrily. She was a mystery to him. The guy thought it was the first time he'd ever seen such a strange woman. She was completely unpredictable to him. The caretaker asked Demon if he had applied for a job here, and surprisingly replied to the woman that he had not applied for any jobs. The caretaker showed the document. It had the demon's signature at the bottom. In said that he had signed the paper, but it didn't say anything about it being an employment contract. The woman explained to him that he was just in a hurry. Hag pointed her finger at the small print on the document. The guy shouted to her that he couldn't possibly have noticed it. The woman angrily shouted to her interlocutor that the contract would come into effect immediately. In was very much annoyed. Hag walked right up to the guy and said he came here looking for someone important. The woman explained to her interlocutor that the right person for him was not here. Hag told the guy that she purposely spread the rumor for him to lure him here. In was very amazed while the woman kept telling him something. The caretaker explained to the demon that he had caused a lot of trouble for the girl. She wanted to teach him a lesson. The demon felt very creepy. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this woman, and didn't believe all angels were like this woman. She looked dangerous to him. The demon became very agitated. He realized that he couldn't even escape anywhere. The woman swung around and hit the guy in the face with all her might, and thought she was going to kill him. At which time a large golden halo appeared above the caretaker's head. The main character and the girl looked at the woman with fear. They did not know what she would do next. The caretaker raised a finger up and began to unwind the halo above her head. The woman looked at her friends very angrily. She decided to catch up with the demon. Hag swung around and with a very powerful punch launched the halo far in front of her. A golden beam flew from the woman and managed to catch up with the demon, and found himself completely bound. Hag grabbed the golden bundle and started pulling the guy back up. He couldn't resist. The demon was very frightened. He screamed, but there was no way he could free himself from the bindings. Hag looked up at the demon and said there was no way out for him. In screamed that it was his fault and begged to be let go. The protagonist yelled to the woman that there is a rule that forbids them from using their powers in the open. Hag replied to the guy that there is indeed such a rule. The caretaker turned around and asked the guy if he had ever seen anyone break that rule. The guy hid behind his girlfriend's back, scared. He said he didn't see anything. At that time, a special bracelet appeared around Demon's neck. It clicked loudly. In asked the woman fearfully, what on earth had she just put on him? Hag replied with a smile to the guy that this precaution was to keep him from running away. The woman explained to the demon that if he tried to remove the bracelet, his head would burst. In was frightened. He touched the bracelet with his hands and looked at the woman with great apprehension. Hag looked at Demon with a smile and said that she would take care of him if he did everything she said. She liked the guy's abilities. The woman told the demon what she would do if he looked at him one more time with the smile he walked in on her with. Hag threatened the guy that she would pull out his tongue and stick it in his behind. Woman pulled Demon behind her. She said they'd get him ready for work. Ink yelled loudly that he wanted to go home. The main character and the girl were very frightened. They became two. Yui said fearfully that it was the first time she had seen a woman like that. Chen replied that it was the first time he too had seen her like that. The girl thought about it and said that the caretaker was really having fun. The protagonist pictured the woman giggling merrily with her new toy. He replied to the girl that he knew that.
To himself, the guy thought it would be wise not to make the hag angry. The girl walked around the big city and looked everywhere around with great attention. Yui looked at her phone. Her cell phone was dead and she was lost again. The girl looked to the side and noticed that there was a tennis tournament going on. Suddenly, someone from outside shouted loudly to the girl to move away quickly. A huge, pumped-up tennis player flew right on top of the girl. Yui stood and looked at the athlete with great surprise. She didn't have time to step back. At the very last moment, the girl realized that she was about to run into a stranger. The tennis player had fallen on top of the girl and was now lying on top of her. The athlete gradually came to her senses. She asked the girl if she was okay. The tennis player told the girl that she was reading the news and didn't notice that the stairs ended. Then they collided. The athlete started looking around. She didn't realize where her phone had gone. The tennis player turned to the side. She noticed her broken machine lying nearby. The athlete was very upset. In reality, the crack was only on the phone's protective film. The girl and the athlete continued between buildings in the city. The tennis player very tearfully apologized to the girl. She explained that she was running fast. Yu told her that she was not injured. The athlete offered her tea as an apology. The girls sat around the table chatting. Yui told the athlete her name. The tennis player said her name was Lo Li. Yui asked her new friend why she was holding her phone so strangely. Lo explained that she was hosting stream. The tennis player explained that she came here to broadcast the event. Lo came to her senses and realized that she was late. Lo starts to shout fearfully that she came here to stream her participation with Kahai in a tennis tournament. But she can't get through to her partner and doesn't know what to do. Suddenly, some clever idea came into the athlete's head. She looked at the girl. Lo excitedly told her new friend that she had a favor to ask of her. The presenter said on court that he was thanking all the participants in the elite tournament. The judge said the tournament uses a double elimination system. The tennis players started warming up. Lo put a small camera on her tennis cap. Yui was warming up and swinging her racket hand. She was getting ready to play. The tennis player launched a live broadcast. She said his kohai isn't by her side, but she wants to give it her best shot. The athlete shouted joyfully to her friend to start. Yui turned to her colleague with a question. The girl held the racket in her hands and asked the tennis player how to play. Lo was surprised. She realized that her new acquaintance didn't know anything about tennis at all. There were two guys standing around. One of them said cheerfully that they had a newcomer here. Lo explained to her interlocutor that she had to make sure she didn't get hit by the ball. Yui told her friend with consternation that she couldn't help her. Lo looked with confidence at the girl and said she would do it all on her own. She is in reality stronger than she looks. Yui was surprised and amazed. She looked at her new acquaintance with admiration. The court announcer announced that it was time for the first round. The contestants prepared for the match. The athlete picked up the ball. She reminded her friend that she would show her how to play. The tennis player tossed the ball up over her head. Yui watched closely. After that, the athlete showed how to hit the ball with a racket. The athlete's racket touched the ball and sent it forward. After serving, the athlete shouted to her opponent to die. The ball was flying very fast. The ball hit the court at full speed. The tennis player didn't have time to hit it back. The athletes were surprised. They realized that their opponent was very strong. Lo turned to her friend and asked with a smile if she understood the game. Yu happily replied to the tennis player that it was easy for her to understand. The tennis player thought their opponent was just bluffing. The guy got ready to toss the ball and thought tennis was a team game. Tennisite decided to direct his attack to the strongest player. He served. The guy decided he was taking advantage of his rival's weakness. Yui stood and looked fearfully in front of her. Lo got excited and scared. She figured her girlfriend wouldn't be able to fend off the pitch. The girl looked to the side with a very quick glance and spotted the flying ball. Yu bounced back with a very fast jump to be able to hit the serve. The girl slowed down sharply on the court to stop at the right moment. Yui swung just in time. The ball was quickly heading towards her racket.
The girl kicked the ball with all her might. She yelled for her opponent to die.
The ball flew full speed past two athletes. They didn't even see it. After a powerful serve, the ball flew fast and hit the wall. It was stuck there. Yui inquired happily to her friend, "How did she like the pitch?" Lo looked at the girl with a smile and said she was doing a good job. The guys were stunned. They realized they couldn't have any fun on this court. There were two new athletes. One guy said they weren't the same amateurs the girls just played with. The tennis player looked at the girl and noticed that she was a beginner by her movements. The guy was an experienced player and always knew where the ball would fall. The athlete rejoiced. He decided that his rivals now could not hope for victory. The player looked at the girl with great attention. She prepared to serve at the same time. Yu swung her arm and prepared to send the ball in front of her with all her might. The girl was very focused. She put all her power into that serve. The athlete did not have time to kick the ball. He decided that the girl used a mental attack against him. The guy wasn't happy. He thought the girl was using dirty tricks against him. Lo told her friend not to swing too much. She might expose her underwear. Yui lifted her skirt from behind. She told the girl she was wearing shorts underneath. The athlete told the girl to stop. She could have gotten stream blocked for all of this. The guy was making attempts to concentrate. He thought it would be embarrassing for him to lose because of this. The athlete took the ball in his hand. He prepared to make pitches. The guy thought he had no choice but to start throwing strikes. The athlete hit the ball with all his might. He thought his opponents would see his skill. He spends all his free time on it. The tennis player thought to himself that no one had ever been able to hit his ball before. The ball flew over the net at great speed and flew onto the girls. The player thought to himself very angrily that this wasn't over. The ball would spin as it flew to make it harder to hit. Yui had no time to react. The ball hit her chest at full speed. After being hit hard by the ball, Lo couldn't hold on and started falling to the ground. The guy kept hitting the ball really hard. The ball was hitting the girl at full speed. After another pass, the ball flew over the net and landed on the court. The game from the outside looked as if the athletes were simply throwing the ball to the opposing side. The spectators in the stands watched the game in amazement. There was silence for a while. After that, the fans laughed. They didn't understand what was happening on the court. The athlete was angry. He was amazed he didn't understand how any of this was possible. Lo said excitedly to her girlfriend that a guy shouldn't be underestimated. Yui told her co-worker menacingly to leave the two boys to her. Yui said in a calm voice that she had just lost her dignity and wanted it back. The game ended in a one-sided rout. The athletes were lying exhausted on the court. Lo warned her girlfriend that they were in for a final battle. They should not stop there. Yui agreed with her colleague. Lo shouted excitedly to his girlfriend not to start playing. The tennis player demanded that the girl give it her all. The guys went up to the referee and said they wanted to give up. There's no way they would have beaten the girls. Yui asked her friend, "Is it really over?" And she said, "I guess so." The final match ended before it even started. The tennis player and her companion ran into the sports building. Lo told her fans on her phone that stream was coming to an end. She thanked everyone for their support and said goodbye. Lo looked at her friend with a smile and said she owed her a debt of gratitude. Yui replied to the athlete that she had fun too. A guy came running in from the side. He told the tennis player he was late. The athlete said there was a traffic jam and he was stuck for an hour. His phone couldn't get a signal. The girlfriend shouted to her friend that he's an idiot, it's already over. The athlete ran up to the guy and said she was worried. She grabbed his cheeks with her hands. Girlfriend was telling her boyfriend that they won. Her friend was very happy. The boyfriend reminded the tennis player that she had an evening assignment. Lo told the girl that she was leaving and said goodbye to her girlfriend. She suggested that Yui get together again sometime. Yu waved to the tennis player and said goodbye to her. She agreed to see her again. The guy told his girlfriend that she was sorry for tonight. Lo told him that she would only forgive him if he gave her a treat. Yui stared in amazement at the couple in front of her. She was even a little envious of them. The girl looked at her phone. She needed to find a place to charge it. The protagonist appeared from the side. He reached out his hand to his girlfriend. Chen grabbed the girl's ear with all his might. She screamed very loudly. The main character was very angry. He yelled to the girl that he had wasted a lot of time looking for her. Yui looked at the guy unhappily and wondered how he had found her. Chen told his girlfriend that he spotted her on a blogger's stream. He checked the location on the map and came to this place. The guy looked angrily at his girlfriend and said they should go home. Yui looked at her friend in silence. He wondered why she was standing. After that, the girl smiled and decided to walk further with the guy. Chen asked the girl why she was smiling. It looked disgusting to him. Yui replied to her friend that it was nothing important. She had met an amazing athlete today. Yu remembered very realistically how good a tennis player she had seen today. The girl remembered how much fun she'd had with her new acquaintance today. The protagonist was lying on the couch and bored. He stared blankly in front of him. Chen plopped down on the couch out of boredom and looked in front of him. He didn't know what to do. After that, the guy stretched out on the couch. He was really bored out of his mind. Chen rested his hands on the wall of the couch and looked behind him. A girl came up from the side. The guy bent down and looked in front of him. He felt very bored. Yui stood with cup in hand and looked at her friend with great bewilderment. The girl walked over and asked her friend how his friend was doing. Chen smiled at his girlfriend. He was immersed in memories. A guy told me that a store was having a special event. You could get a limited edition keychain. Chen explained that in order to get the award, 2 people need to participate. He has no friends he can ask for help. Yui replied to her friend that if he wanted, she could go with him. The main character was very pleasantly surprised. He was happy because the girlfriend wanted to help him. The girl reminded the guy that he could always go to her if he needed help. The main character, accompanied by his companion, was walking through a large city. There were many people around. Yu looked around with great interest and excitement. There was a large crowd outside the store. The girl saw that the crowd was very large. They would have to wait a very long time in it. Chen was very excited. He said he was really looking forward to getting them into the store. The girlfriend suspected something. She saw that there were a lot of people around and the event was popular. Yui realized that she could only see young couples in the crowd in front of her. The guy smiled and told his girlfriend they had to go. She agreed. Yui was surprised to note that the guy only addressed her by her first name in such situations. The main character reached out his hand and hugged his girlfriend. She was very surprised. Yui became agitated. She didn't understand why she had a guy in the crowd hugging her right now. Yu stood next to the protagonist and silently endured. She waited for the line to end. The girl got worried. She immediately realized that the protagonist was hiding something from her. Yui turned sideways at her friend. She wanted to address a question to him. The girl found her strength and asked fearfully to her friend, "What on earth was he doing?" The main character explained that they should play their roles. The event is for couples only. Yui asked the guy with very great surprise, "What does he mean by that?" The protagonist pointed his hand to a billboard. There was a picture of a girl. The ad indicated that the contest was only open to couples. The girlfriend angrily told the guy that he didn't tell her that and he tricked her. The main character hugged the girl. He yelled at her not to be so loud. Chen strictly told the girlfriend not to reveal them. The shopkeeper is very strict. The owner saw two people. He angrily shouted to them that they were actually brother and sister pretending to be a couple. The store manager yelled at the two guys to leave and go somewhere else. A man was looking around very angrily at all the people in front of his store. The director told all the people that no one could cheat in his store. Chen covered his girlfriend's mouth with his hand. He said that the store director was very dangerous. The guy reminded his girlfriend that she had volunteered to help him. If the girl backed out now, it would undermine trust in all angels. Yui turned her gaze to the side. She looked at the protagonist very unhappily. The girl nodded silently to her friend. Chen answered her cheerfully that it was the right decision. The guy realized his girlfriend had calmed down. He took his hand away from her face. The girl told her friend that he didn't need to resort to dirty methods. She would have helped him anyway. The guy asked his girlfriend in surprise, "What did she just tell him?" Yui replied that she didn't say anything. Chen saw a happy couple of young people in front of him. They were very happy about something. The main character said for the girl that they should go into the store. He would talk, and she would have to play along. The customers saw the strict store manager in front of them. They got a little worried. The owner asked the guy and girl if they were a real couple. Chen looked at the principal and replied in a confident voice that they were indeed a real couple. The main character hugged his girlfriend and said they loved each other very much. Yui felt very uncomfortable. She didn't like her friend's words. Chen asked the girl to play along and bear with him. It should be over quickly. Yui blushed. She realized that she would have to play along with her friend now. The headmaster looked at the girl with a scrutinizing gaze. She smiled back at him. Yui smiled and tried to convince the man that she was indeed a couple with Chung. The girl hugged her friend and shouted joyfully that they were very much in love. The protagonist thought to himself, rather to himself, that it had worked out very well. He hadn't expected girlfriend to get this far. The main character was very much pleased. He and the girl did well. The director told his clients that if they kissed each other, he would believe them. The girl was very startled. She didn't feel like making out with the guy right now. Chen happily told man that they would do everything. Yui was very displeased. The protagonist told the girl that they can't keep the shopkeeper waiting. Yui didn't believe that the protagonist seriously wanted to kiss her. The guy reminded his girlfriend that they had kissed before. The girl replied that the circumstances were different then. The protagonist was not happy. He grabbed the girl's back and pulled her against him. The girlfriend was scared. She didn't want the guy to kiss her now. Yui put her hand on the protagonist's face to protect herself from the kiss. Chen explained in a calm voice to the girl that it was just a kiss. The guy said in a calm voice that it was just the touch of two mucous membranes, and there was no deeper meaning to it. Chen decided to calm the girl down. He told her it would be over very quickly. She should relax. Yui tried to shove her hand away from the guy. He had promised her that he would be gentle. The girlfriend had her hand on the protagonist's arm. She really wanted to stop him. The girl thought fearfully that her heart wasn't ready yet. Chen moved closer to her to kiss her. At the last moment, the girlfriend got really scared. She didn't want to kiss her friend. Yui grabbed the guy's arm with all her might and twisted him to the side. The protagonist was surprised. He didn't expect such a reaction from his girlfriend. Yui shoved the guy aside to throw him. She yelled that he wasn't allowed. Yui swung hard and threw the guy aside with all her might. The main character fell to the ground. He couldn't get up again after his girlfriend hit him. The shopkeeper stood watching the squabble of the young men with great interest. Yui felt very embarrassed. She thought they were about to be finished. The man held out a small piece of jewelry to the young men on his arm. Yui was very surprised and looked at the shopkeeper in astonishment. The man smiled. He told his guests in a joyful voice that it was all sweet to him. The protagonist, accompanied by his girlfriend, left the store and walked through town. Chen was holding a piece of jewelry in his hands. He was very happy that he had received it. The guy turned around and thanked the girl for her help. She gave him a disgruntled look. The main character broke off half a piece of jewelry and decided to give it to his girlfriend. Chen explained to the girl that he was giving her half of the jewelry for their work together. Yui said she didn't like the piece from the souvenir. She wanted the pink one for herself. Chen answered the girl fearfully that he wouldn't give it to her. In sat staring fearfully in front of him. He repeated that his friend was a demon. Chen asked his friend, why did he end up in their school? In explained that the caretaker had put him here. He was sure that if he tried to skip school, there would be terrible consequences. The guy remembered the woman. He decided there was no way out for him now. In was very frightened. The protagonist reminded his friend that he should not have provoked the caretaker. Demon's cell phone rang. He scrutinized it. In said he had to go. The guy jumped up from his seat and grabbed his bag. He said he was going to the bathroom. Chen stayed by himself. He sat and studied his phone with great interest. In came back with her bag in her hand. She said she even cheered up a little. After a long pause, the girl told her companion that they needed to get back to Tema. In told the protagonist that only he and his girlfriend should know about her curse. The girl said the caretaker knows about her curse, but the woman isn't surprised at all. It all looks suspicious to In. Chen asked his acquaintance why he was now wearing women's clothes. The girl turned to the guy and looked at him with great interest. She didn't understand the question. Ying explained that a girl should be in women's clothes, and it was perfectly normal. Chen reminded his friend that he was a man. The girl replied that if she wore men's clothes, it would look odd. In said thoughtfully that in order to pretend to be a regular girl, you have to dress like a regular girl. Ying said with a smile that she was turning into a beautiful girl and so she would dress up. Chen angrily shouted to his friend that he was making all sorts of excuses. The girl decided to explain everything to her friend. She asked that Chen imagined that he won his favorite waifu, and after that he got a lot of new outfits for the toy. In asked the main character, would he choose a nice outfit for his toy? Chen thought about his girlfriend's words. He understood their meaning. The girl was very happy. Chen asked the girl what she was wearing under her clothes right now, and explained that she always wears a bra so her breasts don't stick out. The girl told her friend that her breasts bounce like balls as she walks. Chen was very much surprised at such words. The girlfriend reveals to the protagonist that she still wears regular men's underwear. Women's underwear is uncomfortable for her. Chen asked his girlfriend, does she wear a bra all the time? The girl said it's better than carrying a bra in a bag. The main character shouted that a man who wears women's underwear is a pervert. Ying looked at her friend slyly and asked, how did he end up here? Chen decided to tell the details of his tragic story. The girl laughed very loudly. She realized that the guy had been tricked into marriage. The girl continued to laugh. Chen looked at her unhappily. In explained to her friend that he would have to live with the angel for a year. In looked at the guy's hand. There was a ring there that could not be removed. Chen explained to the girl that her situation was no better. The girl looked closely at the ring on the guy's hand. She said there was something strange about it. In showed and explained that a wedding ring is worn on the ring finger of the left hand. Chen looked at his hand with great interest. He replied to the girl that he hadn't even noticed it. The girl hesitated. She remembered seeing the ring somewhere before. After much thought, Yin told herself that it was completely irrelevant where she could see the ring. The girl hugged the protagonist and said she wanted to meet his girlfriend, who agreed to the plan with the marriage. A girlfriend appeared at the side. She looked at the protagonist and the girl next to him with surprise. The girlfriends greeted each other very happily. Yui noticed that the guy had already turned into a girl. In looked closely at the girl's hand. She was studying the ring very intently. The girl realized that the ring looked somehow very familiar to her. The main character hugged the girl. He wanted to tell her something important. Chen pointed his finger at Yui and said, she is the idiot he is married to. In was very surprised and amazed. She couldn't believe that the guy was married to Yui. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend with great pleasure. The girl asked her friend, why didn't he make dinner? The guy told her he had an evening class and wasn't home yet. Yin felt very much uncomfortable. She was uncomfortable overhearing a normal conversation between a married couple. Yin grabbed the girl and asked her excitedly, is she really married to a guy? Yui gave her interlocutor a sly look and replied that she had her reasons. Ying was very much surprised and shocked. She couldn't believe that Chen and Yui could be together. In was sitting on the ground. She felt herself getting jealous. The girl said that the benefits of the marriage scheme had been greatly exaggerated. She didn't assume that normal people could buy into it. Ying sat disappointedly on the ground. There was no way she could accept it. The girl didn't like the smug smirk on the guy's face. Chen smiled happily to himself. In angrily asked the interviewer, does she really like that type of guy? While pointing her finger at Chen. The girl was thinking very deeply. She stood and moved her hands. Yui pondered anxiously. She couldn't figure out exactly what kind of guys she liked. Chen was very unhappy. He didn't understand why the conversation was even happening. The main character explained that he and the girl just hostages of the situation. They are together out of choice, so they can't talk about feelings. The protagonist demanded of his surprised girlfriend that she tell everything for the yin.
Yui hesitated. She thought for a long time and pondered what she should say for Yin now. Yui smiled at her interlocutor and said that all of the main character's words were true. Yin said thoughtfully, the protagonist and his girlfriend were forced to be together. Suddenly, Yin loudly shouted to the surprised girl that she had an offer for her. The girl demanded that she divorce the main character. Yui was very surprised. She had not expected such a request from her new acquaintance. Chen was very surprised. He looked at his new acquaintance with great excitement. Yin explained to her girlfriend that the main character is a scumbag, and he is only using her. Yui should divorce him. After that, the girl reached out to her friend and told her what she would do after all this. Yin looked at her flustered interlocutor and said that she should marry her. Yui was very surprised. She didn't understand what to say to her interlocutor now. Yin explained to her girlfriend that she would treat her much better than the protagonist does now. Chen ran up and protected his girlfriend with his hand. He yelled that Yui would never agree to the divorce proposal. The protagonist told the sly interlocutor that the contract could not be terminated early. Yin was very unhappy. She didn't like that it was in the contract. The girl was angry. She realized that there was only one option left for her. She grabbed her friend's arm. Yui screamed and was scared. She didn't understand where the girl wanted to drag her to. Yin told the girl that she must cheat on her husband. After that, she would be a lover for you. The main character was very frightened. Yin said that she knows people like Chen very well. He spends money every month on figurines and computer games. The girl said that the guy had accumulated a lot of debts. She explained that unworthy guys have to take care of their own problems. Yui told her companion with a smile that her friend was a very good cook. Yin explained that the main character is so pathetic that he can't afford to eat outside the house. The girl told the interviewer that the guy told her that doshirak is the most exquisite and delicious dish there can be. Yui said excitedly that doshirak is delicious, and she and her boyfriend eat it for a whole week every month. The main character was very scared. The girl said that Chen told her that doshirak was a delicacy. Yin looked at the guy very angrily. She couldn't believe he could do such a thing. Yin asked her friend, "Who is responsible for her financial expenditures?" Yui replied that it is always Chen who does this. She herself does not know much about the rules of the human world. The protagonist fearfully shouted that just because he had borrowed the money didn't mean he wasn't going to pay it back later. Yin pointed her hand at the guy and told her girlfriend that he was rotten to the core. Chen was unhappy because of the dirt being poured on him. Yin held out her hand to the girl and said that she would take good care of her. She is a streamer and earns good money. Yin will eat with her as much as she likes. Yui thought for a moment. She realized that there was a wonderful person standing next to her. She couldn't believe that demons could be so open-minded. Chen got excited. He realized that Yin had made a very tempting offer to his wife. The protagonist realized that his wife could really pass for a date with her girlfriend. Chen realized fearfully that he would lose his benefits and compensation after the divorce. The main character was afraid he might end up on the street. He would have to work hard to pay off his debts. The guy realized he'd end up starving to death in the slums. The protagonist realized he couldn't let his wife be taken away from him. Chen grabbed the girl's hand confidently with his own and pulled her toward him. Yui was very surprised. She didn't even resist the guy's actions. The protagonist hugged his girlfriend with all his might. He shouted that Yui belonged to him.
The main character screamed at the girl that he would never give her his wife.
The girl felt very flattered that the guy was defending her. Yin got angry. She asked the guy very angrily, "What is he doing?"
The protagonist got angry. He shouted angrily at his interlocutor to shut up.
The guy hugged his girlfriend. He yelled that he couldn't live without her anymore. He'd die if she left him.
The girl angrily demanded that the guy let her go. She tried to get free.
Chen demanded of his girlfriend that she shut up. He didn't want to give her to anyone.
Yui got excited. She felt very horny. Yin couldn't figure out what it was that had gotten into the guy just now.
Yin shouted she wasn't going to give up either. She pulled the girl to her side by her arm.
The main character yelled to his girlfriend to let go of the girl's hand. Yui was really freaked out.
The guy along with the girl shouted to each other to each of them to take their hands off Yui.
None of the competitors were willing to give in. Yui realized she couldn't free herself. The girl was terrified. She was caught between two rivals. Chen and Yin pulled the girl in different directions and nearly tore her apart. Yui was scared. She didn't understand what was going on. She felt in some kind of terror. The protagonist, along with his girlfriend, looked at each other angrily. Yin angrily shouted at the guy that he could go and live together with his waifu. The protagonist replied to his rival that there were tons of beautiful girls around her. He didn't understand why she was picking on Yui. The protagonist angrily called his girlfriend a brainless, stupid board. Yin was very startled. She didn't like what the guy said about the girl. Yin became very angry. She grabbed the guy's clothes with her hand. The girl angrily asked the protagonist, "What did he just say?"
After calming down a bit, Yin asked the guy, "Does he like big breasts?"
The protagonist replied to the interviewer that he certainly enjoyed it.
Girlfriend asked a guy why he likes big breasts.
Chen explained to the interviewer that he likes the way big breasts look. Yin told the guy very sternly that she understood him better than anyone else. The girl said that big breasts are very heavy and make you tired. Yin added that small breasts are very compact and gorgeous. Chen replied to her interlocutor that she is a fan of planks. Yin decided to give her interlocutor a popular science explanation. The girl said that small breasts can fall into 3 categories. The first category is for girls who are stunted compared to their peers. Yin explained that young girls fall into the second category. The shape of their body never changes. Yin said that the third category includes thin girls who have small breasts due to illness. Girl reported that most women with small breasts fall into one of these categories. Yin explained that there is a fourth category of women. They have developed every place on their bodies except the breasts. Yin revealed that girls have a chance that their breasts will never develop. Chen explained to her interlocutor that she's just a fan of the boards. Yui listened to the altercation beside her with great indignation. Yin shouted that she liked any breasts. Chen asked the woman in question, "What does this have to do with her trying to steal his wife?" Yin replied to the guy that he can't even appreciate the value of the girl next to him. Chen demanded of his interlocutor to unhook himself from the girl. They were still pulling Wei in different directions. The main character demanded of the girl that she let his wife go. Yin replied that she would not do that. Yin hooked her hand into the girl's arm with all her might and pulled her toward her. Chen didn't want to give in to his rival. He pulled his wife to his side. The girl shouted menacingly that she was in pain. She grabbed Chen's arms with her hands and in. The girl yanked her opponents in different directions with all her might and knocked them apart. The people around them looked on in amazement. Yu asked the guy, "Does he like big breasts?" Yui told a friend that he would marry someone with large breasts. The girl looked at the guy in the inn beside her and said they could marry each other. The protagonist and his acquaintance were lying unconscious on the ground. Hag was very much taken aback. She didn't understand why didn't Yui reply to her message yet. The woman turned to the side and saw a girl walking toward her. Yui walked right up to the caretaker and rested her head against her chest. The woman stroked the girl's head. Yui said the woman's breasts were very warm and pleasant. The main character was sitting at home. He was looking at his girlfriend with great excitement. The girl was sitting watching TV. After the Yin incident, she still hadn't said a word to the guy. As soon as the protagonist wanted to start talking, girlfriend gave him a very angry look. Chen opened the refrigerator and asked angrily to the girl, "Where is his ice cream and did she really take it?" The protagonist reached out his hand to the girl to take the remote and select a channel on the TV. She turned away. The guy grudgingly thought to himself that the girl was definitely mad at him. The guy realized that girlfriend was actively showing him her anger. Yui was sitting with her back to the protagonist. Chen realized she was still sulking. The protagonist eventually decided he wasn't going to waste any more time on his girlfriend. The guy continued to stay in his apartment with the girl. She didn't say a word. The protagonist decided to come up with something to distract the girl. Chen ran up to his girlfriend and wanted to show her something. She didn't react. The guy showed the girl a dessert on a plate. It was beautifully decorated. Chen brought a plate for his girlfriend. He said the dessert was very tasty. The guy thought to himself that he had made the delicacy himself. In the kitchen, he found all the ingredients he needed. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend. He thought he was treating her special. Yui was distracted. She stared at her plate with a long and studying gaze. The girl grabbed the treat on her plate with a very sharp movement and gobbled it up at once. The main character was very surprised. He didn't understand how his wife could swallow the dessert so quickly. The girl sat and continued to stare angrily in front of her. She remained silent. The main character was surprised and scared. The girl seemed like a dog to him. The guy realized he had a plan B. Chen showed his girlfriend his phone. He explained that there was a new game in front of her that everyone was talking about. He gave all the details about the game. The guy decided that the game would distract the girl from bad thoughts and cheer her up. Yui started looking at her phone with great interest. The main character was amazed. The girl passed the game in just a minute. She also set a record for the number of points. The guy realized his plan B to distract the girl wasn't working. The main character remembered he had a plan C. He brought a spinner for his girlfriend. Chen remembered how much a girl wanted a spinner for herself. He decided to put on a little show for her. Yui was sitting and watching TV. The main character decided to use his attention-grabbing skills. Chen was twirling a spinner on his finger. He realized he had caught the girl's attention. Yui turned around and gave her friend a disgruntled look. She was silent. The guy was very inspired. He figured everything was going according to plan and the girl already wanted the toy. Chen continued to entertain himself with inspiration. He was ready to give the girl the spinner. The girl turned to the protagonist after a very long silence. Yui calmly told her friend to play somewhere else. He was closing the TV for her. Chen looked at his girlfriend. The girl gave him a disgruntled look. The main character got angry. He asked the girl how much longer she wanted to sit here like this.
Yui didn't react to the boy's words. She looked at him silently. The guy reminded the girl that the ring could activate and give a task at any moment. He explained that he wanted to defuse the situation. Yui answered her friend in agreement. The guy was happy because the girl now understood everything. Yui gripped the ring with her hands. She told the guy that she now has to pull him down with her. She doesn't want to do the love thing with him. The protagonist was very surprised after the girl's words. He thought she was crazy. The main character looked at his girlfriend. He realized she was very hard to please. Chen grabbed his head with his hand. He realized that he was having a very hard time. The main character said out loud that it was all his fault. He asked the girl not to sulk. He was willing to accept any punishment. The girlfriend was listening intently to the main character. She decided to pay attention to him. Yui turned around and looked at the protagonist with great attention. She studied him. Chen sat and looked at his girlfriend in silence. He waited to see what she would say to him. Yui slowly turned around on the couch and folded her arms. She glanced at the guy. After a long pause, the girl inquired of the protagonist, truth or his words? Chen closed his eyes and answered the girl calmly. It's all true. The girlfriend demanded that the guy admit he was wrong and promised that it wouldn't happen again. The main character got angry. He looked at the girl with a disgruntled look. Yui looked sternly at the protagonist and demanded that he speak. The guy felt an overabundance of emotion. He tried to hold back. Chen apologized to his girlfriend. He promised that it wouldn't happen again. The girlfriend demanded of the guy that he speak louder. She couldn't hear him. The girlfriend told the guy that she didn't believe him, and he was lying. The protagonist shouted loudly that it was all his fault and apologized to the girl. He promised it wouldn't happen again. The girl was having fun looking at her friend. The guy yelled to her that she was bullying him. Yui replied to him that he started it first. The main character pointed to the girl and explained that it all started because of her. He did everything for her. Yui explained to her friend that he was using her to get an allowance and enjoy life in the human world. Chen was angry. He looked at the girl very unhappily. Yui told him that she was right. The main character screamed loudly and told the girl that none of this was true. Chen explained that he didn't understand anything anymore. When he saw Yui with another person, he felt very uncomfortable. Yui listened to the guy carefully. He said he was acting like a fool. The girl hesitated. She looked at the boy with a studying gaze. Chen told the girl in an emotional voice that he was afraid she might run away from him with a boyfriend. The girlfriend frightenedly said that she had never even considered running away. Chen asked the girl why she had not said no to the boyfriend. Yui explained that she could not think clearly. Yu said that she was amazed when a very beautiful girl confessed in front of her and she didn't even care that it wasn't a real girl. A girlfriend told me that when a yin guy turns into a girl, he looks really cute. The protagonist remembered the yin girl. He said thoughtfully to his girlfriend that she was much prettier. Yui was very startled and angry. She slapped her boyfriend. The main character didn't understand what happened and why the girlfriend hit him. The girl angrily approached the guy. She wanted to ask something. Yu slyly inquired of the protagonist, what did he just say? The girl looked slyly at the guy. She told him in a pleased voice that he had noticed her after all. The main character points his finger at the girl and says that she is a useless angel. He only sees her pretty face as good. Chen was very angry. He didn't understand why the girl was smiling at him. Yui replied to the guy for calling her a perfectly young lady. She couldn't hold back a smile. The girlfriend told the guy cheerfully that she forgives him this time. Chen angrily called the girl a dope. The two of them sat together in the apartment in the evening. She asked him how much money he had pocketed in the meantime, and how much money he had pocketed.